a moment, the dean's going to kick us off from the screen. So please take your seats and welcome to everyone who's live streaming. We'll start in just a moment. Oh, Lionel just called you, but I guess he's, I don't know what he. Yeah, I'm just trying, since I don't have my mask. Good morning, Dean. You're on mute.
Am I showing okay?
Yes, looking good.
Perfect.
Good morning, everyone. If you could please take your seats and welcome to our live stream audience. We're going to begin today with some remarks from our dean, Lolita Buckner-Innes.
Thank you so very much. Good morning on this wonderful day. As you've just heard, I'm Lolita Buckner-Innes. I'm the Dean and Provost Professor of Law at the University of Colorado Law School. I am so happy to welcome you to Colorado Law's 41st Annual Conference on Natural Resources, presented by the Getchus Wilkinson Center. Now, as many, if not most of you know, the Getchus Wilkinson Center is a continuation of Colorado Law's multi-decades legacy of focusing on the vital law and policy aspects of things like public lands, climate change, water resources, environmental justice, and more. Part of this work has involved bringing stimulating and informative guests to the law school community and to the broader public. This work has continued even in the face of a global pandemic that has acutely affected the health and economy of much of the world. Like so many endeavors, the center has taken advantage of technology to offer virtual meetings over the last year and a half. We are, in fact, taking advantage of that technology today, as we are pleased to welcome audiences from two different media. those of you who are watching virtually and will do so throughout the conference, and those of you who are viewing this in person for what is our first in-person gathering since February 2020. We are so pleased to bring this to you. Given the times that we're in, the theme of this year's conference is especially meaningful. Equity in the Colorado River Basin, how to sustainably manage a shrinking resource. This is not only compelling and pertinent, but also amazingly timely. Equity, as you know, is a notion that's often debated. For one reason, equity is too often conflated with equality. Though the two are certainly similar at times, and they may even overlap, the implementation of one versus the other can lead to dramatically different outcomes. Factors such as record heat, wildfires, drought, for example, even though these are ostensibly neutral natural perils, they sometimes have differentially affected different populations. These harsh realities, these are the sorts of things that make gatherings like this extremely important. And we welcome the breadth and the depth of expertise gathered here today from across the region, because only with this sort of collaborative interaction and intervention can we help to create a more equitable approach to shepherding resources and managing actual and potential perils in the Colorado River Basin. Now I want to turn to a few words of thanks. I'll start first with personally thanking Doug Kenny for his 25 years of service to the law school. Doug, who retired last December, and you know, I cannot say enough about Doug's work. He has been at the helm of this conference for many years. However, we hope that this year, Doug, you're going to be able to relax and enjoy the vital discussions that will take place. And we want you to take pride in all that you have done for the Colorado River Basin, for the region, and ultimately for the world. Because let me just stop and say, the local, the regional, the national, the international, all of those come together. That is why this work matters so much. In addition, I want to thank Alice Madden and Sean LaBar, who organized this year's conference. I want to congratulate them, first and foremost, for presenting such a stellar array of speakers, including Secretary of Agriculture Tom Vilsack, who will join us later this afternoon. I'd also like to thank the faculty and the advisory council of the Gettis Wilkinson Center for their commitment to making the center one of the University of Colorado's and one of the region's premier public policy institutions. Now, in addition, I also want to recognize our conference sponsors, for their support helps us to make these events possible. The United States Bureau of Reclamation, the Rocky Mountain Mineral Law Foundation, the law firm of Somack, Simmons, and Dunn, the Southern Nevada Water Authority, and the Walton Family Foundation. I also thank our law school IT staff under the able direction of Jonathan Sabre. You know, I cannot say enough about our IT staff, because they have allowed us to not only sustain many of our operations throughout this pandemic, they are also helping us to amplify our messaging and our programming to the nation and to the world. Now, finally, I want to thank perhaps the most important body of folks today, and that is you, all of our guests, our speakers, and our audience, for your commitment and your sustained work in environmental justice, environmental futures, and in helping us all to have a more equitable world. I now want to welcome Gettis Wilkinson's Executive Director, Alice Madden. Thank you so much.
Remarks, and very well said. And we appreciate you noting all of the people that have helped put this together. And I'm pleased that you could welcome us to the 41st Annual Colorado Conference on Natural Resources. So as the Dean mentioned, this is our first in-person gathering for the center since February 2020, and it's going to be a hybrid event. Most of our audience is actually watching live stream. There's the camera up there. Many of our speakers will be appearing via Zoom. So big thanks again to our IT staff. They've just, whatever we've thrown at them, they've just said, okay, we can figure that out. So I want to just really thank them. And tomorrow we're having this unique simulcast with the Colorado River District. They're meeting tomorrow for their annual meeting in Grand Junction. And when we first started talking about this, it seemed a little bit like lemons, and we were able to turn that into lemonade. And we're actually going to be sharing 3 different events with them. A couple will be simulcasting to them, some will be hybrid, and then we'll be simulcasting one of our events over to Grand Junction. So that's the bridge across the divide for tomorrow. The dean mentioned Doug Kenny. You know, Sean and I were on the periphery, and Sean more than me, helping Doug over these last many years putting this together. But now that he has retired, we know the real hard work he put in, and he'll be around in and out today and tomorrow. We had a reception in honor of him last night. So I just want to say again, thank you to Doug. And I really do want to take a moment just to thank Sean and give him a round of applause. Yeah. He's the guy with the really dashing blue and pink striped mask over there. The dean mentioned our sponsors. I have to tell you, we can't do events like this without our sponsors. We run on soft money. That means gifts from individuals, from entities, from foundations, from grants. So that direct sponsorship to an event like this helps us keep our registration fees low. It allows us to tier our registration so nonprofits and others can have lower rates. And Rocky Mountain Mineral Law Foundation actually sponsored the reception last night for Doug. And the Walton Family Foundation has been a big sponsor of this event over the years, and they really came through again. So thank you all so much. And again, Lionel's in the booth over there. If you see him today, please wave and thank him from 6 feet away. We are just so pleased that they've put this all together. So I will just say the word for the day in the next 2 days is probably patience. We might have a few little gaps as we bring people via Zoom. So just know that might happen. But I really feel all the hard work and preparation that's gone into this, that we will proceed smoothly. So. And now it's my distinct pleasure to get to welcome our first speaker of the conference, John Echohawk. He is the director of the Native American Rights Fund, has been there since its inception in 1970. He was the first graduate of the University of New Mexico Special Program to train Indian lawyers, and has been recognized as one of the 100 most influential lawyers in America by the National Law Journal. John has received more awards than I can possibly mention and serves on multiple boards, including, just to name a few, the American Indian Resources Institute, the Association of American Indian Affairs, the Natural Resources Defense Council, or NRDC, and our very own advisory council to the Getches Wilkinson Center. So please help me welcome John Echohawk.
Thank you, Alice. I'm very honored to be asked to give the opening remarks for the conference this morning. It's a real honor for me. As Alice said, I'm on the advisory council of the Getches Wilkinson Center, and me and David Getches and Charles Wilkinson go way back when we started the Native American Rights Fund in 1970. David Getches was our founding director, and I was one of the first lawyers hired by David. Charles was another one, and together we took off and started to provide legal representation to our tribes across the country on the most important issues. We were guided by an all Native American board of directors who helped us determine those priorities. And there were just a lot of unrepresented tribes, a lot of big Indian law issues out there at that time. It was just the end of the termination era, when the federal policy was breaking the treaties, assimilating, forced assimilation of tribes Native people, but we decided we would stand up for our rights, our right to self-determination, our right to our sovereignty, and the Native American Rights Fund led the charge under David's leadership with me and Charles and some other lawyers doing that cases. One of those issues we identified was helping the tribes protect their water rights. Most of these tribes are west of the Mississippi. Of course, as you know, it's an arid area. Water is very important. Without water, you have no future. And tribes have senior reserve water rights under a U.S. Supreme Court decision in 1908. I learned at the UNM Law School studying federal Indian law, one of the first courses ever taught in Indian law. The Winters case in 1908 says when the reservations were established, Congress impliedly reserved sufficient water for them for their present and future uses, with the priority date at least as early as the time the reservation was started, if not since time immemorial. So we started filing these water rights cases for tribes because they wanted to make sure that they had a future. And we enlisted the assistance of the federal government, the Justice Department. Like I said, they'd been on the sidelines through this whole termination era, but they have a trust responsibility. Our lands and resources are held in trust for us by the federal government. Again, a key principle of federal Indian law and policy. And so they have a trust responsibility to help us. So we educated the government in Washington about that, and they started joining us in bringing these water rights cases in the West. And, basically kind of some of the largest cases in the West, because, of course, it required joinder of 81 claiming a right to water. And that's a lot of people out here. And as we proceeded forward, as you might guess, we got a lot of attention, particularly from the Western states and the Western Governors Association and Western Attorney Generals and the Western States Water Council. And what is this Winters Doctrine? What is this tribal reserve rights? What's going on here? Your rights are senior to our state rights. They called a big meeting down in Denver, the Western Governors and Western States Water Council and the tribes. And the tribes brought me in since I represented so many of them, and had to explain to the Western leaders, Western state leaders about all of this. They weren't really clear on it, and we talked about it. And this is going to take decades to resolve these cases. And what are we going to do? And litigation can always be settled. They said, okay, well, let's settle these cases. Let's start negotiating and settle. And okay, well, let's get the federal government involved because, of course, they have a trust responsibility. They're helping us. So we all went to Washington and talked to the Secretary of Interior and got the Secretary of Interior's Indian Water Rights Office started to head up all these negotiations on all these cases pending in the West. And away we went. Since that time, that was in the early 80s, we have together finished 34 congressionally approved water rights settlements. The Native American Rights Fund has been involved in 9 of those cases that got settled. And we're currently representing 6 tribes as that whole process continues. And there are now 20 sets of negotiations going on across the West on these issues. And there's other tribes lined up outside Interior wanting to get their negotiations started on their water rights claims, because, of course, there's lots of tribes in the West that have these water issues. Well, the situation changed dramatically here last year with the pandemic. A new water issue arose. It was especially prevalent there on the large Navajo reservation, our largest reservation, when it came to light that COVID was raging down there because most of the Navajo people didn't have access to clean water. Right now, just, no facilities, bad structure, polluted water, if they had any. It was just really a devastating situation. And of course, they weren't the only reservation that had those kinds of conditions out west. Basically, all of them did in some form or fashion. Just no access to clean water. Well, some of the leaders, and we'll be hearing about that at the next panel here, from Ann and them. They came together to create the Universal Access to Clean Water on Tribal Lands core group to pull all this information together and see what couldn't be done about it. And they did some fabulous work doing all this research, pulling all this information together about the problems on reservations because they didn't have access to clean water. Well, they reached out and asked me to participate in this core group on universal access to clean water for tribes because of my experience on the water rights settlement negotiations and things. These settlements, when they go through, we're usually able to sit down with our neighbors and figure out how to share this resource that we have together in a good way. And oftentimes, to make that happen, it's going to cost a lot of money, lots of infrastructure required to make that happen. And getting that money from the Congress is always the most difficult part of the settlements. In trying to convince the administrations to support those settlements, lots of meetings we had with the Office of Management and Budget, and they would look at this stuff, and of course they didn't know much about it, but they would study it and go, well, most of this money, a lot of it is going to build infrastructure. And there's all these programs we have in the government for access to clean water infrastructure. And how come you don't have that? Well, it's way underfunded, and the tribes just don't really get much of that at all. And about the only way they can get it is in these settlements. They finally have a chance. They got some leverage. They can get the infrastructure they need to utilize water in a good way. Well, that was the issue then that the Universal Access to Clean Water core group focused on, is what's the problem there? They brought the information forward. 48% of our households on reservations, no access to clean water. Just bad facilities, no facilities, polluted water, no operation and maintenance monies. It's just really prevalent. So they got to work. They put together, as part of the provisions in the infrastructure bill, it's pending in Congress now, together with the reconciliation bill pending in Congress, billions of dollars to go to tribes to help address this universal access to clean water that they lack. And of course, we all know, we're following what's happening in Washington. Those bills are pending right now. And these tribal provisions are in there. They're really very important to us. And we're going to be, of course, talking about that here at the conference. I was asked to help with that whole process, and I did by bringing on the National Congress of American Indians. They're part of this ad hoc group on these Indian water rights settlements that we have. They're the national intertribal organization that has the most influence there on the Hill in Washington. And they supported us in a resolution that went forward, led by Senator Bennett here from Colorado, that basically supported this universal access to clean water funding for the tribes, and that money should proceed to be given to the tribes whether they have a water rights settlement or not. That settlements were not a requirement to be able to access these funds to get clean water. So all that's pending in these bills now, the infrastructure and reconciliation bills. We have, of course, a conference here dealing with equity in the Colorado River Basin, how to sustainably manage a shrinking resource, and that brings forward basically kind of another big issue that we're dealing with, beside the pandemic right now, and that's climate change. It's just really gotten worse and worse and worse. And as many of you know, that's really called for a drought contingency plan in the Colorado River Basin. And so the meeting started on that, and Initially, no tribes at the table. Even though we had the senior reserve rights in the Colorado River Basin, 30 tribes. Well, they finally realized that and brought the tribes in, and the tribes led the way in finally negotiating that drought contingency plan, with the tribes sharing part of their reserve water rights to make everything happen. And of course, all that's still going on. It's getting worse and worse, so we're going to have to do some more negotiations, but at least tribes are at the table. That equity issue is really coming through here in terms of both universal access to clean water and the drought contingency plan, and we're going to be talking about those things here today. These conferences that the center puts on always features Native American issues. So many people don't know about them, so it's really good that we have these opportunities to do that. The efforts on universal clean water access, same thing, opportunity to educate everyone about Indian reservations and tribal rights, and we're able to do that here in the drought contingency planning efforts as well. And more and more people are finally starting to understand tribes and federal Indian law and policy. That's really a terrific development, because probably the biggest issue that I've dealt with over the 51 years I've been with the Native American Rights Fund, again, is so many people in the public do not know anything about these issues. And we're always doing what we can to educate them. Tribal leaders know. One of the things they have to do all the time is go around and do Indian Law and Policy 101 over and over and over and over. And of course, we're all working to try to get all this into our basic education institutions, and teaching about civics, government. We're part of the United States government. There's 3 sovereigns in this country. There's the federal government, there's the state governments, and there's the tribal governments. And so many people don't know that, they don't realize that. So we're going to be talking about all this today in the context of these issues in the Colorado River Basin. I'm really very pleased to be part of the Getchis Wilkinson Center and to be able to sponsor this conference, and look forward to all the conversations and the learning that's going to go on here, and hopefully we'll be able to help with some of the solutions to all of these issues that we face here in the Colorado River Basin. So thank you.
Thank you so much, John. Really fitting way to start us off, touching on all the topics we'll be talking about over the next 2 days, particularly this morning on, I just think about how we take it for granted. You fill up your water bottle, you brush your teeth. There's people in America who don't get that. We all heard about Flint, Michigan, but this has been going on in tribal communities for decades. So I'm really excited about what we'll be talking about over the next couple of hours. And that allows me to introduce my friend Ann Castle. She's graciously serving as a senior fellow at the center. She'll be moderating several sessions over the next couple of days, beginning with universal access to clean water on tribal lands. Her very impressive bio is in our program, but briefly I wanted to mention just a couple of things. Over 2+ decades of practicing water law, largely at Holland and Hart, Ann served as the Assistant Secretary for Water and Science at Interior, where among many important initiatives, she spearheaded the Water Smart program and was the driving force behind the 2010 federal MOU addressing sustainable hydropower. She's provided hands-on leadership on numerous Colorado River issues, including the Water and Tribes Initiative that we'll hear about. She was the champion of Minute 319, a water sharing agreement between Mexico and the United States that we'll also hear more about tomorrow. I really want to mention that you heard about, Doug Kenny has been organizing this conference. Well, in his absence, I reached out to Ann, and from very early on, she stepped up and really helped form the very heart of this conference. So I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart, and please help me welcome Ann Castle.
Well, thank you, Alice. I'm so delighted to be able to open this conference this morning with a session on universal access to clean water for tribal communities, because there really couldn't be a more foundational issue than ensuring that all United States residents have access to clean water. And we're so lucky and privileged to have advice and counsel from John Echo Hawk on these issues and all the incredible knowledge and relationships that he brings to these issues. It's also really nice to see people in person. I'm just so happy to be able to see people. And for those of you who are on the virtual version of this conference, hopefully we'll be able to get together in person soon. So we're going to have a panel, and let me introduce my colleague, Heather Tanana, who is going to be part of this panel. Heather is a professor of law at the University of Utah Law School, also on faculty for the Johns Hopkins Center for American Indian Health. She is a member of the Navajo Nation. There couldn't be a more perfect person to be working with us on this Universal Access Initiative, and Heather leads our research team. We'll also be hearing from Bitta Becker, who will be appearing virtually. Bitta has devoted her entire career to service to her Navajo Nation. She's currently an associate attorney with, there she is, with the Navajo Tribal Utility Authority. And she and I have been working together over the past year and a half on this Universal Access Initiative. So we're going to hear from all of us. I'm going to talk to you a little bit first to provide kind of an overview and introduction. And this initiative started through the Colorado River Water and Tribes Initiative, and I want to tell you a little bit about that group. This is a project that has been in existence for about 4 years, and it was brought together as a coalition of tribal participation and NGO and other interested party participation to help to elevate tribal voices in connection with discussions and negotiations around Colorado River management. As John said, tribes have not historically been included in those discussions, and the Water and Tribes Initiative was set up to provide a focal point for those tribal interests and to ensure that their interests were considered, their voices were heard in these negotiations. So as part of the Water and Tribes Initiative discussions about a year and a half ago, so summer of 2020, when COVID was surging all over the country, we were seeing a lot of press attention to the disproportionate incidence of COVID on reservations. A lot of attention to the Navajo reservation, but it was a broader problem on reservations around the country. And this group thought that it was a good time, a good opportunity to bring attention to the problem. The press attention has waned, but the problem has not. COVID incidence is much higher on Native American reservations, and Native Americans have the highest hospitalization and death rates of any ethnic group in the country. The CDC keeps statistics on this. You can go to their website and see them, and they do it by race and ethnicity. Native Americans have the highest death and hospitalization rate. And this chart at the top is one that was in the Washington Post just a couple of weeks ago. And the folks at the Washington Post have kind of parsed the CDC numbers down to a finer scale. And they found that particularly with younger Native Americans, the age group between 18 and 39 years old, the death rate in that group is 9 times higher than the white population. So this is really, really difficult, really tragic disparities. And since the original surge in COVID, there's been academic work that has found a correlation between the higher incidence of COVID on reservations and the lack of access to clean water. And it's kind of a common sense conclusion, because if you don't have clean running water in your home, you can't, or it's very difficult to follow the hygiene recommendations from the CDC and public health authorities. And you probably also have to go to a community water gathering point to fill up your tanks. And that exposes you to all the people who are also at that watering station. And you have that additional exposure. You may have multi-generational households with people coming in and out. There's a lot of reasons that, that we're seeing this higher incidence, but there is a correlation to lack of access to clean water. And when you drill down into that, we find even more horrifying statistics that, as John mentioned, Native American households are far, far more likely to lack this access to safe and clean drinking water. 19 times higher than in the white population. Nearly half of tribal homes don't have access, either access to water or complete indoor plumbing, complete sanitation. And tragically, we find that race is the strongest predictor of lack of access to clean water. It's not rural location, it's not income level, it's race. And I was just reading another study that came out just earlier this week from the Plumbing Poverty Project that is looking at lack of access to clean drinking water in cities. And they also find that race is the strongest predictor there. So these are problems that exist all over the United States. And you'll be hearing later this morning about some specifics from President Nez of the Navajo Nation, from Lorelei Cloud of the Southern Ute Tribe, about what this lack of access looks like and what it means in their particular communities. So all of that is what has prompted this initiative on universal access to clean water. This is our website. There's a lot of information there. And now you'll be hearing from Bitta and first from Heather about the various components of this initiative, what we've been doing and what we're trying to accomplish. So let me turn it over to Heather.
Okay, thanks, Anne. So before we dive into the specifics of water insecurity, water access in tribal communities, I always like to gauge my audience basic knowledge of tribes. So how, and I'll give you multiple choice, won't make this too hard this morning, but how does the United States Declaration of Independence refer to American Indians? Is it A, they're not mentioned? Is it B, merciless Indian savages? C, native inhabitants of this land? Or D, tribal sovereigns? Let's just leave that as a second. A, not mentioned, it's B, right? So merciless Indian savages. So just let that sink in. Here's such an important document in our country's history. And that right from the get-go is how we're referring to tribal nations, Native Americans in this country. Okay, number 2, how many federally recognized tribes are in the US today? Is it A, 2001, B, 1,033, C, 150, or D, 574? Give you a second to think about that. Please note, I said federally recognized. We do have some state recognized tribes, not here in Colorado, but elsewhere in the country. So A, anyone for 2001? B, 1,033. C, 150. So hopefully D was the winner, 574, and there are still tribes that continue to petition the federal government for recognition. All right, our third question, how many of those are here in the Colorado River Basin? A, 29, B, 10, C, 6, or D, 30? So any A, 29s, okay, D, 10, or sorry, B, 10, C, 6. Okay, it's actually 30. I know they're saying, Heather, I've read so many reports, it's 29. No, it's 30 because San Juan, Southern Paiute always gets left off that list. They do not have their own land, their own reservation. Today, it's a long history about that you can read into. They entered into a treaty with Navajo. They should be getting land. They're waiting for Congress to approve it, right? But they are a federally recognized tribe, and they are in the Colorado River Basin. So we do have 30. All right, what about here, last question, in Colorado? How many of those 30 are in Colorado? We've got A, 0, B, 2, C, 8, or D, 4. So anyone think 0? Okay, yeah, we've got 2. So bonus point if you knew who those were. It's our Ute Mountain Ute and our Southern Ute Indian tribe. So as you can see, it's any time I do presentations, I've never had an audience get 100% of the questions right. So as a general society, we have much to learn. And that's really what I'm going to take just a couple minutes here doing, because what John and Ann have said is the history is so important. Why do we have Americans that cannot turn on a faucet? Why do we have Americans when we're sending people to the moon and to Mars and we have such, technological advancements? Why can we still not provide clean, safe drinking water to all citizens? Well, there's a reason for that. There's a reason why these communities lack infrastructure that so many of us take for advantage. And it's the past. It's these federal Indian policies that have crippled tribal communities and that we're still healing from today. And just looking at this timeline here that identifies the different federal Indian policy eras, it's presented in a non-native white narrative. Right from the beginning with our doctrine of discovery, right, our classic Marshall trilogy, where in 3 cases, the US Supreme Court set out the relationship between tribes and the federal government, calling them domestic dependent nations. They have some sovereignty, yes, but they're still reliant on the federal government for protection. That whole premise was based upon international law. Right, that was giving the right of a foreign nation to come in and discover and take the land, even though it was already inhabited. Those lands weren't discovered, right? They were colonized, taken away from the indigenous population, and the eras that followed continued to take away from tribal communities, removing them from their homeland and placing them onto reservations. For some, like the Navajo, we were lucky to ultimately have our home ancestral lands. Other tribes were not as lucky, and they were removed far away from lands that had deep spiritual and cultural connection to. And a lot of times these eras, they were done with good intentions. And I'm tearing up because I know where I'm going to go next, right? They were, we're going to assimilate the Native people into our society. To be successful, they need to be like the white man, become farmers, adopt Christian principles, right? In theory, those were good intentions, but the way that the government went about it, without tribal input, without asking the people, what do you need? How can we solve what we view as might be challenges? It left long-lasting historical trauma that continues to be felt today by Native Americans. Again, the forced relocations. But many people don't know that Native women were sterilized without their knowledge or consent. As part of the treaty rights and responsibilities, the federal government has established the Indian Health Service to provide healthcare services to Native people across the country. Women were going in to have their babies or for other reasons, and they were turned barren without knowing. That is a direct strike against our ability to survive as communities. The energy development in this country, it's wonderful that our tribal lands are so rich in resources, but often the benefits of that development were taken away for off-reservation to electrify cities far away when the environmental degradation was left there for the community to bear alone. We have Navajo babies being born right now with traces of uranium in their blood. And the one that always impacts me the most today and is so relevant, today is September 30th. In Canada, it's the first time it's being declared and recognized as the Truth and Reconciliation Day. Here in the US, we have not formally recognized it, but you may still see on social media or out when you're about someone wearing the color orange. It's Orange Shirt Day in recognition of the survivors of the boarding school era. So again, the federal government came into communities, wanted to educate the people. How did they do it? They stole the children. And my own dad was a victim of that, and my grandmother. And that's who's pictured in these photos. My dad on the far left with his siblings in the background, my grandmother in the middle. And I'm here today because he survived. And on occasion over the years, he's told us some of the stories from the boarding school eras. And I always get emotional because I'm sure like anyone's family, when your family member hurts, you hurt, right? He was beaten. He was punished for speaking Navajo. He didn't know when he would see his family again. My grandmother didn't know if she would ever see her son again. And many parents never did. This is what's been highlighted in the news, the hundreds of burial cemeteries that are being found with children that never made it home. My dad was one of the lucky ones. And that picture on the far right there, well, I guess, where you're far right, is of him and his scrubs and me on his shoulders when I was probably only 2. And by American standards, he was successful. He became a physician. He was one of the first in his family to go to college. He was American Indian Physician of the Year. He dedicated his career to the health of Native people. What a success story. And I always hear this question, Heather, well, wasn't the boarding experience good for him? Look at all that he did. And my response hasn't changed over the years. Couldn't we have done it in a better way without the resulting harm? Couldn't the federal government have went into these communities and talked with the people about education and how they could have worked together? Because I guarantee you there was a way that my father could have been successful without those lingering harms. And it's the same, that importance of history, of actions being implemented by the government without community input, whether for their good or not. We have that same history when we look at water. Our tribal leaders have been recognizing for decades the importance of water, that there's a federal treaty and trust responsibility related to providing water, and that it is necessary for the survival of our communities. And so that's where I'm going to turn it over to Bitta to go through that history.
And good morning, everybody. And I'm sorry I couldn't be with you in person. I had to stay home because we are in the process of deploying hundreds of millions of dollars to help address this issue. And what I mean by that is it's American Rescue Plan funding. The federal Congress determined that tribes needed to obtain direct funding through the American Rescue Plan to address COVID-related needs on their homelands. And the Navajo Nation has received just over $2 billion. And we need to start deploying that money. So it's exciting to be home, to be working on this. And I want to thank Heather for her honesty and her transparency. These are tough issues. And And I just want to highlight that it's my personal belief that we would not be speaking about these issues today were it not for COVID-19. And I think that we are in a transitional point in this country where equity is at the forefront of all of our conversations. And I was on a panel yesterday with John Fleck, who I think is in the audience today, and we were reporting on drought issues. But as John said, we shouldn't use the term drought. So I'm going to use the term water supply issues and the challenges that are facing the Southwest. And David Hayes was on the panel, and he started his comments talking about how we work in siloed worlds, and these silos is part of what's created the challenges that we face today. And we'll talk a little bit more about this as we go along. But that's one of the reasons why the Biden administration is taking a whole of government approach. So I asked Heather to throw together this slide because I think it's an interesting slide. And if we were more technologically sophisticated, we would be able to flip back and forth from the timeline that Heather showed you and this timeline, so if we think about these key pivotal cases that I know everybody in this audience knows, but you think about these cases against the timeline that Heather showed about U.S. Indian policy, I think these cases start to take on in perhaps a different flavor, or it may look different to members of our audience. So again, I won't go through them because this is all of you are water experts, and you know what these cases say. But the point is that we need to move away from the siloed world of waters over here and Indian issues over here, and move to the world of equity. Next slide. So on this, one of the motivating, or one of the messages that we're trying to share in the universal access to clean drinking water effort is that water settlements cannot be a precondition to the delivery of clean drinking water to reservations. And that's not to say that tribal water settlements are not critical. They are incredibly critical. It's that water settlements, as the next bullet says, are complicated, they take decades. And as this audience knows, it involves a much bigger water conversation than clean drinking water to homes. It's about ag water and industrial water. Our effort is focused on clean drinking water to homes. And again, we would not be having this conversation were it not for COVID. But as Anne said, this is not a new problem. And as Heather said, the problem we're trying to highlight and solve in this moment of time, in seizing this moment, is the lack of access to clean drinking water in home. And so we're still pulling together numbers right now at Navajo, but there are 3 different groups reaching out, getting names, figuring out where we can deploy resources immediately. And right now, I think we have over 3,500 names of families who need a bathroom addition. Now, that's just one subset of the water supply problem to clean drinking homes. But these are people who have been identified who live in homes that do not have the physical bathroom structure, right? So they fit into a different category. It's in addition to getting them a water line or a cistern, we have to get the funding to build that bathroom addition. And so that's what I was working on yesterday and why I couldn't be with you today. So let me turn it back to Heather to talk about the wonderful research that she led that really spurred on our effort.
Yeah, thanks. So we'll talk specifically about a project, and again, something I think we've all have been incredibly invested in over the past year. And initially, we were really trying to understand the problems, particularly what does lack of water mean for tribes in the Colorado River Basin. And what we found is that lack of access could take different forms. No tribe is the same. They're all going to have their own reservation area or history, but we're very confident, and our research has shown that every tribe in the basin and broadly across the US is dealing with one of these challenges. And the first one is one that we've talked about already. It's a lack of piped water service into homes. As mentioned, Native American households are less likely than any other group to lack piped water service into their homes. And Navajo Nation in particular, their challenges were really highlighted by the media over COVID, what Bit had just talked about. It's estimated up to 40% of Navajo Nation homes lack water. I was just visiting my cousin outside of Gallup and Rehoboth the other weekend. She was fortunate to get electricity in, but said they were told it would take another year to get water in. Can you imagine, my kids are asking, where do I go to the bathroom? Go to the outhouse, right? That's their standard of living right now, which is very different from mine in Salt Lake City. The second challenge that tribal communities are facing is their water quality. It's inadequate or just unacceptable. In some cases, the water quality is presenting a health risk, right? Hopi in particular, they estimate that 75% of people living on their lands are drinking naturally occurring arsenic contaminated water. And again, that's not limited to Hopi. There's just a study done at the beginning of this year looking at the Crow Reservation, and 39% of the tribal families were using wells that were unsafe for long-term consumption due to the metal levels or nitrates, but they had no other option. And so they continued to use that contaminated water. Again, broadly, there's another study that found that 61% of drinking water systems on reservations had health or other significant violations, compared to just 27% of all public systems in the US. The third challenge is that even if you have a water line coming in, maybe the quality is meeting APA or other standards for now, but it's just not adequate for the growing population of the tribe, or it's deteriorating and it needs to be replaced. So our infrastructure investments are not keeping up with need. And this is a problem across the US for sure, not just tribal nations, but tribes in particular have been struggling with this. Colorado River Indian tribes has systems dating back to the late 1800s. And we know that investments in our infrastructure provides a lot of economic returns. So the US Water Alliance says every dollar spent on water infrastructure improvements generates $6 in return. Indian Health Service tells us that every dollar spent on sanitation facilities in tribal areas has at least a 20-fold return in health benefits. And then our fourth and kind of final category we identified is operation and maintenance support. Tribes continue to face structural challenges in supporting their O&M. And when you are not maintaining your systems, it's going to put that future continued, provision of water at risk. And this, is another tricky area for tribes because of their revenue streams. So tribes are unable to tax their tribal lands, so they can't use that resource. And so they often have to pull from somewhere else. Some tribes are fortunate to have other economic developments that they can utilize. But remember, these tribes, they're operating everything. They're dealing with not just these water challenges, but the murdered and missing Indigenous women's epidemic that's going on. They're trying to supplement IHS health facilities because IHS is underfunded. There is a lot on their plates. O&M is no exception. So that is the different areas we highlight in our report. Again, the website Ann showed earlier, tribalcleanwater.org, provides the full report and goes into all of these areas in much more detail. But knowing the problem then, what do we do about it? How are we going to solve it? And so Bit is going to run through the commitment from the federal government funding and our proposed whole of government approach.
Thanks, Heather. So this is for me, the exciting and optimistic part of the presentation. I do want to take a step back, but I don't think Anne, Anne mentioned that she and I have been working on this project for a year and a half. When COVID started, both Anne and I were hearing from various people about how surprised they were about the lack of access to clean drinking water in Indian country. And it was particularly interesting to me because, as Anne said, I spent my whole career working on this. And there were friends and colleagues in the Colorado River Basin who were also reaching out. And I thought that was really interesting because, Navajo had entered into its San Juan River settlement. The Utah settlement had been worked on for years, and somebody's asked a question about that I can address in a minute. And I thought we had always been very clear that the key to those projects, so settlements, were clean drinking water projects. And so it was interesting to me, it's something about human psychology, right? That it took that knowing somebody who was affected or potentially affected by the lack of access to clean drinking water really seemed to open people's eyes to the problem. So Anne and I seized the moment, as the earlier slide said, and we had no idea what we were entering into. When we started this, we thought we were going to do some educational work, but we were pushed very early on to go to do much more than education. That many people saw what was happening. I'm forgetting the gentleman's name, but President Obama's chief of staff is famous for saying, "Never let a good crisis go to waste." So that's what we're doing. This is a good crisis that we will not let go to waste. And these are the three prongs of our effort. Next slide, they fit very nicely into the Biden, what the Biden administration has identified as their priorities: COVID, economic recovery, racial equity, and climate change. And climate change may not seem like a specific fit with universal access to clean drinking water, but as we're dealing with water supply challenges in the Southwest, we know that building resilient water systems is part of addressing climate change. I'm happy to report that the Navajo Gallup Water Supply Project, which was the centerpiece of the Navajo Nation's San Juan River settlement, it started delivering water in one of two laterals. There are two laterals. If you know New Mexico, one goes down 550 and the other will be constructed along 491. 550 is Farmington to Cuba, New Mexico, and then 491 is Shiprock down to Gallup. But the 550 lateral started delivering water last October. Right, the timing couldn't have been better. But Navajo Gallup, the reason I'm focusing on Navajo Gallup is it is truly a drought response project, because it's taking available San Juan River surface water supplies and moving it through the Navajo Nation. The groundwater supplies are very challenged, so very much a resilient project that will support the Navajo Nation for many decades to come. So nice alignment between universal access and those priorities. So an area that we did not know last June when we started this project that we'd be entering into is really delving into the details of what funding is needed. And if the person controlling the slide could toggle to the next slide and then go back to this slide. The reason I'm doing this is I just wanted to show the audience all the agencies that have some role in getting clean drinking water to Native people. So if you jump back to the first funding slide, Indian Health Service is responsible for what's called sanitation facilities. And this is interesting because as we've gone through this journey, it's not readily apparent to people that sanitation facilities is the same thing as clean drinking water. But that's essentially, but that's, it is, it's one and the same. It's sanitation facilities deals with both clean drinking water to the home and then dealing with the wastewater as it comes out. IHS has publicly reported that they have an existing, and I think this is very interesting. You know, the United States has a known list of sanitation deficiencies in this country and has had that list arguably since 1959 when this program was created. IHS has reported that sanitation deficiencies list numbers actually, this says $3.4 billion. Well, what IHS has reported is that they have 3.2 billion. Working with Senator Bennett, who is a key sponsor of this bill, our team suggested putting together funding in the amounts that you see here. One, to address the existing lack of infrastructure, but then two, to address the issues that Heather mentioned, which is operation and maintenance. These systems are only as good as long as they last. So that's a big ticket item. And I won't walk through the rest of them because I think we're starting to run out of time. But you see them listed here. EPA plays a role in this, USDA rural development. Some people were not aware that some tribes' systems have been built through USDA rural development. Reclamation has a role both in their technical assistance program and through the Rural Water Supply Act Authority. Next slide. And this is what came out in the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. This is the bipartisan infrastructure bill. So this was an amazing day when we learned, go back to that slide, when we learned that the Senate had come to agree on $3.5 billion to IHS, more than we had even identified. It just confirmed the notion that there is a consensus in this country that this issue needs to be resolved. And the Infrastructure Investment Act has this level of funding for EPA and reclamation. What it lacks, next slide, what the bipartisan infrastructure bill lacks is funding for USDA, funding for some additional funding for reclamation. But most importantly, it's that O&M assistance. And what I think is most interesting here is that when Congress created this program, the Indian Health Service Sanitation Deficiency Program, they authorized IHS, Congress authorized IHS to support tribal O&M, but Congress has never funded that. That sentence alone has stopped many congressional staffers in their seat, in their step. And they've all said, you just keep repeating that sentence, that Congress authorized this, but has never funded it. Next slide. So as we mentioned, we're advocating for a whole of government approach. We have, through Heather's leadership, developed what we're calling an administrative reform report that Ann and I and Heather will be emailing out a draft. We'll be emailing out a draft of this administrative reform report to many people, hopefully some of you in the audience. And what we're doing in that report is identifying how the federal government can take a whole of government approach in this universal access to clean drinking water. You've seen the number of agencies that have a role in clean drinking water in Indian country. We know the Biden administration supports whole of government for climate change issues as reflected in Executive Order 14,008. So we're just building on the already wonderful ideas that are coming out of the Biden administration and helping folks, hopefully we're helping. We feel like we're helping and not being officious intermeddlers, but helping the federal government transition to this world of funding. And I'm living this as we speak, right? Those of us who've been doing this work we're most accustomed to living in a world of very little resources. Now we have the resources we need, and so our systems have got to quickly adjust to move to that new world. And of course, in any whole of government approach, we're going to have to not only capitalize on the strengths of the agencies, but always remember to consult with tribes. Because as Daryl V. Hill says, when you know one tribe, you know one tribe. And I like to say, when you know, and with Navajo, you don't even know one tribe, right? We're so big, you really have to learn the local customs all throughout the reservation. And hopefully a few of you in the audience are chuckling about that because you worked with Navajo and you know what it's like. Next slide. Just another slide. I think really the point of that slide is that picture that was drawn 20 years ago to take to a congressional hearing on why we need the San Juan settlement passed. So I love this picture because depending on who the audience is, everybody sees something different. Like you all might have noticed the fresh instead of the fresh, but when I show this to a Navajo audience, what they all chuckle about is it's a Ford and not a Chevy. But this is right. But this is I think a fourth grader, maybe a second grader's view of where fresh water comes from, right? And what's interesting is those are metal barrels. I think today, if that were drawn, it would probably be a larger plastic barrel, but the Ford is just classic, right? Today it'd be a much bigger truck. This is, John talked about this yesterday, that we have to have optimism. I think just in this half-hour presentation, we've shown how much the United States has progressed when it comes to Indian issues. Solving this issue right now I'm tearing up, will really change the game, for Native people. And I have to thank Heather for tearing up, because before Heather, I was only the only person crying, and now I have sisters in the fight who have lived this experience and who understand how important it is. So last slide, here's our contact info. We are always looking for people to join our effort to advocate with us. And I will end there. And hopefully we have time for questions. If not, I apologize for going over.
No, thank you. Thanks to both Heather and Bitta. And obviously you can tell we're all so passionate about this initiative. And I so appreciate all the soul that both Bitta and Heather have put into this work. So we have time for a couple of questions. I don't know if we have questions in the chat, but certainly we can take questions from this audience here.
And we did have a question in the chat from Terry Fisk asking, does the recent settlement agreement between Navajo and the state of Utah help remedy these problems? And the answer is yes. I'm embarrassed that I don't have the numbers off the top of my head. What I would, so the little bit of difference between what we're doing and, for instance, what the settlement agreement does is we're really focused on getting the existing federal agencies with existing authorities fully funded to deploy immediately. The Utah settlement agreement, much like the Navajo San Juan settlement agreement, addresses the bigger water supply projects, and they will address part of the problem. But right now, we're very much focused on deploy, get water to Heather's cousin, get water to people immediately, so that we can get through COVID, right? So that we can successfully get through the pandemic we're in.
Yeah, thank you, Bitta. Questions? Comments? Yes, go ahead.
I guess I need the microphone. I really enjoyed your presentation. I liked it a lot. I see that you guys have like a huge undertaking. So what are your steps moving forward? Are you going to be contacting individual tribes, seeing if they, are interested in your help, have drinking water issues? Have you identified where to go next after Navajo? Things along those lines. So
Yeah, thank you. Let me take a crack at that and then invite Heather and Bitta to chime in. This is really a nationwide initiative. Both Heather and Bitta have their roots in the Navajo Nation, but it has never been a project limited to Navajo. And even though the solutions are site-specific and unique, okay. Some of the underlying issues are universal. And that's certainly true with the history that both Heather and Bitta have recounted. But it's also true in connection with the federal agencies that have programs that are aimed at solving at least a portion of this problem, in that all of those programs have been historically underfunded and badly underfunded. And so understandably, the agencies have kind of drawn circles around what they're going to fund and what they're not going to fund because they were so limited. If these infrastructure bills pass and the Build Back Better bill passes, funding will not be the limiting factor any longer. And so the regulations, the guidelines, the restrictions, the way applications are considered, that needs to evolve into a full funding environment. And those are the kinds of things that we're thinking about, that the research team is working on to try to make recommendations about how to adjust to what is hopefully a new environment, a new funding environment, and that is nationwide as well. Consultation with tribes is a given because these issues are unique. Every single tribe has, and may within the tribe have several different kinds of lack of access to clean water. And so the solutions have to be individually crafted as well. Heather, do you want to add?
And I'll just add that when we started the work, I do think we thought that piped water plumbing would be the primary issue. And it was discussions with tribal council, water divisions, with the tribes that we realized it was much broader. And that's what those discussions with tribes in the basin using the Water and Tribe Initiative in their context, that led to formation of those different buckets. And our report goes into much depth on the different programs. We just didn't talk about that in this session because it's going to be addressed later on. But we had a lot of conversations with agency folks and tribal individuals to put together our report.
Bitta?
I don't think, did we share the statistic on the need at San Juan, Southern Ute? I think that's an interesting statistic for people.
Yeah.
Where about 13% of their people haul water. So I'm just underscoring the fact that the lack of access takes on 4 forms and affects all tribes.
Absolutely. And Laura Lai-Cloud is here and going to be speaking in just a few minutes about the Southern Ute issues in particular. We have time for one more question. Anyone? Yes.
Thank you very much for the very inspiring talks. I'm curious about in this process, is there also integrated education in terms of bringing a lot of the engineering technical capacities for the O&M integrated within the tribal societies itself via the colleges, Dene College or various ones to increase the engineering capacity for the operation and maintenance internally?
Yeah, such a good question, really critical. O&M is not just money to operate systems, but it's also the development of tribal capacity to ensure that those systems keep operated, that they're operated by tribal community members who are knowledgeable and certified. The way that the way the funding streams work for that is through the Indian Health Service Operation and Maintenance Assistance. Reclamation has authority to provide technical assistance to tribes. And there are, as you alluded to, organizations that do the kind of operator training and certification. ITCA in Arizona does that nationwide, actually, for tribes. There are other tribal organizations that train and certify water and sanitation operators. Those are the kinds of the efforts that we need to engage with and deploy, but it also takes money. So one of the well, I think a couple of the recommendations in the administrative reform report deal with that issue specifically. So hopefully we'll have that out in another couple months. Heather, do you want to talk about that?
Yeah, no, I think that's really critical. You know, again, it's not just our water field across the board. Outsiders are having to come into the clinics as physicians and engineering, and they're just less likely to stay in those communities. And so I think it's really important that we start building up the capacity within the communities. And that's just going to take some time, right? The junior high student now, the high schooler, getting them to go to college and do an engineering degree. I know in the legal field, we have our own outreach. The med schools do as well. And there's a great the Engineering Society, American Indians of Engineering. They have a society, and I know we're all working to build up tribal communities. And in our report, in the lack of O&Ms being funded, we do have a section highlighting the different technical assistance programs that are there. They help a little bit. There's circuit riders with different agencies that will go out. It helps a little more as needed, and we do make some recommendations of how to do that.
And let me just close this session by saying that this is a problem whose time has come. There is widespread recognition of these types of racial justice equity issues. And Boulder's own Congressman Joe Neguse and Senator Michael Bennet have both introduced resolutions with some of their colleagues in the House and the Senate in support of universal clean water access for tribes. And those resolutions have received widespread support from the water community, from the Colorado Water Congress, from the U.S. Water Alliance, from the National Water Resources Association, through John Echohawk's effort from the National Congress of American Indians. I mean, people know that this is the time to solve the problem. And we have this opportunity now. If we can't do it now, it may be another decade, it may be another generation before we have this window of time again. So thank you all for your attention. We'll be talking more about this issue, and any of us are available to talk more or answer questions. Thanks.
We're going to take a short break. And because of our Zoom appearances, I'm going to be a little rigid about this. I hope you can be back in 10 or 12 minutes. President Nez from the Navajo Nation will be appearing via Zoom at 10:35. So if you could be back in your seats a few minutes before that, that'd be great. There's food and drink over here. Restrooms are at the end of the hall. And I'll see you in about 12 minutes. Thank you. President Nez will be joining us about 2 minutes. So if you can make your way back to your seats, that would be great. Can you hear me, President Nez?
Yes.
Oh,
good
great.
morning.
Well, welcome. I'm going to do a brief introduction. It's such an honor to have you join us today, and thank you for taking the time out of your busy schedule. And President Nez's bio is in our program, but before he begins, I wanted to tell you just a little bit about his lengthy record of public service. President Nez began his public service after being elected Shanto Chapter Vice President and was later elected to serve 3 terms as Navajo Nation Council Delegate. He also served 2 terms as the Navajo County Board of Supervisors. And in 2015, he was elected Navajo Nation Vice President. In 2019, he became president. He earned his bachelor's degree in political science and a master's degree in public administration from Northern Arizona University, and is currently, I understand, a doctoral student in political science, in his spare time. His research covers mobilizing local communities of the Navajo Nation to reinstate their inherent local ways of government and reducing dependence on central tribal government. Welcome, President Nez. It's an honor to have you here this morning.
They say here on the Navajo Nation, good morning to everyone that's participating in this 41st annual Colorado Law Conference on Natural Resources. And of course, the topic you all want to hear from the Navajo Nation is the effects that the lack of access to clean and safe water has had on our Navajo Nation citizens. As was mentioned, I am the president of the Navajo Nation. For my fellow Navajo constituents, wanted to introduce myself by my clans to our Navajo people. The magnitude of the COVID-19 pandemic and its discord, of course, the harsh impacts on Indigenous peoples are now well known in the Navajo Nation. I guess more so because of what we went through during these 19 plus months in this public health emergency. This disproportionate ravaging of our community is attributed to the blatant reality of the lack of access to basic services, including clean water, and to the healthcare and the other communities, and that other communities enjoy. We here on Navajo have infrastructure deficiencies. Almost 40% of our Navajo people still lack plumbing in their homes, and most haul water for drinking, bathing, cooking, and other domestic uses. The COVID-19 pandemic demonstrated the connection between our health and the availability of adequate water supplies. The pandemic also showed the world how challenging it was for the Navajo Nation to fight this virus, when up to 40% of its population lacks indoor plumbing and electricity. Let's not forget electricity. And you need electricity to pull water from one area to another. The Navajo Nation needs water infrastructure and development of water to provide basic amenities to our tribal citizens. Let me give you a glimpse of our worldview here on the Navajo Nation. When it comes to water, or even discussions of water rights, a lot of times the main discussion is about drinking water. But of course, we do also want to talk about the permanent homeland of our people into the future, right? And so I grew up hauling water myself. And, matter of fact, believe it or not, where I live in Shanto, we still don't have running water. My mother teases me, man, you're the president of the Navajo Nation. When are you going to bring water to us? But I always tell my mom, you taught us to take care of others before we take care of ourselves. That's a true teaching that has been passed from generation to generation, helping others. But when it comes to, water, when we used to haul, and we're still hauling water, the first use of our water is for our livestock. We give our cattle or horses or sheep water. And then we also utilize it for our farms, a lot of dry farming on the Navajo Nation. And so that's kind of the priority. And then whatever is left over after that goes to drinking water. And then because of COVID-19, we know that there's a need for better use for pushing back on the virus, COVID-19. So we bring the water home. It's for livestock and farming, and we drink it. Whatever's left over is used for personal hygiene. And sometimes there's not much. And you saw here on the Navajo Nation, or maybe you heard that we got hit hard, and it's because of our use of what we have with water. And right now we are dealing and talking about water rights with the state of Arizona. We did get approval of our water rights for the state of New Mexico, and just recently the state of Utah. But for Arizona, that's, it's going to be pretty lengthy, I'm sure. It's been a long haul thus far. So the pre-existing clean water access gaps and water quality challenges in the Navajo Nation make it impossible to follow the CDC guidance on COVID-19 prevention, like frequent hand washing, and are now even more significant than in non-pandemic times. The Navajo Nation has had a higher death rate per capita than the rest of the United States, which may have been lower if more tribal members had access to potable water. Economic hardship is exacerbated since Navajo Nation residents that haul water need to pay for and haul even more water on their limited household budgets. Sometimes we, like for my family, we go 15 miles to get water, 30 miles round trip. Navajo tribal members pay an estimated 67 times more for water that they haul versus water that is delivered via a municipal water system in their homes. This includes the cost of gasoline, right, for their vehicle, for the barrels that hold the water, of course, maintenance of vehicles. We have some really harsh, tough conditions, road conditions here on the Navajo Nation. The cost of, and of course, the cost of water itself, which is dependent on where they are buying the water. While the Navajo Nation greatly appreciates the efforts of multiple partners who worked with us to provide water solutions, these are stopgap measures and insufficient to truly address the widespread lack of access to clean water. It is critical to provide, provide water infrastructure and potable water for sanitary purposes immediately. Increased water access will allow Navajo Nation residents to follow public health guidance associated with hand washing and surface cleaning, helping reduce the spread of illness and lessen the burden on the Navajo Nation's healthcare system. I really want you all to assist, and I think the way to assist in this is to remind our federal leaders that there has been promises made between tribes and the federal government through treaties. The federal government's perpetual trust responsibility simply cannot be reconciled with its failure to provide essential services that most Americans take for granted. Many federal programs are underfunded for water infrastructure, and the time is now for federal agencies to help get clean drinking water to Navajo homes. And when I say that there's promises that were made in 1868, the Navajo Nation signed a treaty with the federal government where, promises were made. Federal government would help out with education, infrastructure, healthcare. And to this day, we continuously remind our federal government of those broken promises. Now, in return, like the Navajo Nation, other tribes too have fulfilled those promises from our side by, protecting this country. Overall, with any ethnic group, Native Americans are on the top in terms of volunteering for the armed services. And of that, Navajo is the most who have gone into the military. The promise of protecting one another, we have fulfilled that to this day. And I'm sure you heard about the Navajo Code Talkers. The Navajo Code Talkers utilize our language to help win battles, and even generals and leaders have said if it wasn't for the Navajo language, we wouldn't have had won World War II. And so a reminder to our federal friends that Navajo and Native American nations have contributed greatly to this country. And let us also say too that uranium was dug up from our lands and utilized to make weapons that protect this country. And to this day, we have over 500 open uranium mines here on the Navajo Nation. And because they're open, it goes into the atmosphere, people breathe it in, high rates of cancers. And when it rains, it contaminates the water, the drinking water for our animals and ourselves. And, with the visit of the US EPA Administrator, Michael Reagan, he saw firsthand how uranium contamination has hurt our drinking water here on the Navajo Nation. So it is very important that we get clean and safe water to our Navajo citizens. And I do appreciate the invitation to be here and giving you a glimpse of what the Navajo Nation is going through in terms of the lack of access to water for our Navajo people. And as I mentioned, we ask too for your support to remind our lawmakers in Washington, D.C. to fulfill these obligations. And what we're talking about is getting clean water to our citizens. Water is life. Well, thank you so much. Appreciate your time.
Thank you so much, President Nez. We know you have a very busy day ahead of you. Thank you again. This is nothing like a good cry in the morning. I want to welcome Laura Lee Cloud to the podium. She's a member of the Southern Ute Tribe. She's been a council member for the Southern Ute Tribal Council for 5 years. In that time, she served as the vice chairman and treasurer. She's also served a 2-year term as chairman of the 10 Tribes Partnership and is currently a member of the Water and Tribes Initiative and the Indigenous Women's Leadership Network. Welcome, Laura Lee.
Thank you. It's an honor to be here. Actually, I was very surprised to be asked, and I'm so grateful that the conference, also everyone here actually worked with my schedule to make it and be here today. Again, I am Lorelei Cloud. I am a member of the Southern Indian Tribe. I'm actually from the Kapota Band of the Southern Ute Tribes. And so if you know anything about the Utes, there's 2 Ute tribes within the state of Colorado. There is the Southern Ute Tribe and the Ute Mountain Ute Tribe. We also have a sister tribe that's in Utah. And all of the Ute tribes are made of different bands. And my band is the Kapota Band. And so I'm here to talk about my reservation and our water equality. So just to kind of give you some quick statistics about the reservation. My reservation was established in 1868. And it's a small strip of land in the southwest corner of the state of Colorado in the Four Corners area. We have about 1,500 tribal members and about 1,000 of them reside within the reservation boundaries. But the reservation itself is about, I'm gonna get the right statistics here, 15 miles long, 15 miles wide, 75 miles long. And so within this small strip of land, we have what's called a checkerboard status. And so within that area, we have about 499 acres, square miles that are tribal owned, and that's all commingled basically with 472 square miles of private land and about 95 miles of federal land. And so within this small strip of land, there is several different regulatory agencies that everybody kind of has to deal with. So we have tribal, we have BIA, we have state, we have other federal, we have also have the town of Ignacio and let me see, I'm missing one, and the county. And so when you have all of the different regulatory bodies governing this small strip of land, law enforcement and other judicial areas becomes very complex, especially when it comes to land and water. And so on this small strip of land, the Southern Ute Tribe, we have our own utility group. But within our own utility division, it's also been very hard because we've just within the past year filled up a brand new raw water storage. Previously to 2020, we had a raw water storage that had been in place for quite a long time, and it had the capacity of 1 day of storage. And so that is, we couldn't have that anymore. And so it was actually a really big push with all the different regulatory bodies to even get the raw water storage pond that we have now, which is right next to the 1 day storage. And thank goodness now we have a capacity of up to 28 days of raw water storage. So within my reservation boundaries, we have 7 rivers that flow through our reservation. But our primary source of potable water actually comes from the Pine River. And the Pine River, we actually have junior water rights. And so if there was a call on the river, it would be completely devastating for our tribal members and actually for the town of Ignacio, because our utility division provides water also to the town of Ignacio. We actually provide water up to I believe it's 460 households, and most of that is going to be for the town of Ignacio residents. And it's made this way mostly because of the infrastructure, the existing infrastructure. It's close to the area, but we can only provide water to a small section of the reservation. And so with the 1,000 other tribal members that live within the reservation boundaries, they actually have to haul water. And so when you look at how many different groundwater systems groundwater wells that we have within the reservation boundaries, there's about 3,561 groundwater wells within this small strip of land. 51 are owned by the tribe. 130 are owned by tribal members. And so that means there's over 3,300 groundwater wells that are owned by non-tribal members on this strip of land. So when I was growing up, I grew up in a house with no running water. Actually, I stayed the night with my sister. She lives in Denver. We were talking about this last night. And when we were little, my uncle, Leonard Birch, which is the former chairman at the time, he would always come every Sunday. We would put our water crates in the back of the truck and go to his house, and we would fill up water from the garden hose. And we had to make sure that water lasted. And my sister remembered that a few times that it didn't last for that week. And we actually got water from the irrigation ditch in front of the house, boiled that, and we used that. I don't remember that, sorry. I guess it's emotional in this area. But yeah, she remembered that and I didn't. But understanding, sorry, let me. Sorry. Water is so important, not just to Native people, but should be important to everybody, every single one of us. When we grew up, again, it was a very traditional style home. My grandmother, she made sure that we did everything traditional. And so we always made sure that we prayed for the water. And it isn't just praying about the water itself or the drinking water, but it's praying for the spirit of the water, offering the gifts to the water. And she also made us understand that every single body of water has a spirit. You and I have a spirit, the plants have a spirit, and that water also has a spirit. And so we need to make sure we take care of that water and pray for it as well too, so that we have water is alive, so that water is sustainable for all of us and it stays alive, because you can't drink dead water, that's contaminated water. And so understanding that when we were little, it became very important for us to have that water and taking care of it. And so when I was around 12, we actually moved into a HUD home just a little ways from the other house, and we actually had running water. But our water is contaminated with methane. So in our area, methane is it's very predominant in the area. It's just naturally occurring. So it always contaminates the groundwater, and that's what our water was like. And she remembers the smell when we first moved into the home. It wasn't just in the water, but it made the whole house smell like methane. And that ended up becoming a normal part of our life. And we use the water all the time. But ironically, and I cannot make this up, so my son actually lives in that house now. But 3 days ago, he ran out of water. And so we're trying to figure out if it's the pump went, or the pump is bad, or the groundwater, the well is dried up, or something. We don't know. We're still trying to, do process of elimination to get water back to that house. So today is actually day 3 of him taking showers at my house. And so when I go back, this is, something that we all have to deal with. But there's about 60 other tribal homes that deal with the same problem. They actually don't have any running water in their homes. And about 1,000 other homes that are within the reservation boundaries, again, haul water. And it's either through our tribal water service, which it does cost them. And the other tribal members have, because of their location, have to use another well service to haul water. And sometimes it's about $300 a load of water. And so making sure, we complain about high cost of our water bills, but can you imagine paying up to $300 maybe every 2 weeks for your water? And sometimes depending on the weather, you may not get it. And so it's a realization, not just for, my reservation, but for many other reservations as well too. And so I'm so glad for Heather and Bitta and for pushing forward on the Clean Water Act, because water is so valuable to all of us. Every single one of us should have access to clean water. We should be able to turn on our tap and to have water. We take it for granted. And when people don't have it, they feel the effects of not having that clean water. But I kind of went off my little presentation a little bit, but for me, I think it's, as a Ute woman, seeing the effects of how I grew up into where we're at right now. We have so much technology and so many different advances, but yet we still don't have water in homes. How can you balance that? It doesn't make sense. Let's see, what else? I think one thing that I do want to make sure that I do leave you with is because water is so important. We always say water is life, but quite honestly, do you understand what that means? It's something that we say quite honestly over and over again, and it's becoming a numb type statement. But water is the essence of life. We are born in water. When our mothers carried us, we were in water. Half of our body is, or more than half of our body is made up of water. We need water for everything. Our plants, our animals, we all need water. We all need clean water. So when you go home to your kids, and you give them water, be thankful for that. Sorry. Because again, most people don't have that. They can't even wash their hands and keep the germs off their hands, or, you know, stay clean, because they don't have that clean water. And we take that for granted. You know, sometimes I do, you know, but I always make sure, I hear my grandma, you need to go down to the river and pray for that water. You know, you guys, when I get after my kids for playing in the water for too long, or down at the river or wherever they're at, and I was like, did you guys leave a gift for the water? And no, so they'll go back. Or they'll, you know, we always make sure that we always end up going back to wherever we were at and praying for that water. And like myself, I'm an avid skier. I love to ski, but I know that that is frozen water. So every single time I get to the highest peak, I always make sure I pray and I leave offerings for that water that's there, because that water is always, that water that I'm skiing on or playing on or whatever is going to end up in somebody's cup one day. And so making sure that it's taken care of is so important for all of us. But, you know, as you people, we've been here for time immemorial. And so we've always had to care for the water. We've been stewards of this water for such a long time, and we need to just keep that going. We need to make sure that we're always in the conversations of how much water that we are using, or partnering with to make sure that we all can have sustainable water. Again, but on my reservation, it doesn't matter, I think, on what reservation you're at. People are always suffering. They don't have the water. They're hauling water. And, you know, like President Ned says, sometimes it's a long trip for people to haul water. And it's, again, being thankful for what we have in our water. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I had the pleasure of teaching our Advanced Natural Resources seminar every other year or so, and I took a group of students to the Four Corners area, including Gregor McGregor, who now is working for us, and we went to visit Nicole Horseherder. We were up on her land walking around. She showed us, her family was nomadic, and she showed us where the spring used to be that her family lived off of, and was telling us how she now had to truck in water, and her tank was low, and she was going to talk about what she had to figure out over the next couple of days. And Gregor McGregor at the time was also a captain in the Army, so before we started our trip, he said, each car needs to have at least 3 gallons of water in it in case we break down, and he knew every hospital was through every county we were driving through. And when we left Nicole, we were able to leave her all of our water, and I can't think of a more meaningful gift. It meant a lot to her and her family and her students, and I just want to thank Gregor for being that well prepared, so we were able to leave that gift. So now I get to hand off the program for our next panel, which is Federal Agency Role in Regulatory Reform, to one of our center's amazing water fellows, Jaime Garcia. He joined us late August, and we rescued him from Texas. He was a Texas Commissioner in Environmental Quality in Austin, and he's one of 2 of our water fellows. We have 2 fellows for 2 years, and we're actually going to launch a search for our next 2 fellows in the beginning of 2022. If you get a chance to ask Jaime about the work he's doing, I'd love you to learn more about that program. It's been beyond successful. Our wildest dreams have been surpassed with the work they've been able to do and the people they've been able to meet. And we're really happy that he can moderate this panel, and the other fellow, Chelsea Colwin, will be on the panel. And I just want to welcome Jaime and thank him again for all of his work, and I look forward to this panel. Oh, and a quick note, right after this, we're going to go to lunch, which is upstairs on the 2nd floor. Secretary Vilsack will be here physically. He's going to speak at 1. So again, if you can just make sure you're back in the room a little bit before 1 after lunch, that would be great. Thank you so much.
Hi, thank you, Alice, for that introduction. As she mentioned, my name is Jaime Garcia, and I will make a plug for anybody who would like to come work at the Getchell Wilkinson Center. I will try to apply for a second fellowship term, but I don't think they'll let that happen. So I encourage you to apply, whether you're here in person or watching on the live stream, if you're interested in some of these important issues affecting the Colorado River Basin. You've heard a lot from our amazing speakers and panelists about some of the issues that are facing tribal communities, particularly with respect to access to clean water, or I should say the lack of access to clean water. And you've also heard mention time and time again of the federal agencies that are involved and how woefully underfunded they are. But hopefully we'll provide some optimism, as Bitta mentioned, trying to be optimistic, and discuss these federal agencies and the role they play in providing and improving access to clean water for tribal communities. So I'd like to introduce the panelists briefly, and their wonderful bios are in the program. I encourage you to read them all. I'll briefly introduce them, and I think it would be best to hear from them about their work. As Alice mentioned, Chelsea Colwin is a fellow here at the Getchell Wilkinson Center, and she'll be discussing the overall need for funding versus the actual funding levels that these federal agencies have, and really helping to set the background for this discussion. Then we'll hear from the panelists themselves. We have Rear Admiral Mark Calkins. He is the director of the Division of Sanitation Facilities Construction for the Indian Health Services. We have Emmanuel Rapivicoli. She is with EPA Region 9 and is the team leader for a tribal drinking water team. And here in person, we have David Palumbo from the Bureau of Reclamation. He is the Deputy Commissioner of Operations. And as I mentioned, after Chelsea sort of gives you the background and talks more about the research that Anne and Heather and Bitta have mentioned, we'll hear from our panelists about the work that their respective agencies are doing, some of the barriers that they face in their day-to-day work, and some of the opportunities that they've had to help provide and improve access to clean drinking water. Chelsea, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Jaime, for that introduction. I'm excited to be here and I'm really looking forward to this panel. I'm just going to briefly make sure I can hopefully share my screen here. I want to do. Okay, hopefully that is working. Yeah. Okay, so this panel is, as Jaime mentioned, on the federal agency's role in providing access to clean water and sanitation on tribal lands. And I want to start by re-emphasizing, as John Ecohawk, Heather Tanana, and President Nez and others did so elegantly this morning, that the federal government's role here is not optional, but rather required, both morally and legally. The federal government has a duty based on its trust and treaty responsibilities to provide clean water and sanitation to tribes. In exchange for millions of acres of land, the federal government made promises to tribes, often including the establishment of a reservation as a permanent homeland for tribes. Access to clean water and sanitation is a basic human right and must be part of any permanent homeland, particularly in a country as rich as the United States. With that in mind, in this panel, we'll hear about the primary federal programs that supply drinking water to, I hope I can figure out, there we go, that supply drinking water and sanitation to tribes. We'll hear about some of the successes of these programs and also some of the ongoing challenges faced in implementing these programs. To provide an overview, there are at least 7 federal agencies and well over 20 programs that provide drinking water or sanitation funding to tribes. These numbers alone highlight the need for a coordinated whole of government approach, as we heard earlier this morning from Anne, Bitta, and Heather. Here, we'll focus on the 4 primary agencies that you have heard about this morning that provide drinking water or wastewater funding to tribes, as shown here. Those agencies are the Indian Health Service, EPA, the Bureau of Reclamation, and the USDA through its Rural Development Division. I will let the 3 other speakers talk about the agency that they represent and the program they help to administer, and I will briefly talk about the USDA since we don't have anyone here from that agency today. But before we jump into the details of these programs, I do want to provide some additional context, again, sort of emphasizing what you've already heard. But this panel, which is on regulatory reform, will focus on reforms that agencies can make to ensure that these programs can provide drinking water and sanitation services to tribes efficiently, effectively, and fairly. However, it is important to note and worth repeating that historically, the most significant limiting factor for these programs has been inadequate funding. The need has far outpaced available funding, which you've heard, and it's clearly shown in this graph, which shows the IHS's sanitation facility construction needs versus the amount of available funding each year. As you'll hear from Admiral Calkins, the SFC program provides funding to design and construct water, wastewater, and solid waste facilities to tribes. And you can see the vast difference here between the need and the available funding each year. And to provide a geographic representation of that need, this is the Indian Health Services Sanitation Facilities Construction's Home Inventory Tracking System, or HIT system. And this system tracks all of the homes, tribal homes, with either water or wastewater deficiencies. Those deficiencies range from level 1, represented by the small yellow dots, which indicate homes that need routine repair and maintenance, all the way up to level 5, by the big red dots, which indicate homes lacking both a safe drinking water supply and sanitation. And I think we've all heard some pretty moving stories this morning about what that has been like for people in real life. And here you can see just the large number of homes that are experiencing some lack of water or sanitation. So clearly and sort of obviously, I guess, the severe mismatch between the need and available funding inevitably led agencies to prioritize how that money was spent and to develop limits on how much, how, or what the money could be spent on. This makes sense since the agencies couldn't fund everything. They needed to draw lines somewhere. However, as you've also heard this morning, with the prospect of adequate funding finally coming through the various infrastructure bills, now is the time to identify and remove, where possible, any other barriers, whether they be in the regulations, guidelines, et cetera, so that this money can be distributed quickly, efficiently, effectively, and justly, so that we can finally achieve universal access to clean drinking water and sanitation for all tribal communities. So, as I said, in this panel, we're going to hear about the successes of the primary programs that provide drinking water and sanitation services to tribes, so we can build off of those successes, and also hear about the challenges so that we can overcome, avoid, or reform things when, and I do hope it's when, the necessary funding finally becomes available to address these issues. Finally, before turning it over to Admiral Calkins, since we don't have anyone from the USDA Rural Development here, I do want to briefly discuss that program. And that their primary program is the Section 306C Water and Wastewater Disposal Grants Program that provides funding for low-income communities that face significant health risks due to lack of access to safe, reliable drinking water or sanitation services. This program is available to rural areas, including tribal lands with a population under 10,000. As shown in the first slide there on the right, that's the program I'm talking about. It has a $2 million cap for each project. In 2016, the Ute Mountain Ute, whose reservation includes lands both in Utah and Colorado, received $9 million in direct grants under this program to provide water and wastewater infrastructure. The funding helped to remedy unsafe levels of arsenic and other contaminants in drinking water and provided much needed upgrades to aging infrastructure. Now, I mentioned that $2 million cap, so you may be wondering how they were able to get $9 million in 1 year. They were able to do so by allocating costs to 4 distinct projects: a water project in Colorado, a wastewater project in Colorado, a water project in Utah, and a wastewater project in Utah, which gets us up to $8 million under the $2 million cap per project. The additional funding came from excess funds that are sometimes available when other rural development state offices do not use all of the allotted funds. So I wanted to provide this as an example which demonstrates, first of all, the creativity and nimbleness of the Ute, Mountain Ute, and Rural Development Utah and Colorado state offices, and to show how they were able to work within the limitations of the program to find a solution that otherwise would have taken 4 to 5 years of funding to complete. But this example also demonstrates the current limitations of that program. Ute, Mountain Ute were only able to do this because they have lands in both Utah and Colorado. And their population is largely concentrated in one city in Utah and one city in Colorado. If a tribe has a more dispersed population, the transmission and distribution costs would quickly surpass that $2 million project cap. So for regulatory reform, removing that $2 million cap is an easiest and obvious one that USDA can make, especially when more funding becomes available. Not all of the reforms are going to be as obvious or easy to make, but we do need to make our best efforts to address these barriers, whatever they may be, and make changes where possible so that we are sure that we're ready to deploy the funding when it hopefully does become available. So with that introduction and that USDA example, I'd like to now turn it over to Admiral Calkins with the IHS to talk about their sanitation facilities construction program.
Thank you, Chelsea. And thank you for inviting me to this, to be part of this panel. Certainly was hopeful that I could be there in person, but IHS has travel restrictions due to the pandemic and I wasn't allowed to be there. But certainly once this goes away, and if this panel comes back up again, I would be honored to come back and present and be part of it. But my name is Mark Calkins. I'm the director of the Sanitation Facilities Construction Program here in Rockville, Maryland. Just to give you an overview of the program and talk about maybe some of the successes and challenges that we face. But really, the SFC program is the environmental engineering component of the Indian Health Delivery System in support of the IHS mission, with program offices at all 12 IHS areas and a program management office here at IHS headquarters in Rockville. To support the IHS mission, the SFC program provides technical and financial assistance to the American Indian tribes and Alaska Native villages for cooperative development and construction of safe water, wastewater, and solid waste systems. The program provides services for federally recognized tribes and tribal organizations in 37 states in a wide variety of locations, many of them very remote and many presenting unique construction project challenges for us. The SFC program accomplishes its responsibilities through the allocation of available resources to the 12 IHS area offices, where we have IHS environmental engineers that plan, design, manage, and construction oversight of those projects. The SFC projects can be managed by IHS directly or by the tribes that elect to use the Title I and Title V authorization under Public Law 93-638, which is the Indian Self-Determination and Education Assistance Act. The projects are carried out cooperatively with the tribes that will be served. Construction is performed by either the IHS or the tribe. Projects start with a tribal project proposal and are funded and implemented through execution of an agreement with a tribe and IHS. In these agreements, the tribes also assume ownership responsibilities. So at the completion of the project and at the end of the final inspection, we work to transfer those projects to the tribe after 1 year. In these agreements, the tribes also agree to operate and maintain the systems that are being provided So we have engineers, sanitarians, and technicians, clerical staff, and skilled construction workers that support the SFC program activities in collaboration with the tribal representatives. Public Law 86-121 is really what this program is guided by. It was passed in 1959. It authorized the IHS to provide essential sanitation facilities to Indian homes and communities. And as such, the program has become an integral component of the IHS disease prevention activities and has carried out those authorities since 1959. The provision of sanitation facilities by the SSC program has been shown to reduce healthcare expenditures related to respiratory, skin, and soft tissue and gastroenteric diseases. For example, in FY20, we estimated that every dollar spent on water and sewer infrastructure saved $1.18 and avoided direct healthcare costs related to these illnesses. So this really demonstrates that the program is very impactful and that this is money well spent in our efforts to address these needs in Indian country. The Indian Healthcare Improvement Act, which is Public Law 94-436, that is the other law that governs our program, that became into law in 1976 and established the requirement that the IHS maintain inventory of the sanitation facility deficiencies for new and existing Indian homes and communities. And then we are required to prioritize those deficiencies and report them to Congress on an annual basis. So Public Law 94-437 reaffirms the nation's commitment to the provision of sanitation facilities for Indian homes and communities. Under the 1992 amendments, definitions of sanitation deficiency levels were established. These amendments led to the development of a more rigorous methodology to address sanitation facility needs. And as a result, the IHS developed the sanitation deficiency system, referred to as SDS, and it has become a vehicle through which needed facility upgrades are identified and prioritized for funding by IHS and other federal agencies. Deficiencies listed in SDS are prioritized using scoring factors that take into account economic feasibility, tribal priorities, and health impact. The data from the SDS is used by IHS to report to Congress, as I mentioned, on the overall sanitation facility needs and to allocate funding resources to address those needs. All IHS areas, regardless of how the SFC program is delivered, whether it's a direct service or a Title V delivery, they are required to report those sanitation deficiencies uniformly as projects in accordance with the IHS SDS guideline. Currently, the SDS database shows at the end of 2020 that we have 1,580 proposed projects with an estimated cost of $3.1 billion. The slide that was shown earlier with that Chelsea had shown, we were somewhere around 2.6, I believe it was. So we're seeing an increase in these costs due to new deficiencies being identified, and also the cost increase related to inflation and construction costs. So the SFC program works cooperatively with many federal agencies in an effort to address the sanitation deficiencies of Indian communities and Alaska Native villages. This work is evidenced by the long history that the program has had with these agencies, which includes the Department of Agriculture, Department of Health and Human Services, Department of Interior, Department of Housing and Urban Development, and the Environmental Protection Agency, all of whom are part of the Infrastructure Task Force, where we focus on finding ways to better serve tribes through cooperative efforts to combat the public health threats posed by the lack of access to water and wastewater disposal facilities in Indian country. One of the biggest challenges for the program really centers around the lack of resources to effectively operate and maintain the systems that are provided. Oftentimes, the tribes don't have the resources to maintain those. And certainly, the Indian Health Service has been authorized to do those, to provide operation and maintenance, but we've never been funded to do that. The funding that we receive from Congress is for construction activities, and we've never been funded to address operation and maintenance. With the exception of this year, we received specific language in our appropriation that identified $3 million that was to be used, or that is to be used, toward training and assisting the tribes in preparing their system operators to get them certified. A lot of the homes that remain to be served are lacking access to pipe water infrastructure, and some of the challenges with them is that they're located in extremely remote locations. They're located several miles away from the tribe's current water system, so it becomes a challenge to run piped water those distances for one or two homes. And then also there's a lot of homes that are located in very harsh geographic climates, like up in Alaska, where the cost to serve those is just over the top. For example, capital costs for some of these facilities can be over 1.7 million per home served. So that becomes a challenge. And then once the facilities are installed in these remote locations, it's a challenge for that community to operate and maintain them in those harsh climates. So that's really the biggest challenge that we have. Yet another challenge that we have is effectively identifying those homes that don't have piped water. We encourage the homeowners when they reach out to us to have them reach out to their tribal leadership, who then communicates that information to the Indian Health Service. The Indian Health Service in our various tribes that we work with, we work on a government-to-government relationship. So we try to honor that as best we can and ensure that the homeowner, when they do come to us, they reach out to their tribal entity to share that need and to get it communicated to the Indian Health Service so we can move forward and identify and put that on a project. As it relates to the operation and maintenance piece, the Indian Health Service has taken steps to estimate the costs associated with effectively operating a tribal water and wastewater system. And we're expecting to have those reports completed by the end of this fiscal year. So we can share that with Congress so they can have a good understanding of what that cost might be if they ever choose to fund it. So with that, I'll turn it over to the next panelist and answer any questions at the end of the discussion if there are any. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. I'm Emmanuel Rapacavli. I'm the team leader for the Tribal Drinking Water Team at EPA in Region 9. And I'm really excited to be here today. From my home in San Francisco, I wish I could be there in person to talk to you about EPA's programs to improve drinking water access to tribal communities, the public health improvements our program has realized, and the challenges that lie ahead. So I'll start with a little bit of background about our regional program and then move into some of the successes and challenges. So in Region 9, we oversee environmental programs for 148 federally recognized tribes, covering half the Indian land in the country, in the states of California, Arizona, Nevada, and the Navajo Nation. Our team runs both a regulatory program and 2 infrastructure grant programs under the authorities in the Safe Drinking Water Act and the Clean Water Act. Our regulatory program's objective is to ensure safe drinking water quality is delivered to consumers by over 300 public water systems on tribal land. And this is primarily achieved through extensive monitoring, public notification, and on-the-ground evaluations of the water systems called sanitary surveys. Close to 90% of the water systems that we regulate are considered very small, are geographically remote, and they're often challenged by naturally occurring contaminants such as arsenic and nitrate. To assist tribes in meeting Safe Drinking Water Act requirements, the region directs a robust technical assistance and operator training program. We also separately fund operator certification courses to build tribal capacity to operate and maintain public water systems. As a complement to our regulatory program, our team runs 2 infrastructure programs that are set aside of the Drinking Water and Clean Water State Revolving Funds. Through these set-asides, our regional program awards a combined $20 million per year to tribes to plan and construct water and sanitation projects. We rely heavily on our partners at the Indian Health Service to plan, design, and oversee those projects. One thing we do a little differently in our region on the drinking water side that I think is worth mentioning here is that we run a separate project solicitation for drinking water projects. And we use a health ranking system to prioritize the most acute water quality challenges at these water systems. And that process and ranking process came about at the request of tribal leadership at the onset of the set-aside program. And while it's a higher level of effort for EPA, it's really allowed us to realize public health benefits and better direct the limited funding that we've received towards our mission. A little bit about what I enjoy most about our program and what I think has been integral to our success is our relationships. And firstly, those relationships with individual tribal water utility staff and tribal leadership. My staff works really closely with each water system to understand their unique challenges and build trust. And it's through those relationships that we can best support those water operators and direct our technical assistance providers and identify resources that will benefit their utilities. Of similar import are the relationships we have with our federal partners, primarily at Indian Health Service, but also at the DOR, HUD, and Rural Development. And more recently with the state programs in California that have been able to fill gaps where EPA and other federal partners haven't to assist tribal water systems. Now, looking back over the last 24 years, since the Safe Drinking Water Act amendments created the Drinking Water Tribal Set-Aside, we've made great improvements to drinking water quality in Indian country. And the one that rises to the top for me is the reduction in arsenic levels in the drinking water served in tribal communities. It's really a public health achievement that illustrates the value of our partnerships and sustained efforts towards a common goal. So a little background on arsenic. In 2006, EPA finalized a new maximum contaminant level for arsenic, reducing it from 50 parts per billion to 10 parts per billion. And at that time, close to 1/3 of the tribal water systems in Region 9, or close to 100 water systems, were out of compliance with the new MCL. Now fast forward to 2021, and less than 3% of these water systems are not regularly meeting EPA's arsenic standard. That's roughly 100,000 people who now have access to better quality drinking water. To realize this achievement, Region 9 invested $42 million, or roughly 1/3 of all of our drinking water infrastructure funding that we've received since the program's inception in 1997 to fund projects that address arsenic contamination. For many water systems, the installation of treatment was feasible and effective. But for some of the most remote tribal communities and those with more challenging water chemistry, treatment was not a technically feasible option. The project I'd like to highlight that exemplifies those limitations and coordinated federal efforts is the Hopi Arsenic Mitigation Project. The HAMP, or HAMP. The HAMP is a $25 million project to construct a new rural water system that will deliver arsenic compliant water to over 6,000 people at 4 water systems on the eastern side of the Hopi Reservation. And realizing this project took extensive coordination between EPA, IHS, the Hopi tribe, and the Hopi villages that are independently governed. The villages are small, remote, and have very challenging water chemistry that's difficult to treat with conventional absorptive media. So first, identifying an arsenic compliant source that could serve these communities took several years, and then establishing a new tribal utility that would operate the water system and negotiate agreements with individual village leadership was also a huge milestone. And while $25 million may not sound like a large price tag when Congress is currently debating a $1 trillion package, That amount is more than 3 times what our region receives on an annual basis for all of our tribal drinking water projects. So it took extensive multi-agency coordination and funding plans, and frankly, leadership to get it off the ground. And that's where we've really benefited from our partnerships with IHS and the tribe. And the great news is that the water system is currently under construction and scheduled to be commissioned sometime in 2022. So if you invite me back next year, I hope to report that our number is closer to 0 in terms of arsenic non-compliant water systems. Lastly, I want to touch on the challenges and continued barriers to fully realizing equity to clean water access in tribal communities. The biggest barrier we see, and one that Admiral Calkins touched on across tribal land, is really the lack of funding to support operations and maintenance activities, particularly in the most disadvantaged communities. Most water systems that we work with have very small user bases that are not able to financially support the necessary O&M activities that ensure the safe delivery of drinking water and maintaining their infrastructure investments. In this vein, EPA's technical assistance and operator training programs can only go so far. Establishing a dedicated funding source to support operations will go a long way towards improving access. Related to O&M is workforce development across the water sector, but more acutely in tribal communities. I think tribes in particular have a difficult time hiring, training, and retaining certified operators. And while we've been expanding our operator training programs to help meet this need, in many cases it comes back to funding to support the staffing at the water utility. We're also looking towards building tribal capacity, not just in operations, but in project management. And I think that will advance equity. In our region, we have some great examples of tribal utilities that have project management capabilities to oversee their own infrastructure projects. And we're exploring ways we can further build that capacity through other EPA programs to manage projects, especially if a large amount of new funding is on the horizon. I think that will be critical to the success of any new infrastructure package. And I can't talk about barriers without mentioning the impacts that climate change is having on our water supply in the West. We're continuing to see water shortages, prolonged drought, and wildfire impacts affecting the ability of tribes to maintain sustainable water operations. Identifying long-term solutions in those communities is going to be one of our great challenges looking forward. And it goes without saying that this is one area where sustained tribal and federal coordination is essential. So that's all I had for now. I really wanted to thank you for the opportunity to speak today, and I look forward to your questions in the Q&A. I'll hand it over to the next panelist.
Hi, everybody. I'm Dave Palumbo. It's great to be with you all. Very much an honor to be up here. Wanted to speak to you a little bit about Reclamation's programs related to Native American affairs, things we're doing with respect to our water programs. And really look forward to questions and some dialogue at the end or in between sessions or after this conference altogether. So a few things regarding Reclamation and our fundamental mission when it comes to our Native American Affairs program, one of which is rooted in tribal sovereignty. That's key to our mission in Native American Affairs, to ensure that we are working with tribes on a sovereign to sovereign basis, that we're upholding our federal responsibilities, not just our trust responsibilities, but our responsibilities with respect to basic human rights. And finally, again, we want to strengthen that government-to-government relationship, and I'll speak a little bit more about that. Our program in Native American Affairs is divided up into 3 principal areas. They're not mutually exclusive by any means. The first of which is to support Indian water rights settlements, and I'll speak a little bit about those here in just a minute. The second is our technical assistance program for tribes, building capacity, doing some work on the ground outside of the settlement context, very critical for reclamation. And then third is outreach to tribes as a catch-all for whether it's government-to-government consultation, supporting that, whether it's related to getting to a settlement, whether it's related to implementing some technical assistance to tribes. A little bit about our funding. Funding is obviously a common theme here, but just to understand where we are from a status quo perspective and what the Biden-Harris administration has done this year with our 2022 budget to try to bump it up as much as we can. And we're really looking forward to the infrastructure bill or reconciliation bill, and we're very optimistic about that. Our technical assistance program, last year, President's budget was $10 million. We doubled that to $20 million. The settlements, I've broken down into three broad categories. One is discretionary funding. That is the annual appropriations that we seek to implement tribal water rights settlements. The second is mandatory funding. Many folks are probably familiar with the Reclamation Water Settlements Fund that provides $1.2 billion over a 10-year period, so roughly $120 million a year that we're using to implement Indian water rights settlements. And then we have a variety of programs such as under the Arizona Water Settlements Act. We have our Lower Colorado River Basin Development Fund, and about $50 million a year is going towards implementing water rights settlements. And then we have a rural water program, and you heard Ann, Heather, and Bitta speak about rural water and the needs there. There's a tribal component that we have for rural water, about $40 million in construction, and then about $25 million in O&M activities. I mentioned those funding dollars again, just to set the context. Our need is much larger. It's in not in millions, but in billions. We have completed 34 or 38 settlements since 1978. There's 286 federally recognized tribes in the 17 Western states. And we believe there's probably over 200 water rights settlements yet to effectuate. And so the need is quite large. Just to give you some factoids about where these settlements occur, I won't go through the entire slide, but you can see the states that have had settlements with federal legislation, and then also the years in which these settlements were implemented. Where the reclamation supports Indian water rights settlements. Right now, we have 2 assessment teams. That is, we're working to see if there is something there that we can work on to get to a settlement. We have 20 ongoing negotiations and implementing 18 water rights settlements currently. We provide technical support through that process, whether it's putting together planning documents to come up with cost estimates to see what it might cost to get a settlement passed. We spend quite a bit of our effort with those type of activities. In the interest of time, I'll skip ahead, talk a little bit about our technical assistance program. Fundamentally, I'll just say, we heard about capacity building. That is a focus area of our technical assistance program. There's lots of things that we do under technical assistance. You saw the $90 million need number from Ann, Bitta, and Heather. And right now we've got $20 million for 2022 to perform a variety of activities, but one of our focus areas is technical assist or capacity building, and I'll speak to that here in just a moment. Let me move forward to what reclamation's priorities are. The first one is wet water. It's really what the universal access to clean water is about, is bringing molecules of water to those that need it. It's great to have a settlement, to have paper water rights resolved, but it really means nothing at the end of the day unless someone can turn the tap and get that water. And so it's bringing water through new systems to tribes. It's rehabilitating those systems that are in ill repair or inadequate. It's looking at water quality, and it's looking at O&M, those themes that have been already eloquently spoken to. Another priority, as I mentioned before, is capacity building. We want to make sure that tribes can participate on a government-to-government basis, whether it be in active negotiations of a settlement, whether it be at the table regarding the post-2026 guidelines for the Colorado River. We want to make sure that folks can be at the table in a meaningful way, and so that focus on capacity building is key. Consultation, we need to make sure that we are not thinking about tribes as an afterthought or, oh, we should have done that. It should be at the forefront of our minds. And so it's our priority to make sure that we're consulting early and often and upfront and in a proactive way. And the last item in terms of a priority, again, Anne talked about it in terms of a whole of government approach. There's so many wonderful programs that the federal government has, and they certainly can be leveraged in a more productive way by complementary activities, supplementary activities, just looking at ways to reduce inefficiencies. And so we've begun that process, talking with our sister agencies, not only Indian Health Service, EPA, USDA, DOE, Department of Commerce. There's a real, Army Corps of Engineers as well, a real opportunity to leverage each other's authorities, to leverage each other's appropriations to more effectively bring that wet water to tribes. This is my last slide, and again, not to elaborate on the funding need. I think that we're doing the right things. We're just not doing enough of the right things. And the limiting factor almost always is that funding. So that is something that we're going to be focusing on. And again, whether it be the infrastructure bill or reconciliation or our normal appropriations cycle funding, we need to make sure that we are thinking about these settlements and thinking about bringing water outside of settlements to tribes. And the final item I'll just mention, it's this constant struggle that we have often in the federal government. We're rushing to try to get through getting legislation put together for a settlement. And sometimes we're only able to do so at a very low level. And that often creates problems when we're implementing a settlement and we realize that there's a shortfall in funding, again, going back to the money piece. And thank you very much and look forward to questions and some discussion.
Great, and I want to thank all of our panelists. And before we open it up to audience questions, I just real quickly want to throw something to the panelists. There's been a lot of important talk about the government-to-government and sovereign-to-sovereign relationships, but also the real personal connections. We've heard the stories today from our amazing panelists who shared their personal touching stories. And I know on the government side, the three of you and all of your staff members are equally as passionate about bringing clean water to these people. How can you ensure that these personal, individual relationships get translated to, enforceable policy, ensuring that consultation does continue to happen even after you leave office, ensuring that those relationships you have built with tribal governments or other federal agencies continue long after you and your staff have left office? Easy question, I know.
Maybe I'll go first and then pitch it to the virtual world. I think you mentioned those personal relationships, and those are key to develop. And I think it takes a commitment to follow through with the promises with the promises that are made on that personal level. And how do you institutionalize that is difficult. I think public service is a great call. And I think if we have enough people in public service that are operate and with integrity and try to fulfill the promises that are made is key. Can you regulate that into law or institutionalize that? That's a difficult question. Maybe the other panelists have a better answer than that.
Yeah, I can go next. So the way the Indian Health Service, I think that we would carry on after I'm long gone. The Indian Health Service, we have engineers, sanitarians, and our construction inspectors, surveyors, all these engineering support staff that are on the ground at the areas on a regular basis, on a daily basis, working with our tribal representatives to really identify those homes that don't have, and to make sure that that is reported to leadership so we can actually capture that and report it to Congress. So then hopefully they will recognize that need and increase the funding levels. So really for the Indian Health Service, it's really having the people on the ground, working with the tribes, listening to them, and communicating that information so we can better serve them with the money that we do have. So, and really, how do we get that into policy? It's just the communication piece, and tribes advocating for increase in funding to support these needs. All those things are very helpful in addressing those individual needs at that home site. So that's what we do. I'm pretty confident that after I'm long gone, there will be another leader that steps in here and is going to be just as passionate about this as I am. Every one of our engineers out there work very closely with the tribal people and are very passionate about what we do. We take this job very seriously.
I can speak a little bit to EPA's kind of leadership direction. We, like I said in my kind of opening remarks, that those relationships are what make our program successful. And kind of in our region, we've been really fortunate that we have kind of longevity on our team. And one thing we're looking to do is to kind of fortify our succession planning so those relationships are sustained. A lot of what we do, I think previous folks have touched on, is just in our data management and keeping keeping our records up to date so that those can be easily handed off to a successor. And then just our training and getting out into the field, and where there is a transition in those relationships, having that transition, having overlap, and having a good transition in those relationships. I think I've seen that happen over the course of the last 10 years, and that's allowed a lot of those relationships to continue to flourish, but also meeting our commitments, and just that sustained effort towards a goal. We recognize a lot of these projects and efforts take many years to realize, and just so having leadership from the top down in our region, really focused on our trust responsibility and ensuring that we're honoring our commitments. I've seen that be really successful in our region over the last 20 years that I've been there.
And if I could just add onto that, I think the other part, an important part of these relationships is the relationship with the tribes. And over again in our conversations with agency folks who are working on these issues, they often mention that sometimes it was a key member of a tribe who was able to either knew about wastewater and water services or had some special training or knowledge, and those were where the most successful partnerships were. And so translating that into policies, I guess, just ensuring that the programs that are designed to build tribal capacity, which we've heard about already, but ensuring that those are well funded and and continued. Though that's really, I think, critical to this success of these long-term. So.
Great. Well, thank you all for your great responses. I think we have time for audience questions if anybody has any.
For the presentations. So I was curious, David, you mentioned an opportunity for increased efficiencies with the existing funding and authorities and stuff across different agencies. I'm curious about all of your opinions on on the magnitude of that, whether it can be a large opportunity for getting more of the actual wet water to tribal members, or whether it's kind of an incremental opportunity to get a little bit more relative to the magnitude of the funding gap.
I think that depending on what magnitude of money comes in, I think there can be some very significant, it's always incremental in my mind. It's those steps. It's whether you're taking a baby step or an adult step. And I think if the money comes in, working with other federal agencies, we would have an opportunity to make a big step. And maybe to that first question related to these relationships is if we're able to take a big step, we're able to get a culture established of moving things forward in a meaningful way, that will help sustain those relationships and hopefully make some progress that is seen in years timeframes, not decades timeframes. That's my thought.
All right, and we have time for one more question if there's any other audience members.
Thank you. I don't know if you can hear that. Thank you very much. I know I've spoken with many of you, and the commitment that these agencies folks have to this issue is real. And so I really appreciate it. My email feeds this morning, we're talking a lot about potential government shutdown. So I'm curious from the different agencies, if that happens, how does that impact your work? And how do you think, if it does impact, we might be able to insulate these critical projects from future shutdowns?
I can take a crack at this initially, and one is it's very inefficient with a government shutdown, because what starts to have to happen, especially with discretionary funding, is we have to start canceling contracts. So we can't go anti-deficient. There's an anti-deficiency law, so we would have to cancel contracts, and it costs money to cancel contracts. It costs time to cancel contracts. And then when you re-implement them, you are often then remobilizing and paying more money if you're talking about a construction contract. Some good things that we have in the Bureau of Reclamation is a lot of times we have no-year money. So if we can keep contracts going and not need to apply 2022 money to them, we'll absolutely do that. That mandatory funding is great. It's a game changer to have mandatory funding coming in year after year, irrespective of what happens with an appropriation on an annual basis. That changes the whole trajectory of a project as well. What will happen if we do shut down? I'll have to get on a plane real quickly and get home, and we'll have some inefficiencies to work through and hopefully recover in a way that isn't too detrimental to the projects we're in the middle of.
I'll just touch on some more of what David touched on as it relates to the funding piece. All of our SFC project funds are ex-year funds, so that doesn't really have an impact on us. Where it does impact us if the government shutdown is in our staffing, where we provide that oversight. So if we have a federal contract where we, the federal government, are doing most of the oversight and not the tribe, that has an impact on those projects, and they could put them into a delay situation. But we also have what we call as tribal procurement, where the tribe is actually running those contracts. They've done the advertising, they've hired their contractor, and IHS is just there to provide technical advice and input as that construction project moves along. So, there will be an impact. How severe it will be, I don't know just yet. A lot of the staff that we have are commission corps, and a lot of those would remain on staff in a no pay status, but we would still be required to perform our job until this was cleared up.
And I'll just add from EPA, from the EPA side, I'm very hopeful that we don't have a government shutdown. They can be disruptive, not so much in our program funding, because it does seem, at least historically speaking, we get our funding and have no year funds, and eventually Congress passes an appropriations bill to fund our programs. But the uncertainty is challenging, and where it really plays out is with kind of this now culture of continuing resolutions, and that kind of inhibits our ability to hire more folks and staff up. If we are going to see a big infrastructure bill coming our way, we need to be able to hire and staff to manage that funding. And with kind of an ongoing culture of continuing resolutions without kind of a firm budget at EPA really needs to build back that staffing, and I'm hopeful that we'll get to a more regular appropriations around the beginning of the fiscal year, kind of in future years.
Great. So that's all the time we have. I know I'm standing between you and lunch, so I would just like to close briefly by saying, as Anne and Bitta, Heather, and everyone have mentioned, we are on the cusp of not just recognizing this problem, but finally with, as someone said, when the congressional funding gets passed, an opportunity to address these issues. And hopefully we have left you with some optimism. And I would just like to echo Alice's plug to apply for the GWC fellowships, and echo what David said, that there is really no higher calling than public service. And so I would like to thank all of our panelists, not just for their time, but also for their service towards these important issues, and implore all of you to consider getting involved where you can. And with that, I'll turn it back over to Alice.
Thanks so much to all of you for appearing this morning. Lunch is upstairs. The elevators in the back of the hall, or the stairs are right there. It's actually right above us. And if you could, I'll be introducing Secretary Vilsack right at 1 o'clock. So we'll see you then. All right. Welcome back to our in-person folks. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. I know there'll be a few folks walking back in. And welcome back to our live stream audience. Really been a tremendous morning, a lot of emotional discussions. I'm so pleased and I'm honored to be able to introduce our next speaker, Secretary of Agriculture, Tom Vilsack, and proud father of law alum, Doug Vilsack. Secretary Vilsack is the 32nd Secretary of Agriculture, and he was the 30th Secretary of Agriculture, serving 8 years under President Obama. A former governor of Iowa, he's worked hard to strengthen the American agricultural economy, build vibrant rural economies, and create new markets for innovation in rural America. He's fought for investments in rural infrastructure, renewable energy, and large-scale conservation partnerships. There's a couple of reasons why this man is one of the longer serving and more popular secretaries of agriculture, and it's because he's a really, really nice human being. I have a quick story to tell. I don't know if the secretary remembers this, but when I was majority leader and he was governor, this is very embarrassing, I collapsed on the House floor. I was fine, but it was a really slow news day and it made national news. So about 5 days later, I get a handwritten note, this beautiful seal from the governor of Iowa, and Secretary Vilsack wrote me, and he said he and his wife Christy were so sorry to hear about my spell. So if you're a Midwesterner, I'm sure that touches your heart. So that's exactly what my mom and would have said. She was sorry about my spell. And, you know, there's not a lot of people like that, particularly in politics, but he is a shining example. So please help me welcome Secretary Tom Vilsack.
Alice, thanks very, very much. And thanks, I appreciate the introduction, very, very kind, and really appreciate most of all the work that you have done. I think one of the reasons why I became very interested in environmental issues and natural resource issues was having met you and knowing of your passion and interest in it. You had made obviously an impact on Doug and a friendship that I think led to our friendship. And so certainly appreciate the opportunity to be here today and know that you're still continuing this work here at the law school. And I appreciate the opportunity to be down here again. The last time I was here, I think I spent a good deal of time talking about biochar. So maybe there'll be a question about that again for a continuation. And I appreciate everybody spending a few minutes this afternoon with me. I've been told I've got about 10 minutes to speak to you, and then the rest of the time is for questions. There's an awful lot I can say about what we're doing at the Department of Agriculture, especially as it relates to climate. So what I thought I would do is briefly go through kind of a structure of what we're doing with our climate action plan. Talk a little bit about where we see the threats to U.S. agriculture, what we think we need to do to make a difference. Talk a little bit about the values that are driving the work at the department, and then finish with a couple of comments about our efforts on equity, because I know that that's an area of interest to this audience. First of all, I don't think it's any secret. I think we all recognize that we in the United States are becoming more and more acutely aware of the changing climate and the challenges it presents. And no part of the country has a better understanding of that, I suspect, than the folks out west. You all have dealt with a very serious drought in some areas of the West, a mega drought, one that's lasted for longer than a couple of months. In fact, now going on 2 or 3 years in some parts. In fact, today, 20% of the U.S., the continental U.S., is in a severe drought condition. We're seeing record temperatures. It's obviously an issue. And contrast that or compare that with the wildfire issues that you all deal with in Colorado and the West. For 69 days, we were at level 5 preparedness, which is the highest level of preparedness for wildfire activity. Now that's a record. And the reality is, in many parts of the West, we saw the highest temperatures we've ever seen since they started recording temperatures in 1885, and some of the lowest precipitation rates. So obviously climate is an issue that we need to be concerned about. So we see basically 5 principal threats from a climate perspective as it relates to agriculture and forestry. Some of them are fairly obvious. Obviously, it's going to impact and affect productivity, whether it's heat or disease or pollinator health or reduced forage or pests. They have a significant impact and effect on production. I'll just give you one brief example. I was in Oregon not too long ago on a specialty crop farm. Farmer was raising blackberries and had a pretty good crop, notwithstanding the drought that they were experiencing. But then the heat dome came and they had 115-degree temperatures for 2 days. In that 2-day period, he lost 60% of his blackberry crop in 2 days. So for him, climate, temperature is real. So that's an issue. Obviously, here in the West, and particularly in Colorado and the Colorado River Basin, water is an issue, both the quantity and in other parts of the country, the quality of water can be directly impacted and affected by climate, whether it's drought or whether it's cycle changes or whether it's the degrading of the quality of water. We're now seeing significant issues. And here in the Colorado River Basin, you're really confronted with a major challenge. The Colorado Water Plan, I think, probably summed it up best for this state, but I think you could have a similar calculation for each state in the West, which is that you're going to have to figure out, we are going to have to figure out with you, how to identify 1 million acre foot of water, which is about 365 billion gallons of water that you currently don't have, that you're going to need to have here in the state of Colorado if you want to continue to have agriculture and continue to grow your cities and towns. You don't want to be in a situation politically, I don't think, where you have to choose between those two, of agricultural production or urban growth. You want to be able to accommodate both. But that's going to require us to take a look at how we use water and what we do with water, how we can reuse water, how we can conserve it. And that means that we have to look at innovation and technology and figure out ways, at least in agriculture, for how we can continue to grow more with the same amount or less water. Not an easy challenge, but one that we have to meet. We also understand and appreciate that climate change can have a disproportionate impact on vulnerable communities, primarily because they are least prepared to deal with the consequences of a changing climate, and they don't have the resources necessarily to be able to adapt or mitigate to those consequences and impacts. So it's incumbent upon government to work to identify those communities and to provide the assistance and help to allow them to make adjustments. A lack of resiliency in our system. While this wasn't directly connected to climate, I think there is probably at least the argument that could be made that pandemics, to the extent that we've got zoonotic diseases that ultimately translate into human health issues, you know, many of these diseases are a consequence of a changing climate. And I think in our pandemic, we have learned that the resilient food system we thought we had, far less resilient, fragile, in fact, and in large part because of a variety of factors, not the least of which is that we have really focused in our food system for the last 30, 40 years on continued efficiency, continued productivity, where we have sacrificed the ability, diversity, and resiliency. And I think you're going to see over time a commitment to better balance that issue of productivity with resilience, so that we have a less fragile system when we have national disruptions, as we no doubt will because of climate or because of future pandemics. And finally, the last threat is damage to public infrastructure. When I think of public infrastructure in the West, I think of the forest. I mean, that is our public infrastructure. The Dixie Fire in California that is now pretty much contained, almost 1 million acres of forested areas destroyed, 1 million acres. So last night, Doug and I were trying to calculate how much is that? And it turns out it's about 80 square miles. 80 square miles destroyed in one fire. Over $500 million of expense. And there's no question that we are in this circumstance and will continue to be in this circumstance until as a country we get serious about forest management. And by serious, I mean we start putting the resources behind adequate management and hazardous fuel reduction to reduce the risk of these horrific fires. Until we start getting serious about it, we're going to continue to be dealing with the consequences of these fires, and we're going to continue to see communities like South Tahoe and the Culver Fire being threatened. So those are the challenges. Those are the risks. We want to build resiliency back into the system, and there at USDA we have a real significant focus on soil health. We are training literally thousands of our NRCS employees on soil health and regenerative practices. We want to see those incorporated in our decision-making and incorporated in decision-making on the ground. We have the 30 by 30 program where we're encouraging a reclamation and a conservation of 30% of our land and water. In the U.S., we have a CRP program that we want to see extended, and we want to see a climate focus. And we're making climate smart investments with our conservation resources. We want to increase the outreach and the adoption of climate smart agricultural practices by American agriculture. We yesterday announced the Climate Smart Partnership Initiative. Now, what this is a significant amount of money that we intend to invest at USDA with pilot projects and demonstration projects with the sole purpose of expanding opportunities to learn more about climate smart practices as it relates to commodity production, as it relates to specialty crop production, as it relates to organic production, as it relates to livestock and protein production. Why? Because the market wants it. You as consumers are beginning to demand to know more about where your food is coming from and how it's being produced and whether or not it's contributing to a changing climate or it's helping us deal with a changing climate. From these demonstration projects and pilots, we expect to accumulate a substantial amount of data that's going to allow us ultimately to set the standard for what a climate smart commodity actually is, just in the same way we currently set the standard for what an organic commodity is. That will provide the marketplace greater assurance, greater transparency, greater understanding of what it means so consumers can make informed choices. And it's not just domestically that this is important. It is very much an export imperative because our competitors globally have now understand this. They may have different paths and different routes to get to the same ultimate conclusion of a climate smart commodity, but they're going to market it such based on their system in Asia and Africa where there are growing market opportunities. We want to make sure that we remain competitive. We want to have broad access to data, and it's not just large sums of data, not big data. We want to be able to break it down to the local and regional level so that people at the local and regional level can make better and more informed decisions. We want to look for ways in which we can invest more resources in research and development, which is why we announced yesterday the establishment of a center of excellence in our ARS facilities, really focusing climate-related research. And we obviously want to leverage our climate hubs. These are locations across the country that have been for the last number of years analyzing the risk of climate to agriculture and forestry and beginning to identify ways in which growers and forest owners can adapt and mitigate to the consequence. What values drive this? Well, we want it to be comprehensive. We think it has to be voluntary and incentive-based, cost-effective. We want to leverage partnerships, and we want to make sure that it helps to create economic opportunity in rural communities, and we want to make sure that it is available to all. And let me finish with equity. Equity is an incredibly important aspect of this USDA. No secret here. The reality is USDA has a sordid history when it comes to equity issues. For many, many, many years in our past, we failed to provide access to all of our programs in a fair and reasonable way. And it created a significant gap between those who have been served and those who have been unserved. President Biden, very committed to trying to close that gap, signed an executive order requiring us to do an internal review of our programs at USDA with an equity lens to try to determine and figure out precisely how we can better serve the unserved and underserved. We've already begun that process. We've already begun it with tribes in particular through our Office of Tribal Relations. And we've identified a number of areas where we need to do a better job. One of those areas is indigenous foods. We have a great food assistance program, SNAP, but the reality is it doesn't recognize the cultural significance of indigenous foods, and it needs to. We need to figure out ways in which we can incorporate that opportunity, that option, if you will, in Indian country for those who are in need of food assistance. And we're also looking at ways in which key land holdings that the Forest Service has that might have particular significance to tribes historically and culturally, whether or not there's an opportunity for land transactions, land swaps, or land exchanges, or in some cases actually reverting the land back to the tribe to be able to create a better connection, if you will. While what is true of tribes is also true of African American farmers, ranchers, and producers, as well as Hispanic ranchers, farmers, ranchers, and producers. And so we're very much committed to this internal review, but we don't want to necessarily limit it to that. So we just recently, last week, announced the creation of an equity commission made up of experts, outside experts, who are also going to take a look, a critical look at the way in which we conduct business at USDA to hopefully make suggestions about how we may be a more equitable and fairer place to do business. Not going to necessarily be an easy task, but one that's necessary. I have spent more than 10 minutes, and I apologize for that, but let me stop there, and I'd be happy to try to respond to questions. Am I calling on the questions? So, yes, sir.
Secretary Wilson, thank you so much for being here. We appreciate very much your visit. In Colorado, we have a problem that the 80% of the population is on the eastern slope. 80% of the precipitation falls on the western slope. We have many water diversion projects bringing the water from the western to the eastern slope, millions of acre feet per year. It's drying up the western slope, and obviously the Colorado River is a historic low, getting worse with climate change. What should be the role of the Forest Service in adjudicating and determining how these projects should be managed? Because there are people that own water rights on the western slope and want to bring more of it over here in spite of these problems.
Well, so your question prompts me first and foremost to remind the admonition that I received from my son, which was, Dad, never get involved in water issues. They are really complicated. And having spent 4 years associated with Colorado State University, and as they are establishing a water center in part of their Spur campus in Denver, I've become acutely aware of how complicated this question that you just raised is. Here's what I think the Forest Service's responsibility is, and it may not be an adjudicate responsibility. I think that's frankly probably more state and states, plural, responsibility because of the compacts and agreements that you all have with the use of that water. I think that it is state policymakers that ultimately decide what the water transfer laws ought to be or should be or not to be. But here's what we should be doing at the Forest Service that we haven't done as good a job. These forests can be natural reservoirs or conservers of water if they are managed properly. But if they're not managed properly, then it creates a risk of huge forest fires, which in turn creates a significant impact on the capacity of these forests to conserve water. We have got to do a better job of forest management. And by better job, I don't mean just a little bit here, a little bit here, there. I mean billions of dollars better job. In the past, we have had maybe tens of millions, or in some cases, hundreds of millions of dollars going into forest management. But as soon as the fire year starts, and it's starting earlier and earlier each year, money gets diverted because we have to put the fire out. And we've never, ever adequately funded the fire service budget either. Just so you know, this is just really an important question. The people that are fighting these fires, I don't know how you feel about this, but I'll tell you, I was embarrassed by this. It turns out that many of the people fighting these fires were paid a maximum of $13 an hour. $13 an hour. And some of them, because they have to travel, were living out of their cars when they were fighting the fires. Now think about that, folks. Think about trying to attract people to do the job. Wanted. Somebody who put their life on the line every day in incredibly dangerous and unpredictable circumstances. Benefits, $13 an hour. Period. Living conditions, hope your car's got plenty of space. You can't do forest management or fighting fires on the cheap. You can't get all wound up as the nation does a couple weeks out of the year when we see what's happening in your world almost all year long, when CNN decides to focus on those raging fires and we go, oh my gosh, this is terrible, we got to do something. And then, you know, September, October, November rolls around, not as many fires, we kind of forget about it. So, sir, to your question, we have got to put more resources into this, and significantly more resources. That's why what Congress is currently considering right now with the infrastructure bill and the reconciliation bill are so important, because for the first time that I'm aware of, they are really talking about real resources behind this, personnel and money. And I think if we did a better job, our forests would conserve water more effectively, and at least that would increase the capacity. And then whatever you all have to do from a policy perspective, statewide and regionally, to make sure that there's a fair allocation of that. That's obviously not easy decisions, but decisions that, frankly, as some of these agreements are set to expire in a couple of years, you're all going to have to take into consideration. So I don't see we have an adjudicatory responsibility, but I think we have a responsibility to help you manage the problem in a much more effective way. Anybody on this side? Oh, this is great. Oh. Hi.
Secretary Vilsack. My question is about a point that you raised, which is equity. And with conservation measures, I think on the municipal side, one of the key ways has been increasing rates, which really isn't equitable because people who use the most water can often afford to pay the most. On the agricultural side, do you see a way to ensure that these voluntary measures aren't essentially being forced on the small producers, and that the larger conglomerates and producers are also making their fair share of cuts and implementing these conservation measures as well?
Well, one of the reasons we wanted to start this partnership initiative with large-scale demonstration projects was the opportunity that it created for aggregation of smaller-sized operators to participate. What we envision is a university, a farm group, a nonprofit putting together a significant number of farmers and saying, we will pay you X number of dollars to instill and to insert and implement the following climate smart practices. We know what a climate smart practice is, but getting somebody to adopt it, especially when there's a cost associated with it, makes it incredibly difficult, because until you have a value-added proposition, or until you can have a qualification for an ecosystem market, carbon market or whatever, carbon benefit, there's no income side of this. So this partnership initiative is designed to allow aggregation, and then to provide that entity that's aggregating a significant amount of money to in turn allow them to pay and compensate the farmers for implementing these practices, and working with a university or another entity to collect information, to aggregate that information, and then to provide it to the USDA so that we can take it from all of these different pilots and figure out, this works, this is how you would define a climate smart agricultural commodity. Then you say to the market, on behalf of farmers, if you market, if you General Mills, McDonald's, or whoever wants to be able to tell their customers that they are operating in a sustainable way and selling sustainably produced stuff, you got to meet this standard. And if you meet the standard, you need to be able to pay the producer an adequate amount so that they actually benefit financially. And that's the encouragement, as opposed to regulating them to do it. All right. The second piece of this is, as we're structuring this partnership, we're actually going to make a request for information here. I think it's filed today in the Federal Registry. We're going to solicit information from folks as to how they think we ought to set this up. We have a sense, but we want to continue to listen. the expectation is that as we apply this equity lens that we now apply to all of our programs, that we will figure out a creative way to make sure that a percentage or a portion of these resources are in fact utilized for underserved, historically underserved producers and for beginning farmers and for the folks who are least able to incur this expense. So I think with that provision, the aggregation provision, and reducing the cost associated with this, we should see participation at every level. And that's the goal here, because we have to have participation at every level for us to be confident in setting these standards. In the meantime, we're also going to make sure that our normal conservation programs have that same equity lens. So for example, we just recently announced a $50 million commitment at NRCS that's really focused on ensuring that these smallholders can participate in our conservation programs and making sure that we do the outreach necessary, that we connect to those that they trust, whether it's an historic Black college, a tribal college, Hispanic serving institution, or some other entity, a cooperative that they have faith and confidence in. We provide them the resources to get the technical assistance out there so that they encourage farmer participation. All right.
Mr. Secretary, we have a question back here from one of our law students.
Okay.
Hi, Secretary Vilsack. You've mentioned sustainable produce a few times, and that makes me think of something I've seen recently. I don't know if you've seen it. They're individually saran-wrapped sweet potatoes. And I was just kind of wondering if the USDA's Climate Smart Standard for produce and food commodities is able and willing to do anything to reduce the ubiquity of plastics, well, non-compostable plastics in the food industry.
Well, I think the answer to that question is that we are looking at research projects that would enable us to have confidence in the storage of these commodities that ensure safety, safe handling, and ensure less spoilage. Now, I don't know if that plastic wrap is designed to address either one of those issues or both, but if that is, then obviously our research potentially could lead to a better way. I know that there is currently now some research on a spray that is being applied to specialty crops that essentially creates a seal that reduces the amount of spoilage over time, extends the life of that vegetable, which results in less food loss. And I didn't mention that, but should have. This is a major issue, frankly. If we're serious about climate, we ought to also be serious about not wasting the third of the food that's wasted in this country and the third of the food that's lost in developing countries globally. We got to get serious about this. The UN Food System Summit that just concluded last week, really, the United States is one of many nations entering into a coalition really committed to reducing food loss and waste, because that's the low-hanging fruit here. If we utilize that, then we'll obviously reduce the greenhouse gas impacts of agriculture and still be more productive. So I think the research that we're doing in this area, I don't know that our specific responsibilities or portfolios are specifically addressing that issue. It may very well find its way in the Food and Drug Administration, which has responsibility over everything but meat, poultry, and processed eggs in terms of food safety. So the FDA may have some say about this, and certainly the EPA would be involved in this as well.
First of all, thank you for coming here today, Mr. Secretary. I mean, you were a governor of a kind of purplish state, and obviously we're in one now. A lot of what you're talking about is kind of incentive-based work through financial incentives and different kinds of encouragement. But I think we all, the sort of there in the room that none of us can talk about is the fact that a lot of stuff is eventually going to have to be mandate. I mean, I think we've seen with COVID, I mean, the fact that like you can incentivize all you want, you can give people millions of dollars in college scholarships and people still won't sort of follow the science and the recommendations. And so I guess for you, on a state level, like at what point does, and Colorado is unique in that they have this plan out there, but do we have to just start making regulatory hard choices? Sorry, your golf course can't have a sixth fountain, those kinds of things.
Well, that's a great question, and I'll tell you why we start with incentives. EPA is currently considering waters of the U.S., a rule on navigable waters. And there are those who will really want the EPA to be very specific about what a navigable water is and very comprehensive about what a navigable water is. But the question is, how many EPA employees do you have? And how is it, even with drones and satellites and all of the technology that can cover wide landscape, how many people do you have to enforce that mandate? In other words, can it be an effective mandate? That's, I think, the $64,000 question first, is can you enforce it? Secondly, you know, what I have found is that when you're trying to mandate the folks out in the countryside, they're going to do everything they possibly can to figure out a way around what you're telling them that they have to do. Conversely, what I have found is if there's money on the table, there's a higher acceptance level of this type of activity. Now, there are lots of other things that have to be mandated, right? We've got criminal laws and that kind of thing that absolutely have to be mandated. But this kind of thing, I honestly believe that we'll get more compliance, faster acceptance, and faster implementation if we got the incentives right. Now, the European Union feels a different way. They've got a different structure. They have more in line of what you have suggested. And I think I think we share the same goal. You know, when you talk about greenhouse gas emissions, basically our goal in the U.S. is to get to zero emission agriculture by 2050 or sooner. That's the EU goal as well. Question is, how do you get there? The question is, do you only have one way that you can get there, or are there multiple paths to get to the same destination? I believe there are multiple paths. And I think you first and foremost have to start with an incentive base. And you know what? A good example of this is the Chesapeake Bay area, where there were some serious regulations put in place and not much. And then all of a sudden we came along and started asking, well, what if we incented this? What if we provided resources? What if we did this? And well, now we've seen pretty good progress in the Chesapeake Bay in terms of quality. So I want to give incentives a chance. And then if the incentives don't work, if you don't see acceptance, if you don't see significant reductions in greenhouse gas emissions, if you're not on track to get to net zero, if you're continue to contribute 10% of the nation's emissions while transportation and construction and electric power plants are converting, well, then maybe you're in a better position to say, guys, we gave you a chance here and you didn't respond. So we got to do this, because if we don't, we're going to have massive, massive adverse consequences to you and to the rest of us. And at that point, and I think, you know, to a certain extent, I think we've seen that with reference to the pandemic, to the extent that it didn't work for incentives. You've got a number of companies and a number of government entities, and including the federal government now mandating mask wear. But it wasn't, we didn't start there. We evolved there. And I think that's kind of what I think. The question is, can we get there faster with this issue of climate through incentives? I believe we can. I want to give us a shot to do that. And we started, I think, pretty aggressively yesterday, and I believe we got very good reaction from both the environmental community and the agriculture community. So I'm optimistic and hopeful.
I think we have time for one more.
Mr. Secretary.
Well, I'll tell you what, we're going to take two more, because we got somebody over here in the corner that.
I would like the issue of subsidies and how they would relate to soil regeneration. How do they conflict?
Well, It's a good question. Let me start by saying that when we talk about subsidies, I want to distinguish between, I want to know what you mean by this. Most of what we do today that falls in the category of subsidies is essentially payments made to farmers that recognize that there are things that they may not have control over that ultimately impact their bottom line. For example, a drought comes along and destroys the crop. And we've got a system essentially that doesn't make them whole, but keeps them in business. And the theory behind that is we don't want people leaving the land, we want people to stay on the land. However, in order to sort of qualify for many of these programs, there's a requirement that there be a conservation plan, that there be conservation compliance. So it's not as if there isn't some responsibility on the part of the landowner to take certain steps to embrace conservation. Now, what we've been asking for and how we've defined conservation is evolving. And I think what we're now beginning to evolve towards and move towards is a distinction between what I like to say, an extraction economy, where we simply extract, convert it someplace else into a higher value proposition, versus a circular economy where we essentially aren't extracting, we're constantly replacing, we're constantly regenerating, we're constantly giving back. And I think you're going to see more of that because now you're going to see a concerted effort on our part to help fund the transition and utilization of agricultural waste in a thoughtful, scientific way to reduce the greenhouse gas footprint of agriculture, to improve soil health, to improve water quality. I think you're going to begin to see us create that kind of lens to the support that we give. So I think we're evolving in that space. And I think we have to. I think we have to for the following reasons. One, because the market's going to demand it. And that really does drive a lot of decisions. You know, frankly, this is really an important question you ask. Because it allows me to talk a little bit about the part that the rest of us have played in this system that we have today. Because as Secretary of Agriculture, you hear a lot of people critical of farmers. Say, hey, these big guys, they're doing this and they're doing that. And I say to them, I say, why do you think they're doing this? Why do you think there's been a focus on productivity? Why do you think there's been a focus on uniformity? Why do you think there's been a focus on controlled environments? Well, one big reason, because we wanted less expensive food, we meaning the consumers, and we wanted it to be able to be produced and prepared quickly. We wanted to be able to put it in a microwave. We wanted to be able to go to a drive-through and have someone like I just had hand me a bag with something in it that I could eat on the go. When you have that kind of demand coming from the market, coming from us, then it puts a premium on sameness. It puts a premium on productivity. It puts a premium on size. So we have the system we asked for. Now, we're changing, right? We're changing. People want to know where their food comes from. They want to know how it's produced. They like to have the notion that they're buying local. They like the notion to actually know the farmer they're buying from, which is why they go to a farmer's market. Our tastes, our attitude, our connection to food, and I think the pandemic has accelerated this, is changing the way we think. And we're sending a message. And now the farm community, if you look at the reaction yesterday to the partnership initiative, the farm community is going, okay, we got to get into this because our customers are demanding it. And then when you add to that the fact that customers not just here, but all over the world are anxious to see this, trust me, Asian customers, people in Asian countries, deeply concerned about climate. Most of them live on a coast. Most of them see rising sea levels. Most of them understand in a very real way their lives are impacted by climate. And their expectation is they don't want to use their precious resource to exacerbate the problem. They want to use their resources to help reduce the risk. So the export market, where we sell 20 to 30% of everything we grow in this country, sending a message. The last thing I would say is this. The second imperative is we got to do this because the market's asking for it. The second imperative is we got to do it because our soil needs it. Our soil health needs a little help. We're losing topsoil at an alarming rate. And that's the seed corn. You know, to use a phrase from my state, you can't lose the seed corn. You can't plant a crop. So we have to regenerate to reinstill and have a healthier soil. And that in turn will actually lead to healthier retention of water resources, which in turn will mean that you want to have quite as much water to grow the same amount. Well, that takes a little of the pressure off this dynamic between urban and suburban and rural use. So it's incredibly imperative that we continue to look for ways to encourage regenerative practices. And I think we're getting there. So yes, sir, I'll take your question.
Mr. Secretary, in getting the second bite at the apple, I was in Fort Collins yesterday, and you responded on forest health appropriately on scale and how big a deal it is. Our family has been in business for 140 years. We celebrated that this summer. And I live in a community that is many multi-generational ranches and farms. In the last week, 3 families that I never believed would leave have either sold out or put their places up for sale. And bankers don't care about climate, bankers care about payments. And I think you're going to have to think on a much bigger scale about how we respond. And your minority program for debt buy down is conceptually being challenged, but I think if you were to accelerate that process and think about it in terms of young farmers and sustainability and resilience, as well as minority issues, I think you would go a lot faster, and I think it's so appropriate.
Well, there's the reconciliation bill contains an amendment to the debt relief initiative that we have with our historically disadvantaged farmers. You know, I'm going to answer your question, but let me just backtrack a little bit on the socially disadvantaged piece of this, because yes, it is being challenged, but I think what people have to understand is this. You're a farmer in the 1970s, 1960s, 1970s, 1980s. You're a black farmer in the South, Deep South. You're a white farmer in the Deep South. You live right next to each other. You got comparable sized operations. And you, the white farmer, go into the FSA office and you say, hey, Mac, I need X number of dollars to put my crop in the ground. No problem. Here you go. Here's the money. With the money, I go and I buy the seed, I buy the fertilizer, I buy the inputs, I put my crop in the ground right at the exact right time. Black farmer? Well, let me see a little more data. Gotta think about this a little bit more. Month goes by. Maybe 2 months goes by. And then the loan is denied or the loan is given. But by then, that growing season, it's already started. They plant late. Harvest comes, white farmer, bumper crop. Black farmer, not so much. What does that mean over a period of years? It means that white farmer continues to get an edge that grows over time. So when that neighbor's farm down the road comes for sale, that would allow either of those farms to expand, white farmer's got the cash, black farmer doesn't. So over time, this gap grew between those folks, between the folks who had full advantage of USDA and folks who didn't. So the question is, what do we do about that? And it's not easy to figure out what to do about it, but something has to be done about it. And so we're trying. To your point, though, there are also distressed farmers who are beginning farmers, veteran farmers, and maybe even some farmers that have been in business for a while, but they've got, a difficult farm, or they've got land that's not as rich as some other, they just have challenges. So in the reconciliation bill, there is a provision that would allow for an expansion of the debt relief to many of those distressed farmers as well, in fairness. So maybe that's a response. Maybe that's one response to your question of expanding the universe of people getting help. That's being considered, and if the reconciliation bill passes, we'll be in a position to implement that relief to tens of thousands of farmers, Black, white, Hispanic, Native American. And I think that's a good thing because we're going to keep them on the land. The second thing is that the American Rescue Plan also contained a provision that looked at how we might be able to help not just socially disadvantaged producers, but also beginning farmers, veterans, folks who are just getting started in the business, to your point. And they need three things. They need expanded technical assistance because the system today is complicated. Applying for these various programs is not necessarily a simple process. There's a lot of paperwork involved, and maybe we need to do something about that. But in the meantime, there's a lot of paperwork involved, a lot of complexity, and it can be discouraging to people who don't know how to play the game. So they play the game, they don't play it very well, they get denied, and they begin to think that they're being discriminated against. So we need technical assistance by people who know how to play the game that helps those folks fill out the forms right, so that they get the relief and the help and assistance and the conservation programs and so forth they need. Second thing they need is market access. When we went to this productivity large-scale model, we create fairly simple market access for those large-scale guys. But these smaller guys, they can't necessarily always compete effectively in that game. They may not have the uniformity. They may not have the yields. There just may be 1,000 reasons why they aren't going to be able to compete. So they need their own game. They need the local and regional game, the ability to sell more locally, the ability to negotiate a price potentially rather than having to be satisfied with what somebody in Chicago decides your crop is worth on a particular day. So that's why we're investing in farm to school. We're investing in local and regional food systems. We're investing in expanded farmers markets. We're investing in ways in which we can create the supply chain locally that creates opportunities for them. And we need to do more of that, and this bill basically provides us some resource to expand market access. And then finally, they need land, right? You can't grow unless you have land. And that's not a simple thing. But what we hope to be able to do is to go to people who own land, not you in your family that's farming the land, but maybe somebody like me who owns a farm in Iowa. I don't farm it. A farmer farms it. But maybe there's an opportunity for me in that land to get slightly less rent. And maybe there's an opportunity for USDA to provide a nonprofit entity to essentially rent the land from me at a lower rate of rent, and then receive a bit of a subsidy, if you will, from the government, which in turn would allow that entity that now has rights to that land for a year, 2 or 5 years, to be able to lease it out to a beginning farmer at a rental rate that beginning farmer can actually handle. Instead of that guy or gal having to search or having to pay the highest rental value in the community at a time when rental values are really high. So we're trying to look at creative ways to deal with technical assistance, market access, and land. And hopefully we will find some pathways here that can then be incorporated in more permanent programs when the Farm Bill gets reauthorized in a few years. All right.
Thank you so much, Mr. Secretary.
Go ahead. No, he's got a problem.
Yet contemplated how profound in the West climate is. That's what I'm saying to you. It is deeper than we think. And I think our response has to be deeper than we've yet planned for.
Well, take a look at the reconciliation bill and the infrastructure bill, because there's some historically high levels of investment for that very reason. I don't know that I necessarily have as intimate knowledge as you have, because I don't live here and I'm not living on the land. So in that sense, I think you're right, but I do not discount the fact that myself and many others who are in positions of authority don't fully understand the problem. Well, I think we do. I think we do, which is why we're pressing Congress to make sure that they give us the resources and the personnel to be able to address the problem as aggressively. We should have been doing this a long time ago, but it's taken a while, frankly, and with all due respect, it has taken a long while for producers to understand the severity of this. And here's an example. When I was secretary before, I had our team do a survey. Now, this was just Midwestern farmers, different group. And in this survey, we said, this was, I don't know, maybe 2009, 2010, said, do you want more information about climate change? Would you like to learn more about the impacts of climate change? Would you be interested in that? 80% said no, not interested. 80%, 5,000 people responded to this survey. 80% of them said, absolutely not. It's political. It's nonsense. We didn't cause it. Don't care about it. Nothing I could do about it. 6 questions later, we said, would you like to have some information about weather variability? 80% said, yeah, yeah, interested in that. Tell me more about that. Now, I understand there's a difference between weather and climate, but not in that context. So I think we've all been slow to recognize it. But this year, with the pandemic and the fires and the drought, I think the awareness level has risen significantly, which is why there are at least some in Congress and the president who are pushing a significant investment. Now, whether we get it or not, still uncertain, but there's no doubt it's needed, and there's no doubt that people understand, many of us understand it is absolutely needed yesterday, and we hope we get it. All right. All right, thank you very much.
Wired and ready to go. Little deal just fell off. Okay, everybody, let's get started again. We're sort of behind. I do annoying things with the microphone.
And you gotta be stronger.
Yep. Settle down. Okay. So that was really awesome with Secretary Vilsack. Very candid and informational. So cool that we got to hear him. We heard all morning long about the universal access to clean water for tribal communities, what that means, how the federal agencies fit in. After this panel, we're going to hear a lot about the Colorado River Basin, the upcoming negotiations, the law of the river, how we're going to be dealing with climate change. This panel is the transition between those two concepts. We're going to be talking about what role clean water access for tribes plays in those negotiations. And to have that conversation, we have my two dear friends, Becky Mitchell and Daryl Vigil. Becky is the director of the Colorado Water Conservation Board and Colorado's commissioner to the Upper Colorado River Commission. She's the mother of 5 and a hell of a soccer player and has all sorts of talents that I don't have time to tell you about. Daryl Vigil has been a wonderful friend for a long time. He is from the Jicarilla Apache Nation and also has roots in the Zia Pueblo and Jemez Pueblo. He is the co-facilitator of the Water and Tribes Initiative that we talked about this morning, and the spokesperson for the 10 Tribes Partnership. And he has a long list of different positions that I won't go into, and it's all in the bios, in the materials. To get this started, I'm going to give you just a little bit of background on the rules that we're operating under right now and how long they're going to last, because that forms the foundation for the discussion that we're going to have about the next set of management guidelines. So the foundation for the way we operate right now, as I'm sure most of you know, is the 2007 interim guidelines. These were guidelines put together by the 7 states and the Department of the Interior, and they deal with coordinated operations of Lake Powell and Lake Mead, and they provide for reductions in deliveries to the states of Arizona and Nevada when Lake Mead reaches certain critically low levels. They also provide for the lower basin states, all 3 of them, to conserve water and store that conserved water in Lake Mead for later use. That's the intentionally created surplus, or ICS. The 2007 guidelines expire at the end of 2025, so 4 years from now. Overlaid on that, on the 2007 guidelines, is the Drought Contingency Plan. And that's a set of agreements that were executed in 2019 that provide for further additional changes in the deliveries to all 3 lower basin states, deliveries from Lake Mead. And they also provide more flexibility in the recovery of intentionally created surplus. And in the upper basin, there are agreements that deal with drought response operations of the upper basin reservoirs to try to maintain sufficient level in Lake Powell to continue to generate power and to meet obligations to the lower basin. And there's an agreement that sort of provides the foundation for a demand management program if the upper basin states determine to adopt a demand management program. The DCP agreements expire at the same time as the 2007 guidelines, so at the end of 2025. There's certain provisions in those agreements for extension of certain of the conditions that are required. Overlaid on all of that are our agreements with Mexico, and from Minute 323. 323 and its predecessor, Minute 319, provided for reductions in deliveries of our treaty water to Mexico when Lake Mead reaches those same critical elevations that are identified in the 2007 guidelines, and provides for Mexico to be able to defer delivery of some of its treaty water and store that water in Lake Mead. And Minute 323 also contains a binational water scarcity contingency plan that provides for additional reductions in deliveries to Mexico. And that was contingent on the US states adopting the DCP agreements. Now that's all in place. All the provisions of Minute 323 are effective. And Minute 323 expires at the end of 2026, 5 years from now. So all of this stuff is coming to an end. And that means that people are thinking about what the next set of operational rules is going to look like. And the elephant in the room, of course, is climate change and reduction of flows. And the fact that our average flows now no longer support the level of historical demand. And what are we going to do about that? How are we going to share the burden? So I think it's fair to say that tribes were not involved in the negotiation of the 2007 guidelines, mostly not involved in the agreements with Mexico. There was some tribal involvement in the DCP agreements, mostly in Arizona, and not all the tribes in Arizona. But there has been a good faith commitment by all of the basin states and the federal agencies that tribes will have a seat at the table this time in the negotiation of the next set of rules. The question is, what does that look like? And that hasn't been worked out yet. There's ideas about how to make that happen, and that's going to be an evolutionary process. This panel is going to focus on what role universal access to clean water plays in these negotiations. And Becky is going to start us off. Do you want to come up here? Oh, you're good.
Am I allowed to just sit here? Okay, good.
Yeah.
I think you can hear me now. So if you were here this morning, you, I hope, can't walk away from today without thinking that tribal access and that universal access to clean water is incredibly important. And we would be doing everyone a disservice if we didn't focus on that. And so I think that is has been a bit of a passion project, I guess you could say, Anne, for me, but definitely something that we've tried to push forward in the state of Colorado. There have been discussions on how everyone will play a role in the upcoming negotiations, and I think it's important to say that the tribes are going to play an important role in the next set of interim guidelines. But I also want to talk about what that actually looks like or could look like. But in order to do that, we have to talk about what the guidelines do and what they don't do. And so you heard Anne talk about some of the timing, the deadlines, what we are dealing with. Really, in terms of the 07 guidelines, there are a few things that they do. Coordinating operations of Powell and Mead through a tiered structure, you heard that. And the elevations of both those reservoirs determine how much water is sent out of Lake Powell each year. The aim was roughly to try to balance the reservoirs. So when there's more water in Lake Powell, depending on the elevation of Lake Mead, more water is sent downstream. The guidelines also provide incentives for the lower basin to save water in Lake Mead for later use. That's called intentionally created surplus. In addition, they call for 2 lower basin states, Arizona and Nevada, to take shortages when Lake Mead's at certain levels. And I think Anne mentioned that also. We're in that space now. They're interim in nature, and I think that's important to focus on. And Anne talked about also they end in 2025, and that's because, and it is an opportunity. We wanted to take an opportunity to learn from the operations and adjust course in the next round. So the upside of the situation that we're in right now, and if you know me, you know I will always find the glass half full. And it's hard when the hydrology is what it is to find anything full at this point, mostly our reservoirs. But we have learned so much with this extremely dry hydrology. And we get to see how these guidelines are operating in practice, but not only how they're operating in practice, but how they're operating under these conditions. We've watched Lake Powell, Lake Mead sink to their lowest levels since filling. I think it's fair to say that all of the basin states are thinking about the lessons that they've learned over these guidelines and what we can do in the next round of negotiations. So that being said, it's really important to remember that the guidelines have been about the operations of these two reservoirs, not about this individual entitlements on the river. That has been set. So these negotiations are important, but it can't address and fix everything. That doesn't mean that we can't address and fix things. That doesn't mean that that's not the case. It just means that I think the negotiations have to be a place to look broader than we have looked before, but are there other places that we can do things? I think universal access and the work that's been done on that is an example of the negotiations aren't even started yet, but yet I think we are making progress. And I think that was important to do before we even start the negotiations. If you had been sleeping for the last almost 2 years, maybe you wouldn't think that it's important, but to see the disparity of what's happened on in the tribal nations that and how the disproportionate impacts, you just can't think that we need to do something now. So. In terms of what I do and how I am trying to at least begin the involvement, in Colorado, we have two tribes, the Southern Ute and the Ute Mountain Ute tribes. As commissioner, I speak to those tribes on a regular basis. I think it's important to have those sovereign to sovereign discussions very, very, very frequently. We try to keep them up to date. I ask for input as we're looking at things that we're working on with the Colorado River, including the negotiations process. I cannot speak to what my counterparts are doing in the other basin states. Those that know me also know that I operate from a place of I will do what I think is right, and hopefully sometimes shame works to get others to do that also. And so I think that is the way I've been going about our work within the state of Colorado. I sincerely hope that maintaining those close relationships is beneficial to the tribes. It's also important, and I have Daryl, a dear friend of mine, sitting next to me, and you will not probably hear him speak without saying, if you've spoken to one tribe, you've spoken to one tribe. Am I right, Daryl? And so that being said, I think even starting some of this process, I thought, well, maybe there's some similarities. Maybe we could do some things the same. But I think it's really important to understand that each tribe is different with different needs, histories, and relationships. So it's important that as we look at these negotiations in each state, that each state sit down and take time and really focus on what the tribe's needs are. What is the history? I saw the settled and unsettled tribal water rights from David Palumbo, and I thought, yeah, each tribe is different. So although these sovereign to sovereign discussions they need to be an important component of the guidelines negotiation. It's important to also recognize it's not the only place that we can fix and address the issues. We all need to be thinking about how we can work to increase access to clean, safe drinking water for the tribes across the Colorado River Basin. I think I have to say we have to take a holistic approach and consider everything when doing this because it's so important. I think I've probably overgone on this question, so go, you can.
Not at all, not at all. But Daryl, love your perspective.
Yeah, thank you, Becky. And good afternoon, everybody. And I really thank you, Ann Castle, and University of Colorado Boulder and the Getchins Wilkinson Center. I was remembering today, I was here about, I don't know, 10 years ago or so. I didn't know very much and still don't know very much, but you know, I was here with a group of folks from Australia, Aborigines, talking about the Murray-Darling Basin and just the uniqueness of and the similarity to a lot of our issues. So, you know, it warms my heart this morning or this afternoon to see, you know, some of the progress we've made in some of the areas. And I feel like I'm sitting in a room full of my close friends in terms of, you know, the relationships that have been built over the last 10 years or so. So thank you for the invitation. And I want to extend a thank you too to John Echohawk, you know, and my mentor and somebody that I look up to, and you know, in terms of forwarding this conversation for so long. And I really appreciate you and the work that you've done and continue to do, you know, for Indian country. Thank you. And kind of going off of that, you know, you know, what I heard when John was speaking this morning, well, let me introduce myself. Daryl V. Hill, I'm a member of the Hickory Apache Nation, as been mentioned before. I'm my tribe's water administrator. And now I have the privilege of facilitating a broader conversation through the Water and Tribes Initiative. And then we kind of laugh about the Water and Tribes Initiative because I have the support of 16 incredible individuals. A few have gone to the Biden administration. So we kind of joke internally about how what WTI was a feeder program for the Biden administration. And so, but some of the things that, you know, I heard John talking about this morning, you know, it was, you know, that we're still talking about this. You know, he talked about termination, extermination, and assimilation. Very effective strategies. And, you know, and I think, you know, when I got into the world of water policy a little over 10 years ago, my first question, you know, was at a major water conference, you know, was, well, if the problem is the law of the river, why don't we just change the law of the river? And it's like, there's a loud grumbling in the audience. You can't do that. And that's where I came into this game. And so when we talk about, you know, tribal water rights in the basin, and we talk about tribal sovereigns in the basin, you know, a lot of the context was already kind of laid out this morning in terms of, you know, the heartfelt stories by those incredible women that, you know, gave their testimony this morning. And, you know, and it touched my heart too, because my parents were boarding school kids too. And my dad was illiterate until he was in 8th grade. And, you know, he went from there, you know, to be one of the drafters of the Indian Self-Determination Act. Absolutely an exception to the rule as well, not the norm. But, you know, I'm grateful and privileged that I had that background in terms of, you know, the fact that I get to have the opportunity to be of service today. And I need to tell Bida, you know, and I said that so many times. If you know one tribe, you know one tribe, because I got very early on, you know, my representation of my tribe at the 10 Tribes Partnership of the Colorado River, that there was a whole lot of relatedness that needed to be built, and understanding and education. And there is no Indian solution. We're not even from India. That's another conversation. And so I used to say that quite a bit, and it's not even mine. And I used to give credit for it all the time. But the person who said it was a gentleman named David Lester. And David Lester used to be the executive director for Council of Energy Resource Tribes, a very, progressive and a great organization during its time. And so I say that all the time, but since then, I've been educated too to say, if you know one NGO, you know one NGO.
I'm going to use that.
And an extension of that, if you know one Navajo, you know one Navajo. So anyways, I'll have to share that with Bida later on. And I could really relate to the stories of the outhouse, especially in the wintertime, because the wind would be howling through there so cold and hauling water up from the China, as we call it in Zia, and taking baths in galvanized tubs, and as a young little Indian Pueblo Jicarilla boy, I thought that was a pretty cool thing. I didn't realize that we were lacking at the time. And, but I was ingrained over time that we were poor and that we were lacking. And that, as it says, it was mentioned today, that merciless, savage kind of mentality. And so when I got into this, there was probably a lot of emotion in terms of maybe my personal thoughts of why the reconciliation and acknowledgement of past and the still ongoing impacts to Indian tribes in this country as a result of that past, that unreconciled past, and a total inability to be involved in the creation and the pathway of a country that that we've lived in for forever. And I don't know if you guys have seen that those footprints that they found at White Sands. And that looks like my foot, and so we're still here, and I think I say this a lot, but I think there's a whole lot of truth to it. You have a group of at least now that are left, 30 tribal sovereigns in the Colorado River Basin who have lived sustainably there for thousands of years. Mm-hmm. And we're having these conversations about sustainability and resiliency. And why aren't we talking to those people who are still here, who've been resilient and who have known how to live sustainability? And maybe there's something to be gathered by that culture and those traditions. And so I start with that, to begin with, because I think it's very important to acknowledge, what was kind of laid out today, because there's still a lot of trauma and things that need to be resolved. But the reality is that tribal leadership and tribal sovereigns and the leadership at the tribal sovereigns level each have unique governance structures, and they all have memberships that they have to be accountable and responsible for. And each one of those 30 different governance structures is inclusive of all the areas of governance that we experience on a state level and at a federal level as well. And so when you start to set the context for this, 1922, the Colorado Compact was created. 1922, my tribe was living on subsistence rations on a reservation that wasn't our traditional homeland. And so, to give you the juxtapose, and you go to the compact, and it talks about an equitable apportionment of water in the Colorado River Basin, and based on, and there was an agreement to base that equitable apportionment on false hydrology. So from the get-go, we're building from a shaky foundation. And then it says that it doesn't apply to tribes. And so that's kind of the context. And you fast forward up to where Ann brought us up to in 2007, where the 2000 operational guidelines were created without any tribal inclusion. And we fast forward to the basin study, again, no inclusion. And so when you talk about DCP, you talk about DROA, you talk about DROP and all those kind of things, those are premised on established policy that tribes have no formal access to. And so absolutely, when you're talking about why should we include universal access? Because it's inside of those inalienable rights that we're supposed to be given, to provide the basic necessities of life, whether it's settlement or without settlement. And so when we start to imagine a world of that we don't have access to in terms of the water policy in the basin, and you look at the existing governance structures of the federal government that's been mentioned, the 7 basin states, 30 separate tribal sovereigns in the basin, and Mexico, and municipalities. And so, after almost being 100 years not being a part of the structure, there's an expectation that we're supposed to be, at the table and giving the same input everybody else is. I think that's an unrealistic expectation, but tribes have had to step up to the plate. And you've heard some pretty powerful women this morning who are, I think, the future's, a leadership in this country in terms of Indian country. And it warms my heart to no end to know that. And so when we start talking about, and I used to think that the tribal water rights were I used to say that all the time, the tribal water rights were the elephant in the room. Because you go to a Colorado River Water Users Association and there was hardly ever any mention of it. And but I think that's really changed, and I'm really grateful for that. And I think that when we think about, what the renegotiation of these guidelines and the opportunity to create a new framework of management and operational guidelines in the Colorado River Basin absolutely affords us an opportunity to look at, who we want to be in the basin in terms of what kind of future, what kind of water future we want to create jointly. And how is that going to be possible? It has to be based in at least some basic understanding of each other. And so, over the last 5 years, that's been my kind of, mandate and purpose is to get out there and really build as much of these relationships as we can, because I really get that the default is not an option. You hear the word incrementalism. I think we need mass transformation. And if we have the groundswell of basin states and the folks who all agree, the Water and Tribes Initiative engaged in an interview process 3 years ago or so that ended up in a product called Toward a Sense of the Basin, where we interviewed over 150 some odd individuals, organizations, states, Mexico, and the like. And it was really amazing. The 2 things that really stood out in those interviews and in the final report to me were that we all want a healthy and sustainable river, and do it in a way that takes into the reality of those voices and those inclusion of those things that haven't been traditionally included in that. And to understand that we can actually create a future and create a new paradigm of policy that really doesn't exist. I mean, we have that opportunity right now. And I think absolutely that's what the tribal leadership is saying. Our water is already at work. And, pre-DCP, close to, estimates between 1 and 1.5 million acre feet of unused tribal entitlement in the basin. And so tribal water rights are already hard at work in your states and your communities and your regions. We want to be active partners in that role. But there absolutely, as John mentioned earlier, there has to be an understanding in my mind, of tribal sovereignty and a respect for that. And that's part of this process too. We have an opportunity as tribal sovereigns absolutely to engage the federal government in creating a new relationship that's jointly created. And so I think, so why does this renegotiation process become so important for tribes in the basin? Because it has a lot broader implications. The immediate one is something that just needs to be taken care of right away. And I'm grateful to Ann and to Betta Becker and to Heather Tanana, for doing the work that they've done and because it's tireless. in terms of just fixing the problem. And you heard a whole lot about that. But this is embedded in that the renegotiation, the framework of a new operational guidelines for the Colorado River. Absolutely. Why wouldn't you include that component? And the other thing is that it's just so important to understand the context of this. Why wouldn't you include 30 tribal sovereigns who own more than 25% of the volume of the Colorado River? Why wouldn't you include 30 sovereigns who've been here for millenniums? You know, why wouldn't you include tribal sovereigns who've lived sustainably in the basin for that long of a period as well? It seems like we have lots of things that are mutually beneficial. And the second thing in that report that came out was that there was absolutely a need to have tribes a part of this process, not only speaking about them, and you need to be involved, but to create someplace structured for them, an institutionalized place for tribes to engage in the policymaking process. So we're looking for our federal partners and hopefully establishing that in the future, because if not, then it makes it incredibly difficult. The only options that we've always been given, or it seems like it's always been given, is litigation. And the thing about litigation is this: it is an option, but if it's exercised, the very thing that we value most, the river, is at jeopardy as well, and all the people that it feeds and all the environment that it gives water to. So I went a little long on that too.
Good.
She knows that about us.
Very inspiring. And I'm struck by this whole day so far with the focus on equity has engendered a very different conversation than you usually experience at this kind of a water conference. And I think that's emblematic of the fact that if tribal interests are at the table in some of these river management negotiations, they're going to bring different values, different interests, different concepts, different requests to the table than the traditional structure has been used to dealing with. And I think Gerald just very eloquently described that. It's access to clean drinking water, it's cultural values, it's spiritual values associated with water. And so I think a question is, can the traditional negotiation process handle those different kinds of interests that tribes will want to have addressed and discussed as part of the negotiations? So let me throw that one to you, Becky. And I will say, too, that I think it's understood, but might be worth emphasizing that all of these speakers, Becky and Daryl and many of the others that we'll be hearing from tomorrow, they have an obligation to represent their constituents. And that imposes strategies on those folks that have to be part of this discussion. And I just want to put that out on the table too.
I think that Anne put that caveat out for me, but oftentimes I'll speak beyond that for sure. I think as you asked that question about the how tribes are involved in the discussions, I think first and foremost, we have to recognize the trust responsibility of the federal government to ensure the survival and welfare of federally recognized Indian tribes and Alaskan Native communities, which also includes that provision of safe and reliable drinking water infrastructure and basic water needs. But you also said something about the commitment from the federal government, but also the basin states. And you are right. about that. There has been a commitment made, including Colorado, but I want to say absolutely Colorado, emphatically Colorado. I don't know how much more I can say that, but we have been committed to involve tribes in the process. I think that is somewhat of a two-way street of listening and learning in both directions. It's early on in the process, and you're also right. It hasn't been completely defined on what that looks like. And Daryl brought up something, and I wrote it down because I feel like this is something I need to take back. That one of the things that we are really trying to do is create an accountability process within Colorado. And you said the words that a structured institutional place. And I thought, okay, that's what I've been aiming towards. And in terms of the relationships between the government of the state of Colorado and the tribes, the Ute Mountain Ute and the Southern Ute tribe. And so now I'm going to take that language. I also wanted to key into a question that was asked to David Palumbo about the continuity and the interests of that there are very passionate people that are working in government right now, but how do we sustain that? And that's what I think that structured institutional place, that's why that is important, is that, and that goes on both sides. If you look at the tribes, there is often change in tribal leadership very quickly. And so that structured place is incredibly important so that there's continuity on all sides. And so I do believe, and I say it emphatically, that the tribes have to be considered as we move forward in this process. And again, there may be some universal issues, and there may be some situations where it's not a one size fits all. And I'm sure there's probably going to be 30 sizes at some points in time, but and because it is so dependent on the unique circumstances of each tribe. As an example of that, we're fortunate in Colorado in terms of process and the settlement process. Not all tribes across the basin are in that situation, and so I think that was more of a statement, not an answer to your question. I think I've probably taken more of ways to try to firm up a structured institutional place. And so I think I'll be asking and calling my friends for help on that and what's the best way to do that and honor the tribe's individuality.
Gerald, you want to weigh in?
Sure. On the how, I mean, I said a little bit about it earlier in terms of, kind of the buildup over the last 10 years in terms of, things that like Ann and I worked on with the tribal water study and really inform, that was to not only inform the broader non-tribal world about the 10 Tribes Partnership because they hold close to 3 million acre feet of water rights in the basin. And it was an opportunity for them to tell their own unique story as well in terms of their value of water, their traditional cultural value of water, and how they see their water future. So that really set the foundation. It also set the foundation for, a federal trust relationship with tribes. And so we do that. And on the broader conversation with Water and Tribe initiatives, we've set out a series of policy briefs to inform the greater Colorado River Basin or the West in general. And again, hopefully to make the process more efficient. And with our state sovereign, absolutely working with the state of New Mexico right now on the first of its kind transaction to lease water to the state strategic water reserve. And it was very interesting to note that going through this process in the state of New Mexico, there was never a sovereign to sovereign transaction. And so that's big on our list too at the Hickory Apache Nation in terms of building that sovereign to sovereign relationship with the state of New Mexico. And to build a water future for each other as well. So, and then we're also through the Water and Tribes Initiative, facilitating a broader tribal leadership conversation called the Tribal Leaders Forum that has already convened on a few different occasions, especially for universal access to clean water, where we had 20 tribal sovereigns in the Colorado River basins endorse a letter to the, it was to Senate, right?
Yep.
And in that case. And the other thing that we're doing too is that we're part of a conversation called the Upper Basin Working Group. It's 7 tribal sovereigns in the Upper Basin and a group of 16, 20 or so NGO conservation groups, to really hopefully, again, look at the specifics of things that are going on because the Hickory Apache Nation is in the Upper Basin. And again, part of that process is, again, building relatedness and building kind of a vision and getting locked in on what's important to us and getting locked in on the facts. And in terms of hydrology and those kind of things. So we'll continue to work on those, because we see this as a once in a lifetime opportunity to really transform something that hasn't moved in a long time. And it really has never moved for tribes because we've never really been a part of the process.
We have a few minutes for questions. John?
Daryl, thanks much. At one of the workshops the Water and Tribes Initiative organized, you all talked about, I learned there about this idea from the Columbia River Basin of a sovereign review team as a formalized institutional framework. Could you just briefly talk about that for people here in the room and whether or not you see some possibility for that, for a thing like that going forward in the negotiations, what strengths and perhaps what weaknesses there might be in that model?
Sure. No, thank you, John, for the question. And I think, what Becky wrote down, an institutionalized, structuralized place to engage in policy making. When we did the tour to the sense of the basin interview process, the idea of something called the sovereign review team was brought up by 3 or 4 different organizations, individuals who knew of this process that happened on the Columbia River with I think a host of 25 tribal sovereigns, federal government. I think there were 2 or 3 states involved, and then it had an international component as well with Canada. And so not a formal decision-making process, but it's a structuralized place where those 3 sovereign groups can come together and have conversations about the policy of the Columbia River, in my understanding of it, and then make recommendations from that group about what decisions might need to be made. We've kind of, I think we're at that point of, through this Tribal Leaders Forum, with the development of some core principles, really looking at, starting to make real specific recommendations at what that might look like. But again, 30 different tribal sovereigns, you need to build that consensus to see if that's something that's of interest to all of them, or those who want to participate in something like that. But at least if you have that structural institutionalized place to go to, then a tribe could, exercise its tribal sovereignty and its self-determination to choose whether or not to participate in that conversation or not. But the thing that's missing is to build that capacity in between so it knows what's going on. And so a whole lot of that capacity building is still happening. You heard it mentioned this today. And that's part of an exercise that Water and Tribes Initiative, again, is undertaken in this coming year, is to really look at tribal capacity. What does that even mean? What does it mean to tribes? And does that involve governance structures as well in terms of effectiveness and efficiency? So all those ways are how we're looking at creating that new future.
That's great.
Maybe one more question. We flipped about 20 minutes. So anyone else have another question? All right. Well, please help me thank this amazing panel. Carol, I know you're going to be around, so for tomorrow too, which we're really happy about. So we can wrangle him for some more questions tomorrow. We have a time for a break, so let's try to make it pretty quick so we can maybe gain back a few
Great,
minutes,
coming
maybe
up.
10 minutes, if that sounds good. Again, restrooms are at the end of the hall. There's some food and drink in here. But if you could try to be back at about 10 till, that'd be great. Did you, started. Hey, thank you, Becky. Okay. Hey, everyone, we're going to get started in just a few minutes, so if you can make your way back to your seats. For those watching online, as I mentioned, we are running probably about 20 minutes late, but we should get back on track shortly. I'm going to give it just another minute. Okay. Pardon me? Well, I'll be talking for 7 minutes or so. Okay, that's okay. Where's my phone? We'll just start in just a couple of moments, folks. She said she's going on, so I can go. That's great. Hey, Sean. Nancy's talking.
Okay, that's all.
Welcome back, everyone. If folks could please come on in and take your seats or take conversations. Take conversations out in the hall or come on down and sit down. That would be great. So we are shifting gears just a little bit this afternoon. It's time to enter what we've been calling part 2, where we really focus on the ecosystem health of the entire Colorado River Basin and other important watersheds around the country. I get to turn things over to our next moderator, Nancy Smith. She's been with the Nature Conservancy for over 20 years. She's also what we like to call a double buff, having earned both her JD and MBA from the University of Colorado. But before I turn things over to her, I really want to mention, you've heard us talk about the vacuum that was created when Doug Kenny retired. In addition to Ann Castle, Nancy Smith really helped out, particularly on the remainder of the day, helping us form, the topics, the speakers, what we wanted to get across the next several hours. So I wanted to thank you very, very much for doing that. I could not have done it without you. So I'll hand it over to you, and thank you to all of our panelists who are joining us for this next panel.
Thank you, Alice. Good afternoon. If you start to feel a little sleepy with the afternoon lull, just feel free to stand up and shake about. I think what Alice said, that we're shifting into part 2, but I think one of the exciting things that we as a panel have been able to discuss is actually the continuity with all of the incredible equity and inclusion issues that we discussed in the morning. So that's one of the great things we want to explore, and how that is part of fostering resilience. This panel, we're starting from an assumption that water conservation, water conversations, and in fact, many of those that have been traditionally part of this conference, have often focused on addressing the water budget problem, the nuts and bolts of who gets water, how do the states share, and balancing supply and demand, and that often those efforts have left out and not involved all of the right voices in an equitable way that was inclusive. And I think this panel is really saying we have discovered, I think we are really getting it, that is simply not enough. Those conversations, those approaches are absolutely essential, but it is not enough to address the incredible risks that we are facing to our water supply in the Colorado River Basin, especially in the face of the outsized impacts of climate change that we're experiencing. Secretary Vilsack we've all been referencing that. I will note that Brad Udall is going to scare your pants off about this tomorrow at 10 a.m. So I'm not going to go into too much detail. I'll let him have that privilege. So this panel and my esteemed panelists posit that we must look beyond the water budget problems to focus on broader questions of overall resilience so that we can sustainably, holistically adapt to and respond to and mitigate the steady and compounding and extreme risks we're facing. And that resilience involves some very nitty-gritty management questions that we'll talk about, but it also involves this concept of cultural resilience, social resilience. As Daryl said, looking to Indigenous peoples who have been sustaining themselves here in a resilient manner for, millennia. So since operational guidelines, drought response plans, DROPA, DRAWA, demand management, water markets, law policy, since all of those things alone are just not going to ensure that our system remains healthy, we want to look at what are the other things we need to be thinking about to face an uncertain climate and drought future. What does resilience mean, really? Lasting, equitable resilience. And this comes to my colleague Phil. And since big resilience questions are inherently expensive, they are more expensive than one-off water budget balancing solutions. Let's build a pipeline. Let's make everyone cut by 20%. They're going to be expensive. And so Phil's going to look at how do we pay for some of these things. Okay, let's dive in here. Again, this is what I'm going to let Brad scare you about tomorrow. Suffice it to say that change is happening fast. The basin is getting hit very hard by climate change. Flows have already decreased by 20% compared to the last century, and over half of that is attributable to rising temperatures and climate change. We've got increased forest fires based on climate change impacts. We've got soil moisture deficits. I'm just going to leave it. Trust me, Brad will convince you things are happening fast and we've got to react quickly. So a lot of our conversation today, not all of it, but a lot of it will be based on this report that I want to refer you to this. I want to get that web address up there. This is a fantastic, well-researched report that was authored by Martin and McCoy and Culp and Kelly on behalf of a number of the NGOs in the audience: American Rivers, Environmental Defense Fund, Audubon Society, Nature Conservancy, Theodore Roosevelt Conservation Partnership, Trout Unlimited, and Western Resource Advocates. A lot of our thinking will be coming from this idea that there are broader strategies we have to be engaging in to really address climate resilience. And then also this key difference that this panel has really realized, we also have to talk about social cultural resilience, and that an equitable watershed is a resilient watershed. So first, I just want to say resilience is a slippery concept. What we mean when we're talking about resilience is the ability of the Colorado River system to absorb change, absorb the incredible change we're facing, respond to it, and adapt in a way that sustains function, that keeps meeting the needs of the people and the natural environment that depends on it. And we're going to look at various ways of cultivating that. This slide is from that 10 strategies report that I showed you. I've put red circles around. You'll notice these are the resilient strategies that fall in that sweet spot. They're emerging. They're not so theoretical that they're perhaps not worth talking about right now. We're going to be talking about forest management, some of these things. And I want to say in addition to those, we are really going to be talking, as I said, about social, cultural resilience, resilient decision-making. My colleague, Kimmery Wiltshire, is really going to be addressing that. These are the key questions in this report to help define what are the key elements of resilience we should be thinking about in the Colorado River Basin. You'll notice it really talks about climate is front and center. The climate crisis in the Colorado River Basin is a water crisis. There's just no other way of putting it. We are experiencing climate change now in the form of a water scarcity crisis. So you'll notice that that is very integrated into this report. It will be woven throughout our conversation today. And that last bit, which we've added, is to make any of this work, we have got to have resilient decision-making. We've got to have human decision-making systems that are equitable and resilient enough to rise to the challenge as well. We are not going to go in those strategies I highlighted that we're going to talk about, the resilience strategies. I put a circle around what we shorthand call regenerative agriculture, upgrading ag infrastructure. I'm going to say this panel, we are not going to dig deep into this today for a number of reasons, but one of which is that Secretary Vilsack spoke incredibly eloquently to this. I could not in any way speak better than he did about that. So we are going to let his presentation stand for the types of innovative, resilient agricultural strategies that are necessary to create true resilience. The focus on soil health that he talked about, the focus on upgrading infrastructure so that it is more efficient, so that it meets both the needs of our food production needs, but also takes into account the fact that there just isn't going to be as much water to go around. So while this is in that report, I encourage you to dig in deeper. I'll let stand what Secretary Vilsack said. We are going to talk quite a bit about forest management, which the Secretary also mentioned. I cannot emphasize enough that 88% of the water in the Colorado River Basin originates as snow in the headwater forests of Colorado, New Mexico, and Wyoming. Our forests are the largest natural reservoir that we have for water. We have got to start thinking about it as much as this basin talks about Meade and Powell, we should be talking equally, if not more, about our forests. We're going to be talking, two of our panelists, Kimmery Wiltshire and Phil, will be talking a bit about this. And the NGOs that I mentioned that participate in this report, we are looking into some interesting innovations in forest management that not only generate wildfire mitigation benefits, but also have the potential to, in an ecological fashion, increase our forest's ability to hold snowpack, retain snowpack, slow melt. These are very nitty-gritty solutions, but they're part of overall resilience. Natural distributed storage. This is natural infrastructure. Secretary Vilsack used that word. It is more and more becoming part of the parlance that Congress is using when they're thinking about the infrastructure we need in this country. And my colleagues at American Rivers, Mike Febick, who will be joining us remotely, will be speaking to some of the solutions that his organization is looking at that takes advantage of process-based restoration, wet meadow restoration, floodplain connectivity, to again create long-term resilience and sustainability in the system that is a necessary counterpart to all of the laws and policies that we're working on. We are going to wrap up. Kimmery will be talking about some radical decision-making resilience that her organization, Carpe Diem West, works on. And we'll be wrapping up the panel, our Lyle Belinqua, who is an independent Hopi archaeologist. He will also be talking about this notion of the longevity of the social and cultural resilience that the Hopi people have exhibited and continue to by maintaining their living connection to their water, their rivers, and he'll be talking a bit about this. Okay, so let me see. I think I've got things framed up here. The one last thing I will say is that while we aren't speaking to resilient strategies related to regenerative ag, I just want to note, as an add-on to what Secretary Vilsack said, the fact that our panelists are not speaking to it does not mean we do not recognize the importance. Agriculture uses over, the number varies, but over 70+% of water in the basin. So we fully recognize they have to be part of the solution and part of this broader concept of resilience. But again, we'll let what Secretary Vilsack said stand. And with that, I think I've introduced everyone in the process of talking what we're going to talk about. And oh dear, Kimmery, okay, that's okay. Kimmery, she's lost in Zoom land somewhere. So I think I'll put you on the spot, Phil. Kimmery will come back and she is going to talk about this notion of resilient decision-making and some things that her organization is exploring in the forest management space. But Phil is going to really address this fact of that this is going to be expensive, and we've got to be creative about how to pay for these resilient solutions. So Phil, go ahead.
Great. Thank you, Sean, and thanks, Nancy, for introducing me and for the opportunity to present our work at the Blue Forest Conservation to this panel and this audience. I would first off want to start by saying the sessions this morning and the presentations were extremely powerful, and I appreciate all of those. And if you didn't get a chance to see those, I encourage you to go back and watch them again, because they were certainly striking and powerful to me, and I learned a lot this morning. But I'll start off with saying, Blue Forest Conservation is a conservation finance firm. We were founded in 2015, and we're a team of scientists, engineers, and financial experts who, over the past few years, have developed something called the Forest Resilience Bond. And we've been working with the World Resources Institute and the U.S. Forest Service to deploy this. And it's really a public-private partnership that enables private investors to invest in the significant upfront costs of watershed and forest management, and then allows those investors to be paid back over time by the stakeholders who benefit from the implementation of those projects. And when I talk about stakeholders, I'm really talking about federal, state, and local governments and agencies. I'm talking about water and hydroelectric and other utilities. And I'm talking about private companies who are increasingly focused on investing in climate resilience and water replenishment. So why are we even talking about finance in a watershed resilience and equity conference? And really, when we go back and we look at how have we built our society in the past, finance has been one of the main tools that has enabled us to build our infrastructure as we see it today. We use municipal bonds to finance our water and wastewater treatment facilities. We invest in infrastructure that provides power and water. And on a personal basis, we take out mortgages so that we can have a home. We invest in all those things because they'll provide benefits longer than the initial upfront costs. And so it makes sense to pay for them over time because the benefits of that investment also last longer than the upfront costs. And so what we're thinking about is how do we take those same financial tools that have been available for us for built infrastructure and use those to finance natural infrastructure, when we know the benefits of reduced fire risk, protected water supply are going to far outlast the cost and the time to do those restoration treatments. So what we're really trying to do with the Forest Resilience Bond is really enable collaboration around funding. Collaboration is hard. Figuring out how to pay for this is hard. And we're really trying to focus on how do we make it easier so as we finance the large upfront costs, we can start to do this work at a scale that's meaningful. Our initial projects are in the tens of thousands of acres, and that simply isn't going to cut it if we're really going to address climate change, climate resilience, water resilience, and fire resilience. And where this model that I'm going to talk about really works best is where there's multiple benefits to restoration projects. And largely when we think about forest restoration, we're thinking about fire risk reduction to infrastructure and communities, water supply protection and enhancement, and long-term carbon storage and stability. And something I didn't particularly mention there, and something we're going to start to focus on with the California Council on Science and Technology over the next couple of years, is really the impacts of smoke on public health. I didn't mention public health, but this is really a public health crisis. And as you talk about our rural communities, our tribal communities, and our urban communities, they are all being impacted. And those that are disadvantaged are being impacted more because they have less mobility, less ability to get air quality cleaners. And so we're really focusing on what are the costs of that, but ultimately to get to the equity question. And a report came out in California just last year that the fires of 2020 caused an additional 3,000 deaths. In the current pandemic, that doesn't sound like a lot, but it should be shocking on how much impact that is. So when we talk about costs, we're not talking about millions or hundreds of millions. When you talk about public health costs, we're talking in the billions. So I apologize for putting together a flow chart, and this might be one of the only ones you see today, but we'll get through it together, and I just wanted to show how this works at a high level. So when we know that there's a restoration project that's been planned and permitted, and it's going to cost a certain amount of money, what Blue Forest does is it brings in investors to fund all the upfront costs through a forest resilience bond that's specific to that restoration project. We pass that money along to what we call our implementation partners. Blue Forest doesn't do the project on the ground. We work with nonprofit organizations to do that. And in our first project, that was the National Forest Foundation on the Tahoe National Forest, but that could be tribes, that could be conservation districts, counties, National Wild Turkey Federation, anyone whom the Forest Service has a collaborative agreement with to work on a project and work on their land. As our implementation partners implement those restoration activities and some of those benefits that I talked about before accrue to the stakeholders, we've contracted with those beneficiaries to pay over time back into the Forest Resilience Bond, and we pass that money back to investors with a small amount of interest. Now, if there's something I've learned about conversations in Colorado over the past few years, it's Coloradoans don't particularly like to be told what California is doing and how Californians do things. And that is not what is happening here today. It just happened to be the first region where our pilot is in the Tahoe National Forest. And so that smaller map on the upper left, the red outline, is a 15,000 acre pilot Yuba project. This is in the headwaters of the North Yuba River, the ancestral homelands of the Mountain Maidu and Nisenan tribes. And what we worked to understand was, if we implement this project as a pilot, how do we expand it to the entire 275,000 acre watershed? And I'll talk about that in a little bit. Most of this work is thinning and prescribed burning to reduce fire and restore resilience and ecological health to the forest. But it also includes things like aspen regeneration, removing invasive plants, meadow restoration. So we're looking to attain full ecological restoration with these projects, not just things that create economic benefit. So we sat down with the Yuba Water Agency in the state of California and said, there's this unfunded project. What are all the benefits of this project, and why would you be interested in funding it? The Yuba Water Agency manages a 1 million acre foot reservoir at the bottom of the at the bottom of the watershed. And they are a flood control agency, a water supplier to 8 agricultural irrigation districts, and they produce hydropower. So anything that happens in this upper watershed, 75% of which the Tahoe National Forest manages, is going to severely affect them. And working with the World Resources Institute, we understood that between fire risk and water supply, the project would benefit them about $8.8 million. And the project costs were only about $4 million, giving an ROI of 2 to 1. So there's a strong economic, in addition to the ecological interest, to do this project. And we get to work with a lot of great people at the Forest Service, and Lon is one of the best. And what he's really saying here is, had we gone through the traditional timeline of Forest Service implementation, where they would typically put out a timber sale, get any receipts if there were any, and get a dribble of congressional appropriations for this work, it would have taken in excess of 10 years to implement just this one project. we've been able to flip that on its head and get it done in 3 to 4 years. It says 3, we're in the 3rd year now. It'll honestly go into the next field season because it's been a bit challenging to put fire on the ground over the past few years. So kind of bring this back to Colorado, and why this is an example of Colorado is really about scale. We have large landscape management issues that we need to address all over the West. And where we started with an initial $4 million forest resilience bond pilot on 15,000 acres, a year later, 9 organizations came together, large and small governments, large and small NGOs, including the Nature Conservancy, and tribes, to really understand how do we plan and implement restoration over this entire 275,000 acre watershed. And so we'll be launching our next forest resilience bond, about $25 million to do in excess of 40,000 acres at the bottom of this watershed, hopefully next month. And then the notice of intent for the NEPA for the entire watershed has been released in the past couple of weeks. So this is really how we're looking to get to scale and do the entire $80 to $100 million investment required for this landscape. And I'll leave it there, but thank you, and thanks again, Nancy, and look forward to the discussion.
Great, thank you, Phil. Okay, good news. We have tracked down Kimry. I want to remind everyone, I've been encouraged not to read full bios because they are available in the program. So please do check that out for the illustrious, experience of all our panelists. But in brief, I'll say Kimry is with Carpe Diem. And as I noted, she's going to talk about some of the really deep collaboration that her organization is exploring in the forest management space. And, part of what this panel is positing, that decision-making resilience is also part of the big picture solutions we have to explore. Okay, Kimry, are you in Zoom land somewhere?
I am in Zoom land.
Great. Well, I think our technical whizzes are trying to figure out how to get you on the screen.
Okay. There we go. Start my video. That's what it says.
Excellent.
Now
And
I know I have to go and find the video.
So Kimry, are you prepared to run the slideshow from your computer there? Can you go in presentation mode?
I am. Okay. I am prepared. There we go. Zoom says I can't start share screen while the other participant is sharing. So whoever is still sharing, knock it off. Nope. All right. In that case, I'm just going to go ahead and start. And Sean or one of his Wizard IT colleagues will go and pull up my slideshow, which are just a few slides.
Sean, so, can we pull it up from the computer here or? Okay, he says you should now be able to share.
Okay, let's see here what we can do.
The bold new world of,
it is totally a bold new world. Well, it's not coming up, Sean. So take it away and I will just go ahead and start. Hi, everyone. Greetings from the San Francisco Bay Area, where the skies are blue, blessedly. There is no wildfire smoke up there in the sky, which is an increasingly unusual sky for us to have. We've had a lot of wildfire smoke, as has most of the West this year and last year. So I'm going to talk about healthy forests, healthy water, and healthy people. As we think about water in the Colorado Basin and sort of water throughout the American West, so all of us tree-hugging white people are learning that resilience is much more than ecosystem health. It's also about human health and human culture and human lives. And I want to emphasize that last one Phil brought up about public health. This is a public health emergency. And I couldn't agree more. And if we've learned anything about climate change so far, it's that we are all in this boat together. There is no escaping that. So Nancy mentioned, let's go to the Colorado Basin. Nancy mentioned that about 85% of the water in the Colorado main stem comes off of.
Kimry, I'm just going to interrupt for one second. We do have your slideshow now, so if you let us know. Good. Okay, good.
Could you change the slide, please? Next slide. Okay, there we go. Well, that one's jumping ahead, but that's quite all right. As Nancy mentioned, the source of about 85% of the water in the main stem of the Colorado comes off of less than 12% of the land mass. So these are high elevation forests in the upper basin, almost exclusively national forest land. And overall, we see in the American West that about 60% of water supply in the American West is also sourced on national forest lands. And as you know, these lands are burning. So over the past 15 years at Confluence West, which some of you know as Carpe Diem West, working on climate change and Western water, we found 3 ingredients that are essential to scaling up forest and water health projects. So here they are: partnership, allyship, VUCA, and of course, if we're talking about VUCA, we got to talk about beavers as well. So there will be a nod to beavers at the end of this. So each of these examples that I'm touching on come from out of the basin, but it's work that can be applied anywhere. And it is, I want to emphasize, it's what's working, even in the face of climate change, even in the face of, all the horrendous economic challenges, et cetera. So let's start with partnerships. Next slide, please. So this is French Meadows. And French Meadows, we're going to talk about partnerships. French Meadows is it's upper watershed in the Middle Fork of the American River in the Tahoe National Forest in the Sierra Nevada. So we think about partnerships as sort of being the next evolutionary step forward from collaboration. So partnerships means that, so everyone who has skin in the game is at the table, but they're also all bought into the end game. And obviously it can take some time to get to that agreement, but they're all brought into that end game, and they all have equal say regardless of their institutional power. So this is, as you know, wildfires just keep ripping through the Sierra Nevada as they're whipping through so many forested systems in the American West and in Canada. And the Sierra Nevada is also another one of those places that's a source of about 60% of the water supply in California. So in the face of all these devastating wildfires, the French Meadows Partnership was formed to develop, manage, and implement resilience work in this watershed. So participants include the Regional Water Agency, local businesses, the county, the key state agency, the Nature Conservancy, a university research institute, the local land trust, and of course the Forest Service. So this is a 28,000 acre forest restoration project. And it is all about not just improving the health of the municipal watershed and the water that flows downstream, but the partnership has also pioneered ways to accelerate the pace and scale of forest restoration. And, Phil referred to this with the quote from the gentleman who's the district ranger about the North Yuba project. But in this case, thanks to everyone agreeing to sort of row in the same direction, the partnership, it significantly decreased the typical amount of time to do all of the studies and the permitting from, about 4 years to about 18 months. And together, this partnership has raised the $17 million needed to do the work. Next slide, please. So the next ingredient to success is allyship. And as you see here, this is a map of the Upper Rio Grande in New Mexico. So historically, the folks that have lived in the Upper Rio Grande for quite a few decades and centuries, the land-based communities and the pueblos have had a rocky relationship with the Forest Service. Any forest health work or traditional uses of wood done by these communities was usually ignored in favor of, say, out-of-state contractors coming in and doing the work, or not considered eligible for treatment funding, or the Forest Service just shut them down. So these upper basin forests are the source of most of the important tributaries in the Rio Grande, and these watersheds, no surprise, keep burning. So that means downstream water supply and quality for Santa Fe, for Albuquerque, for the Pueblos, for agriculture, and for ecosystems takes a big hit. So 7 or so years ago, the folks that started the Rio Grande Water Fund recognized that both the participation and, equally important, the knowledge of these land-based communities and pueblos was essential to the success of any partnership to protect New Mexico's forests and waters. So the fund is a collection of allies, and thanks to that founding commitment of allyship, over the past years, the fund has collectively raised $3.4 million in private funding, which in turn has helped leverage $49 million in public funding. About 140,000 acres have been treated so far. They've supported about 1,400 community forest jobs, and they have about 330,000 acres in the planning pipeline. Next slide, please. Okay, so the third, we're going to talk about planning for VUCA. And if you don't know this catchy little acronym, it's one you can you can now adopt. So you can think of VUCA as the 4 horsemen of climate change. So this is volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. So those of you who are familiar with the Salt Lake region know that most of the water supply comes off of Forest Service lands in the Wasatch. And currently about 1.7 million people live in the region, and the population is projected to increase 35% by 2065. So there's 2 really big gnarly challenges to keeping a water supply quality and quantity flowing. So the first is that these mountains and their rivers and watersheds are just being loved to death. In 2019, the National Forest recorded 11.3 million visitors, and that's up 31% in the past 10 years. The second, and of course, primary concern is the fact, though, that the Wasatch aren't high elevation. It's not a high elevation mountain range, unlike the Rockies or even the Sierra Nevada or even parts of the Cascades. So as a result, as temperatures continue to warm, snowmelt runoff becomes flashier, and we're obviously going to most likely see less precipitation as in the decades ahead. So in the face of all of that, how do you prepare for VUCA? Volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. So in 2019, the Salt Lake Public Utilities completed a 60-year supply and demand master plan to accelerate actions that promote resiliency. And so these include everything from expanding their 110-year-old partnership with the Forest Service to protect and restore these watersheds. And from that to working with people of color communities to ensure that water rates don't become unaffordable for them. Next slide. So no conversation about forest and watershed resilience would be complete without a nod to the Western beavers. This is a picture taken just a few weeks ago, deep in the heart of the Cameron Peak 2020 wildfire. And as you can see, looks pretty darn nice down below where that nice little beaver house is down there. And then up above, it's just kind of torched. So next slide, please. So finally, I will say that, these are grim times for our planet. But to very badly paraphrase Edward Abbey, with apologies, as we think about, that we do all we can do right now. We can do everything that we can do to heal and restore our home and our planet. Don't forget the joy. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much, Kimry. We'll have a chance for some questions. Our colleague, Mike Fiebig, was going to be here in person, but unfortunately his flight was canceled last night. So hopefully, so he is joining us from Zoom land. And Mike, as I said, he is the director of the Southwest River Protection Program with American Rivers. And the panel thought it would be great to explore, aspects of resilience that are related to the necessity for a truly resilient system to have a mosaic of different management types. It's not enough to have a fully managed system, that there needs to be a diversity of land use types and management strategies and designations to create a system that's resilient, and I'd say communities that is resilient in the long term. Mike's going to talk a bit about that, as well as some natural distributed storage benefits from that approach. And there you go, Mike, turn it over to you. And Mike, can you run your slideshow through Zoom, or would you like us to run it from here?
I can, thanks, Nancy. I can do it through Zoom if that's preferable.
Great.
Or at least, let's see if I can. Maybe.
If needed, Sean is doing a great job here of running it from here if you need, so just let us know.
All right, I'm going to be able to do it. Okay, are you seeing that, Nancy?
Yes.
All right, great, thanks. And thanks everyone. I wish I could be there in person with you all, though this gives me a chance, since it was packed anyways, to wear a button-down shirt and a coat in the privacy of my own home by myself. so here I am presenting to you remotely. Yeah, hi, I'm from American Rivers, and I'm based down in Durango, Colorado, where we're currently getting a much needed thunderstorm, and happy to present to you on a few things. Basically talking about the role that river protection and natural distributed storage, natural infrastructure play in building resilience. As Nancy said, we talk a lot about the more hard infrastructure that we have great control over, and we're advocating for a patchwork approach to this that includes a balanced distributed storage portfolio and river protection portfolio. So I don't need to wax on too longly on this with this group, but intact river systems and riparian zones and watersheds give us a lot of ecological benefits, from clean drinking water to wildlife habitat, migration corridors, climate refugia, and places of cultural and sacred significance as well. Though riparian zones are less than 1% of our lands in the West, they're the most fecund of our lands, and they're essential for a number of our species. I could have put a lot of different slides in this one, but this is a gray infrastructure slide. This is a representation of the 90,000 dams that we have across the United States, according to the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. And I wanted to put this up here, and it could just as easily have been a number of different footprints of development to make that case that we have a lot of gray infrastructure, and it gives us a lot of benefits, from irrigation water to food production year round to, energy to heat our homes, transportation grids and places to live. Some friends up at Headwaters Economics once did an infographic for us for lands in rivers in Montana, mapped only by their development, no other lines on the map. And you could see almost every river in Montana except for the large protected areas, just by the development footprint. We love our corridors, our river corridors. At the same time, we've got to realize that there are major trade-offs to this. And these are lesion. You know, we've talked a lot about the water quantity trade-offs in the Southwest, in the Colorado ecosystem. We also are in an extinction crisis. You know, 83%, upwards of 80% of freshwater dependent species, including mammals, fish, birds, and aquatic species that are essentially tied to freshwater systems are in danger of extinction. So there's a trade-off for this, but there's a balance in the making. So I could have put a few different slides here too, and this one has some limitations. These were the maps that I have on hand, but the map on the left that you see is a map of the nationwide rivers inventory. It's maintained by the National Park Service, and it's an inventory of rivers that the Park Service has found to be free flowing and have at least one outstanding value. And then, of course, the map on the right is designated wild and scenic rivers. And you can see a large difference between the two. Not shown on the map on the left are all of the thousands of rivers that are free flowing and intact and have outstanding values that agencies like the BLM, the US Forest Service, and US Fish and Wildlife Service have found in their own inventories. So a note for myself in the future is to hire a cartographer to dig into and make a combined map that would show all of those. We're used to looking at this Colorado River Basin map quite frequently. It shows not only the upper and lower basin, but it shows areas where the Colorado River has been diverted and is being used outside of the basin in a trans-basin fashion. I'd love us also to get used to looking at the the Colorado River Basin in ways like this. Places that either have ongoing protection or have either cultural or ecological values worth protecting. And there are tons of them. There are dozens and dozens of intact, free-flowing rivers with high ecosystem values and climate refugia, carbon mitigation, and cultural significance. And I should note, since we are talking about climate change as an overlay with this conference, as well as equity, that we've found very few carbon sequestration mechanisms better than intact watersheds. They do their work for free, and they do it without operation and maintenance costs once we get them back into functioning systems. So these are lists of either projects that are ongoing, focal areas, or areas that have been identified by partners as places we can do a lot of work. At the same time, we're going through a planning process bubble right now in the Southwest that, in fact, American Rivers and partners across the 4 states are involved in anywhere from 12 to 14 different forest management plan revisions or BLM resource management plan revisions. Together, these planning efforts offer a once-in-a-generation opportunity to engage in ecosystem resilience, cultural resilience, and protection and restoration of habitat. And they also have the benefit of being largely located in intact headwater systems that have a high predictive, are predicted to persist as climate refugia and provide clean, cool water in the face of climate change too. Bringing it back to our own Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment, this is their BRAT tool, their Beaver Restoration Assessment tool. And as you can see from the lit up screenshot there, it's legion, you know, as a couple of our panelists have noted, and Kimmery most recently, you know, Beavers also are great ecosystem engineers, and again, they're unpaid. They do their work for free, and they do it in perpetuity if we give them the ability to do so. So with river, I think we can think of the resilience piece from intact ecosystems in two ways: protecting those ecosystems that are intact and restoring those ecosystems that aren't, and then making sure that is a balance to the gray infrastructure that we have. And then finally, it goes without saying, it's been mentioned already, that good ecological protection and restoration comes from, at least if it's going to be durable over time, comes from good cultural and equity work and collaboration. We have a huge opportunity to not only right past wrongs, but engage those who have deep knowledge and ties to our ecosystems through funding, access, collaboration, technical assistance, and a number of other ways to get a lot of this work done. And I will stop there. Thanks.
Excellent. Thank you, Mike. Okay, we have one last panelist, and then we'll open it up for some discussion. Lyle Belenquois is joining us remotely as well. We are going to run his slideshow from here. And he is a Hopi archaeologist. He'll speak to us about the living connections that the Hopi people maintain to their rivers, in a true statement of longevity and ultimate resilience.
Good afternoon, everybody. I assume you can hear me. Thumbs up.
Good, Lyle.
Okay. Thanks for having me be a part of this panel. My name is Lyle Belenquois. I am a member of the 3rd Mesa Greasewood clan from the village of Baklavi, member of the Hopi tribe, which is in northeastern Arizona. Most of my work is involved in the area of archaeology. I've been an archaeologist for 20-something years now, and part of the work has also been as a river guide and backpacking guide across the Southwest. So when I was asked to participate in this panel, I was a little bit uncertain as to what my role would be, and kind of at the last moment, we were able to figure it out. The slides that are up are really just for kind of pretty pictures and to help guide me in terms of what I want to talk about. Ironically, we're talking about watersheds in this panel for the most part in this conference. And, where I'm at in the village or on the Hopi Mesas, we are landlocked, meaning that, we have no perennial sources of water here on the reservation, even though much of our ancestral lands, included areas like the photo you're seeing right now, which is the confluence of the Little Colorado River and the Colorado River down in the Grand Canyon. And this is a really culturally significant area, not just for Hopi people, but for many tribes here in the Southwest. We all have some kind of connection to this landscape. And so I thought this would be a good starting point in terms of how I, as an archaeologist, work within my community to talk about water usage, not just in our ancestral past, but how, we take those lessons and apply them to today. And so the first part of this real quick talk, I'm going to focus on the trips that Hopi does down in the Grand Canyon. Go to the next slide, please. Hopi, through our Cultural Preservation Office, is allowed, kind of ironic, is allowed one trip per year. We have a permit to take Hopi tribal members down into the Grand Canyon. Mostly all males. There's culturally traditions associated with that. I don't need to go into there. And again, I'm going to have to gloss over a whole lot. And so unfortunately, if you have more questions, we can get to that, or I can provide you references later on. But through these trips, we're able to go down and take members of the Hopi community to visit ancestral sites along the Colorado River. and really get an understanding of how these watersheds, not only what role they played in our ancestral past, but also how they remain, culturally viable to us today in the modern day. They're not just, when you look on the map, the 1.6 million acres of the Hopi Reservation is a political boundary that was not established by us as Hopi people. And so these trips are really important in providing these individuals a greater understanding of what, ancestral lands really means, what that concept entails. And what that means is that, we're taking that political boundary and wiping it off the map. And we're demonstrating that our knowledge, our traditional knowledge and know-how extends well beyond those boundaries. And so it's through these trips that we are able to really get into some of the detailed history of who we are, where we come from. But what are those lessons that we've learned, as people? Nowadays, we're landlocked here on the Memphis. We don't have any large-scale irrigation for our farming activities. We are probably some of the best dry farmers in the world, being able to cultivate corn, beans, squash, and other crops through just the moisture that comes through monsoon rains and the winter snowpack. And so where do we gain that knowledge from? And what is the value of water and moisture here in the Southwest? So, coming from this dry lock area to a river like the Colorado River, stark contrast in terms of what is available, but yet what are the lessons that we've learned? Let's go to the next slide, please. Is everybody there?
We can hear you, Lyle.
Okay. I think the next slide was another, I'll just keep talking about the Hopi, connection in terms of what we do on these river trips. And so another tangent from these trips is not just to visit, there we go, our ancestral past. Here's a group of Hopi gentlemen at the Nankoweap granaries in the upper stretch of the Grand Canyon. But again, we're talking about what are those lessons that we've learned, that a big question a lot of people will ask is, in ancestral times, we did occupy many well-watered regions with lakes, with rivers, it's green. Why did we ultimately choose to leave those well-watered areas and come to, a very high, dry desert area? And part of the teaching is that because it was to give us or grant us the ability to be humble in our nature in terms of how we live our lifestyle. Being very efficient in our living traditions. And so that relates back to this idea of how do you value water? I have, very vivid stories from my grandparents about their parents having to visit springs as their only viable water source. And sometimes springs were just a small trickle or a small drop coming out, and they would have to place their, ceramic pot there and maybe wait for hours. The ladies would wait all day, to access whatever water they needed for the day, and then, take that back home. And that has to be reserved, and used very sparingly. So these are those kind of teachings that we still, when we look at the larger scope of how water in the West is being used, we really have to scratch our heads and wonder, why aren't some of these kind of water efficient methods, why aren't we looking at water as a more valuable resource? We take it for granted that we can turn on the faucet. Even here at Hopi, most of the communities, most of the villages have running water, have access to infrastructure. Some don't, some by choice, but still we retain these teachings about how water, valuable resource, and not to be misused, not to be disrespected. So how does that, translate to our modern day and how we're advocating for, greater access to water? Next slide, please. I should say, I'm just an archaeologist. I'm not a lawyer or a politician. I'm not, throwing shade to anybody who is one or is keen to be one. My experience is really based in the photos that I'm showing you. This really kind of land-based experience and actually getting out there, not just with my fellow archaeologists, but like this photo, just getting out there with other tribal members. So this is a photo from a river trip down the Grand Canyon in which we brought members, various tribal members from the 11 affiliated tribes that are affiliated to the Grand Canyon and the Colorado River. And we were able to spend time down there and really have these deep discussions about our own individual tribal cultural connections to the landscape, to water. What is the message that we would like to convey out to the larger world in terms of, sometimes maybe even in this day, tribal communities are looked at or viewed as being primitive, because we don't readily accept sometimes some of the modern technology that is available out there. And again, a lot of that is rooted, based in our historic and ancestral past of how we've been able to survive in a dry environment for so long. We've been able to not just survive, but flourish. You can look at archaeological sites across the Southwest and you see what those folks, my ancestors, were able to do. They were able to create great architecture, really beautiful pieces of art. And what that tells you is that they weren't all just living hand to mouth. It's that they were able to live mostly, in some harmony with their landscape. So it's experiences like these that really allow us and give us that opportunity to share our own stories, but also our concerns about how, we address the water issue here. Next slide, please. This is another, culturally important river. This is the San Juan River in southeastern Utah. It's known as Yotze Valle in Hopi language, which translates to the Ute River, which is a homage to Ute people who some historians will say they are newcomers to that area. But Hopi history has always stated that we have lived side by side with Ute ancestors, well before recorded history. And so this is one of those rivers that we also journey down. We talk a lot about. It's a culturally important river to us here at Hopi, even though it's 200 miles north of us. Next slide, please, and get through this real quick. I had to pay homage to my river guiding community out there. I threw this photo in because there's more than just access to the water for our municipalities, for our daily usage. We also have these issues of how we continue that access and remain in the public eye, And so some of us work as river guides. And I wanted to include this photo because 4 of the 5 guides pictured in this photo are indigenous. There's myself and 3 Navajo guides there. So we are out there. We use this as a way not only to remain connected to these landscapes, but also be able to educate, the folks out there, the public, the guests that we bring down the river, and give them this education about not only our ancestral and historical ties to these landscapes, but again, what are those issues and concerns that we have that perhaps we can help educate them about. Oftentimes we gain allies and advocates through this method, through being able to share quality time with them on rivers across the Southwest so that they have a better education of the lack of water infrastructure, the lack of water access that indigenous communities continue to face to this day. And so, a nod to all the indigenous guides, working out there on the landscape in our own ancestral lands. Next slide, please. I think this is the last one. Okay, most of our time is spent on the landscape is in part dealing with, educating the outside world, the public out there, the general public. Again, a lot of these activities have to be refocused back to our own communities. And this is where I've really been fortunate to be able to engage multiple tribal members, not just from my own communities, but across, different tribes out there, not just here in the Southwest, but across the United States. And so I threw this in there because it's important. We're planning for the future. We're always looking ahead. And Hopi, we're always thinking about, however many generations forward. And so this photo is talking about that combination of the ancestral past, bringing that forward, but also teaching it to our younger generations, to our current generations, so that they become and remember, this stewardship values that we retain that are associated not just with rivers and watersheds, but with the landscape in general. And so it's really important that as we discuss policies and the legalities of how water is going to be used and managed, that we're thinking about these future generations, and how as Indigenous people we are continually fighting for that access, for the right to have uses of that water. Ironically, here on the Hopi Reservation, even though both the San Juan River and the Colorado River are considered part of our ancestral lands, we have no water rights associated with either of those rivers. So we are effectively cut off from sources of water that our ancestors used for thousands of years. And those are the things that myself and others here on Hopi, these are the issues that we are dealing with. We're continually advocating and trying to educate the larger world out there about, how can we continue to be resilient Indigenous communities? What do we need to be able to be self-sufficient? We don't want to rely on handouts. We don't want to rely on the outside world. We want to be these self-sufficient people that we have been for thousands of years. And so really my involvement in these water issues and land-based issues is really talking about increasing, that usage and access to these resources. And I will end it there. So thank you again for the opportunity to present and talk to you all.
Excellent. Thank you, Lyle. All right, those are our formal presentations. Alice, given that we're off schedule, I have no way of gauging. Do we have time for a few panel questions or? Yeah, why don't we do? Great. Yeah. Okay. Make it a little more. Okay. Excellent. Okay, this gentleman here.
Okay, thank you. The headline for these two sessions was Ecosystem Health in the Colorado River. And Phil, you mentioned ecosystem health in your talk. Could you go define ecosystem health, please?
A good question. We actually don't define ecosystem health at Blue Forest. So we let the local land managers, tribes, other stakeholders plan what they think ecosystem health is, because we're not the ones that are coming in and saying this is what ecosystem health should be or ecological resilience. So we're really looking to the local communities to plan and permit those projects. And part of the reason is a governance issue. So we represent investors, paying stakeholders. And so there's been concerns in the past that might pervert what happens on the landscape for resilience. And so we want to avoid even the perception that would be the case, even if we're not, objectively trying to do that. So we're, so from an ecosystem restoration and ecosystem resilience standpoint, we're weirdly enough, Blue Forest Conversation is actually out of what that actually means from a planning process. Now, what I'll say personally as a forest hydrologist and a watershed hydrologist in the past, the three main disturbances on this landscape are wildfire, climate change, and people, right? And so when you talk about resilience, it's really about how are you creating the ecological resilience to allow people to continue to thrive, right? And the systems in place. And so we call it restoring ecological function. So how are these places self-sustaining again? How can they accept fire in a low to moderate severity again? So it's really about restoring those ecological processes. And you heard that a little bit with the talk about low-tech process-based restoration for rivers and beavers. These are things that can, if you set up the process, it will actually continue in perpetuity and won't necessarily need a whole lot of operations and maintenance going forward. Not always going to be the case with our forests and trying to, reinvigorate a lot of the cultural burning that used to happen on them and the caretaking that used to happen. But in some of these processes, that's really what we're looking to do is really make them so that they can take care of themselves again, as was said earlier.
And I might just add to that, that is part of what I was talking about in terms of defining resilience. A resilient system is one that has ecological health, and at the Nature Conservancy, first and foremost is relying on science to define that, as well as the local community's desires. But the notion that a resilient system, a healthy functioning ecological system has the ability to absorb change, adapt to it whilst continuing to perform the ecosystem functions, to still provide clean water, to provide clean air and deal with small forest fire disturbances without it turning into these huge catastrophic wildfires. So I think ecosystem health and resilience are completely connected. David.
Phil, I didn't quite understand the financial model. I know you didn't want to go too deeply into it, but what is the revenue source to pay these bonds? And what kind of return? Is this a below market return for these bondholders? And are they doing this out of social conscience, or what drives the bondholders?
Sure, it's a great question, and I kind of skipped lightly through the finance portion of the talk, but so the Yuba Water Agency funded $1.5 million of the $4 million project over 5 years, $300,000 a year. The state of California put in $2.85 million through a reimbursable grant. And so the private investors that we got to fund the upfront $4 million were repaid through the Yuba Water Agency and the state of California contributions. The investors that we look for these projects and that are interested, there's really kind of two kinds. There's the philanthropic community who invest through what's called program-related investments or below market rate investments. And then there's the market rate community, and that includes impact investors, but we also had an insurance company in our first project interested in reducing the risk of fire to their assets and their insured assets, which, through a property and casualty company that were hit pretty hard by the 2017 wine country fires in California. So they recognized the need to invest in this work. And so the blended finance rate for the first project was about 2.5%, 1% for the PRIs, and about 4% for the market rate. It'll be about the same this time just because there's going to be more market rate, but the market rate's actually a little less because of where insurance or interest rates are now. They'd be about 3.5%, and the PRIs are about 0.5%.
Anne.
Phil, I have a related question for you. I'm wondering how you value the benefits of these investments in order to evaluate that financial transaction. And I'm particularly interested if you've been able to quantify the value of forest restoration to water supply.
Yeah, that's a great question. So for the first project, and probably for much of the projects, when you think about costs, about 80% of the avoided costs of doing restoration work are going to be around wildfire suppression and post-wildfire rehabilitation, which includes some of the water quality issues we'd see in our source water. And so about 20% in this first project actually came from what we anticipate for water supply enhancement. Now, this is one of the areas in the Sierra Nevada that rains and snows more than anywhere else. So as you had a lack of fire suppression and a lot more vegetation has grown up, it actually soaks up a lot more water. And so as we're starting to pull that vegetation back, because it's not a water limited system, we'll actually see more water in our streams and reservoirs. I want to be careful though, it's not necessarily the case here in Colorado. If it does happen, it may be a little bit more transient or maybe not quite as substantial. So I just want to be careful around that. And then the other piece with the wildfire is how much water related infrastructure is in the watershed. In that Yuba example, there's no actual infrastructure, but if you move just a little further south, just north of the Caldor fire in the El Dorado National Forest, there's a series of 7 hydropower facilities from the crest of the Sierra down to the town of Sacramento. And so you can imagine the amount of built infrastructure that would be impacted by any fire that would occur in that area. So it really is a place-to-place assessment.
And along those lines, I might note that Denver Water, who unfortunately couldn't join us today, a lot of how they calculated avoided costs in their Forest to Faucets program was they looked at the damage from the Hayman fire to their infrastructure and delivery systems, and they estimated it around $70 million.
And so that has driven their then calculation of how much they want to invest in proactive management.
I think, I'm so sorry.
No problem.
So big thanks to our Emery, Mike Lyle. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you all for joining us. Bill, thanks for joining us. I'll invite down our next set of panelists and continue the conversation.
Excellent. Thank you, Alice.
Thank you.
Thanks, Phil.
That was good. Nice job.
This panel is about endangered fish recovery programs in a time of climate change. I get to introduce a very good friend and neighbor to the center, Bart Miller from Western Resource Advocates across the street. He's the director of the Healthy Rivers program. When we weren't remote, being neighbors seemed more important. Now, haven't seen you for a long time, so it's great to see you in person. I think this is one of our few fully in-present panels. So Shane, Tom, Jojo, thank you for being here, and I'll hand things off to Bart.
Thanks so much, Alice. I'll just spend a couple minutes kind of framing up our final panel of the day. And I'll just introduce my organization, Western Resource Advocates. As Alice said, we're right across the street. We're about 65 folks spread across the southwestern US, and I direct the Healthy Rivers program. The organization as a whole works a lot on climate change, on-the-ground solutions to climate, and rivers are kind of in the context of how we're adapting to climate change, because there's some significant impacts that some of which we'll talk about today. Just a couple weeks ago, at the end of August, I had the good fortune of going on a river trip through Gates of Lodore. And several folks in the room and at this conference in person were on that same trip. It was an amazing learning opportunity where Mike Fiebig, who you saw on the last panel, and Professor Jack Schmidt were brought together some amazing scientists, experts on fish, channelization, riparian vegetation, as well as a lot of decision makers, both from federal, state, and tribal government. And it was a fantastic opportunity. And the reason I bring it up is part of that trip, we floated down the Green River and by the confluence where the Yampa comes in. And that was a place where the flows in the Yampa are probably as low as they've ever been. And it's a good reminder that changes in water availability, water supply, and I won't just say drought, but aridification are really affecting not just tribes, cities, and irrigators. They affect rivers directly and all the fish and wildlife that depend on them. And so there's a lot of challenges coming in this realm. And certainly among those are challenges to existing efforts to work on protecting habitat and species. And today's panel is going to really look at that, at the recovery programs in the upper Colorado River Basin. And I'm luckily joined by all the folks here. I've been involved in the program for about 20 years as one of the two nonprofit partners along with the Nature Conservancy. But today we have a panel of experts who have a wealth of experience and managing rivers and the species that rely on them. Tom Chart will kick us off. He just stepped down as the director of the recovery program, and he'll describe the programs, the status of the fish, and some of the emerging threats. Next, Shane Capron is a fish biologist with Western Area Power Administration, and he'll talk about that agency's role in fish recovery. And then Jojo Law, the endangered species specialist with the Colorado Water Conservation Board, will explore further climate change impacts that we can expect to see, and maybe some of the impacts on fish. My hope today is the takeaways for all of you will be some of the most pressing issues that are facing endangered fish and the partners that work in the programs in a world that's impacted by climate change, and some of the key opportunities to help the fish and in the tributaries of the Colorado River. Before we start, Jojo was nice enough to get a couple goodie bags we're going to give away. Now, no one has to come running up, but I'm going to ask 2 questions. Everyone can answer these at the end of the presentation. So we thought we'd ask them now at the beginning. And at the end, whoever raises their hand first, we'll leave them up here on the front. You can pick them up when the panel's done. So the first question is, how many federally listed endangered fish species are endemic to the Colorado River Basin? Jennifer. 4. Her answer's 4. That's right. Nice job, Jennifer. Okay. Second question. It can't be Jennifer answering this. Name one of those species. Colorado pike minnow. I'm going to give you partial credit, but you know you get it. It's Colorado pike minnow. Great job, Kevin. So first up is, so those folks, again, can pick them up at the end of the panel. I'm going to pass it off to Tom Chart.
Thanks, Bart. Are we going to have access to presentations?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, while Sean's bringing this up, recently retired from the Fish and Wildlife Service. I was the director of the Upper Colorado program for about 12 years. And what I'm going to be focusing on today is primarily these upper basin recovery programs. Our program and the San Juan program, administered by the Fish and Wildlife Service, but don't forget, there's other collaborative efforts down in the lower Colorado River as well. Administered by the Bureau of Reclamation, Glen Canyon Dam Adaptive Management Program established in 1997, and then the Lower Colorado Multi-Species Program established in 2005 as well. But again, I'll focus mostly on the upper Colorado River system. Jennifer got these 4 fish already, but what these programs are about are these collaborative partnerships, and Kimmery was already talking about the importance there. We have this suite of partners that have been at the table since 1988 in the program that I was dealing with. We don't have the answers to climate change, but I think we're in a good position to at least process the information and try to work towards solutions as it relates to managing flows and how those flows affect fish habitat as well. You can see the partners on the left there, federal agencies, state agencies, environmental groups, hydropower, water users have a seat at the table as well too. The 4 fish from the top, Colorado pike minnow, very good. Humpback chub, razorback sucker, and bonytail, only found in the Colorado River system. All long-lived fish, evolved in this highly variable system. It takes a long time for these critters to respond to the threat management actions that we are doing as a collaborative partnership. Again, a closer look at the upper basin. 2 programs that we're going to be talking about here today. The Upper Colorado River program focused on the Green River and the tributaries of the Yampa, the White, and the Duchesne River. Also the Colorado River, and the main tributary on that side of the basin is the Gunnison River, all the way down to the inflow to Lake Powell. The Upper Colorado program, again, tasked with trying to recover all 4 of these fish. The San Juan program, established in 1992, focuses on that main channel of the San Juan and that subbasin from Navajo Reservoir down to the inflow of Lake Powell. They're charged with assisting recovery of razorback sucker and Colorado pike minnow. A lot of similarities between these programs, differences in partnerships. Importantly, the San Juan program has strong participation with 4 Native American tribes, the Hickory Apache, Ute, Mountain Ute, Southern Utes, and the Navajo Nation. And thanks to Lyle for that ancestral connection between the Hopi tribe as well with the San Juan program is very interesting. These are the program's goals. It's really balancing a couple of pieces of legislation, the Law of the River and the Endangered Species Act. In other words, what we're trying to do is recover endangered fish while respecting the water development that occurs according to existing laws and tribal water rights. And in fact, what our programs do day to day to reduce the threats and try to work towards recovering these fish, we actually provide ESA compliance for the depletion effects associated with all the water development that occurs in the Green, Colorado, and San Juan basins. And what do? We kind of bin this up into these program elements, managing flows for endangered fish. From the get-go, the programs have been involved with trying to figure out the fish needs and then trying to restore inter and intra-annual variability in the hydrograph in these 3 subbasins as well. Really critically important, and JoJo's going to be digging in a little bit more on this program element, but it's really a huge consideration of what we are trying to do out there on the landscape. Habitat development comes in a lot of forms, provide fish passage at low-head diversion dams, screen irrigation canals so that we're not losing native and endangered fish to the irrigated fields, and then reconnecting the floodplain, incredibly important nursery habitat for a species like razorback sucker. We are stocking razorback sucker and bonytail in our program. The San Juan program is also trying to reestablish populations of Colorado pike minnow and razorback sucker down in the San Juan from the hatchery system as well. Non-native fish control, I got one more slide on that because I consider that the biggest threat, and there's a real direct link, I think, with the signals we're getting from the climate scientists as it relates to those invasive species. But then central to all of this is a commitment in this adaptive management context to monitoring these populations to determine the effectiveness of our threat control actions, and then also provide the service with the information they need about the viability of the species that lends towards reclassification of these critters from endangered to threatened, and eventually to try to get these fish off the endangered species list. Again, the issue that our program is dealing with in the Colorado and the Green River subbasins are these invasive predatory species, northern pike, smallmouth bass, and walleye. Smallmouth bass is probably the most insidious, occupying about 600 to 700 miles of main channel and tributary habitat. Self-sustaining populations. We have a multi-pronged approach to trying to control these fish at reservoirs in the main channel as well through policy changes, trying to get the public enlisted in controlling these populations through liberalized harvest or incentivized harvest for smallmouth bass and northern pike as well. And then most recently, just in 2021, we actually did a flow experiment out of Flaming Gorge Dam to actually try to control smallmouth bass reproduction. Shane's going to be picking up on that and talking about that experiment in the context of more experiments throughout the Colorado River system as well. But again, smallmouth bass, if the signals we're getting is lower flows, earlier runoff, low base flows, and warmer temperatures, that all plays into exactly what smallmouth bass love out there in the system too. So definitely a species that benefits from all those signals more than any of our native fish. How are the fish doing? The Fish and Wildlife Service makes these calls. They endangered these fish, some back at the inception of the Endangered Species Act itself. Razorback sucker and bonytail were listed a little bit later, but the Fish and Wildlife Service processes the available information in terms of species needs, their current condition, and then their future condition, and they make these decisions. And then we are in the process, the Fish and Wildlife Service is in the process of downlisting humpback chub and razorback sucker right now. A final rule on humpback chub could come out any day. With razorback sucker, we just closed the comment period on the proposed rule to downlist razorback sucker. Based on that same bit of information, the service has decided not to change the status of Colorado pike minnow or bonytail. We can get into that if you'd like to as well. Importantly, in these decisions, an endangered species is one that is currently at risk of extinction throughout all or a significant portion of its range. That's endangered. Threatened is one that could become endangered in the foreseeable future. The service felt like the science supported the decision to downlist humpback chub and razorback sucker, and importantly, they also have decided to update the recovery plans for 3 of those 4 species. And finally, the status of the program itself. Both of these programs are implemented via cooperative agreement that will expire in 2023. So we've been working on our post-2023 future. The participants in both of these programs have committed to the same goal. Recovery is our goal. We're not there yet. They've also expressed unanimous support to continue these programs into the future. The sticking point is that our traditional funding source, hydropower revenues, that we've really enjoyed in terms of annual funding since the inception of these programs, is becoming much less reliable. And Shane is going to be pointing up that issue as it relates to the Basin Fund as well. So, Bart, that's all I had. Just in the nick of time.
Hi, everybody. Shane Capron, work for Western Area Power Administration, the Colorado River Storage Project. I'm a fish biologist, and I just want to give you a little bit of background on the CRSP office and who we are. But first, thanks to Bart for pointing out that the river trip. Our CRSP manager, Tim Vigil, was on that trip, and he had a really great time working with our partners, and really came back reinvigorated and energized for us to work with our partners going forward. So really appreciate those opportunities. The CRSP office is about one of 5 regional offices within the Western Area Power Administration footprint, 135 long-term customers, a number of native tribes and organizations, 12 major power plants, and of those, the big ones are Glen Canyon, Flaming Gorge, and the Aspinall units. We produce between 4,000 or 5,000 gigawatt hours of energy per year, but also we supply capacity and transmission and and a lot of other very important products. We have a number of fish biologists at CRSP, and my kids would be unimpressed with me if I didn't have at least one bad pun, and that we sometimes feel like we're fishes out of water working for a federal hydropower agency. But we have a very interesting role within CRSP, within WAPA, working with our partners on both the Upper Colorado River Endangered Fish Program as well as the Glen Canyon Dam Adaptive Management Program. And our goal within our environmental group is really to improve the conditions downstream of CRSP's facilities and try to protect and improve the hydropower resource. To make decisions about those with data-driven decisions that try to lower the cost of environmental compliance. And to us, efficacy is really important, that we try experiments, we figure out if they work or not, we make changes, and then we do better. And we look for win-win situations. We try to design these at the lowest cost. If we can design these experiments or flow-related actions for endangered fish that cost less, then we can do more of them, right? If they cost a lot, maybe we can't do as many. So from our perspective, let's try to find ways to minimize our costs so we can do the most and best work we can for endangered species. But we need to talk a little bit about finances because it's getting pretty rough out there. And for our agency, the last couple of years and looking forward is pretty grim. This year, our expenses are much exceeding our revenues, and our basin fund that we use to manage the system is dropping. About 86 million at the end of 21. Looking forward to 22 and 23, we see huge purchase power costs to try to manage the system, such that we could potentially be in the hole minus $30 million by the end of 23. That's just not possible due to the Anti-Deficiency Act. We can't let this happen. And so we are in the middle of a number of activities, including a rate action and other mitigation measures to try to deal with this situation, because this can't work. What's even scarier, and I think you'll hear about it more tomorrow, with the most recent hydrologic modeling coming out of reclamation last week. When we looked at it just quickly the last few days, 22 of the 32 future traces that go out 10 years show extensive periods of time where Glen Canyon Dam goes below minimum power pool. And that's when we produce no power at Glen, which is our main resource, and has huge implications for river temperature, flows, and all of that. So tomorrow will be interesting hearing more about that hydrology, I'm sure. One of the other issues that we deal with is as the lake level lowers, and this is Lake Powell, and has been lowering for a long time, hydraulic head decreases and the energy contained or the potential energy in that water is much less. When we're at about 3,700 feet, we have about 100% efficiency going through the generators. When we're down to 3,500, which we're heading towards, it's about 35% less. So not only do we have less water running through the generators with the lower river flows, we also have less efficiency. So we get hit basically twice. And for the same amount of water at 3,700 feet, we produce 35% less energy at 3,500. So huge implications to the reservoir staying low and its impact on power. One of the cool experiments, and that we've been working on for a while, Tom pointed out, the smallmouth bass spike flow experiment is one we've supported for a long time. And we thought wouldn't be too expensive to implement in most years. And then of course we have a dry year like this year, and our estimates of cost of this experiment was much higher than we expected at $1.2 million. We implemented the experiment. We had hoped for some offsetting flows to help mitigate some of the cost. And this is where the win-win comes in. Higher summer flows for Colorado pike minnow are also really good for power. So it's a great opportunity for us to get a win-win there. We asked for higher summer base flows. We did not get them through the Flaming Gorge Working Group process. But just to give you kind of how these things can work together, the Drought Response Operations Agreement releases that were done this year under the emergency criteria, not only at Flaming Gorge, they increased the flows to about what we would have wanted for the pike minnow base flows, but also the other units at Aspinall. We anticipate about $6.6 million in offset costs that we would have had. So pretty substantial. And you can see where moving some water around can really offset some of the cost of these experiments and where we can look for win-win situations. We've been involved in a number of experiments over the years, larval trigger, the spike flow, various bug flow experiments at Glen Canyon Dam. Some of them have been benefits. The non-native fish suppression flows were good for power and were actually on the positive side. And we were able to, through the LTEMP rod, design bug flow experiments that in most years have a pretty minimal cost compared to some of the other experiments. So there are lots of opportunities for win-wins here. And just one last note to get on my soapbox about recovery plan. And Tom pointed out that a number of the fish will be developing new recovery plans for them. We think this is really critical to speeding up and keeping recovery going and actually getting to the goal, is to work together to come together and revise these recovery plans because they have the agreed upon goals of where we're actually going. We think this is really important to actually getting recovery for humpback chub and razorback suckers and the other species. And that's it, Bart. Thanks.
Hello, thank you. I have to say there's something powerful about going last, and so thank you for hanging on today. I know we're going a little late, but I just wanted to start by saying thank you to Bart and our host here. And wow, I just have to say it's a really big honor and a privilege to be here today with this amazing set of speakers, and I'm just really grateful to be here today. This topic of climate change is really complex, and it's a really important topic. And actually, we can probably spend days talking about it, which tomorrow you will. So in thinking about what to discuss this afternoon, I did what any good policy advisor does, and I Googled it. So when I asked Google, and I Googled the top news headlines for drought in Colorado, over 100,000 results showed up. However, when I Googled threatened and endangered species in Colorado, which covers all threatened and endangered animals and plant species in Colorado, or approximately 33 species, less than 15,000 results showed up. That means there are more than 6 times more news articles about the drying Colorado River than there are about all endangered species in Colorado. This led me to the question, is the Colorado River more endangered than our most endangered species? Google tells me that drought in the Colorado River is thought to be more important to the general public than endangered species in our state. But why is this? We all know that almost 40 million people rely on the Colorado River, but there are probably more individual animal species and plants that rely on the Colorado River. It's just really hard to count those individual animals. So this is really incredible because just this Wednesday, the US government declared that more than 20 different bird, fish, and other species have gone extinct. So as you heard from Tom Chart, these species are really incredible. And these are the most unique looking species that I've ever seen. Let me see if I can play this. So this is me drawing a humpback chub. These are, as Tom mentioned, these are very long-lived species that are native to the Colorado River Basin, and they date back more than 3 million years ago. Over these millions of years, the humpback chub has adapted to Colorado's conditions. For example, over time, scientists have studied its skeletal measurements and its morphology, and we know that it has a really thick, heavy bone tissue on its head, and it has a rigid bump on its head. And we think that it likely adapted that bump to navigate the strong currents of the Colorado River and its tributaries. So these are really neat species, and I consider them the definition of survival and adaptation. However, as climate becomes more variable and drought becomes longer, we are really testing the survivability of these species. We all know that drought has dominated the Colorado River Basin, making 2021 the 21st year of warming and drying condition. This has devastated the West with very high temperatures, leaving very little water in the rivers. And we're also seeing the impact of drought on these endangered fish. We know that even though these species have evolved with the high spring peak flows and sometimes very low summer and fall base flows, there are more threats to fish now than ever before, and Tom Chart mentioned that. And these endangered fish rely on water. They get their food, air, cover, transportation from water. And this year, we've seen that direct effect on the fish. So I'm just going to name a few. One, fish crowding. That means all of the life stages of the fish are forced to be in a very small area where they have to compete with predators for food and oxygen. And this may not have actually been an issue in the past when, for example, the Colorado pike minnow was the top predator in the Colorado River. But since that time, as Tom Chart mentioned, there are a lot more non-native fish to compete with. Low water is also very clear, which means that flow doesn't suspend and transport, and the water is not very turbid. So this means not only do they have predators in the water, but they also have predators that are on the land, including birds, dogs, raccoons, and et cetera. And so they hunt them too. With this low and clear water, the fish also get sunburned and are exposed to really high levels of contaminants. Lower water also fragments their habitats, which expose low head dams, making the river impassable in many cases. When we did finally get our summer monsoonal rains this year, we thought we made it through the seasons, but of course, the monsoons also brought fire, debris, and ash. My good colleague, Del Ryden, a biologist from the Fish and Wildlife Service, says, it's like taking 100 kids of all ages and all sizes off of a school bus, packing them into a compact car with the windows rolled up in the middle of summer and saying, hey, you guys sit here, you'll be good, I'll be back in 2 to 3 months. Oh, and make what food you have last until I get back. He did say that was a little dramatic, but nonetheless, I appreciated the analogy. The important part is every drop of water matters for these fish. But we know, and as we've heard today, that in the Colorado River, we must also serve the human needs as well as the needs of the fish. And this map shows all the buckets of fish water that the recovery programs own, and for the sole purpose of releasing water for the fish. We have developed strategies for long-term protections of flows throughout the Colorado River Basin, and we've reduced shortages to target flows. For example, the recovery program has augmented base flows in the Colorado River during the August to October period on average more than 400 cubic feet per second. We have also been successful at enhancing peak flows in nearly 50% of the years, with on average more than 33,000 acre feet of deliveries through voluntary coordinated reservoirs. So we've made tremendous progress on flow augmentation. So for example, this graph shows the flows in 2020 last year. The green line shows what the flows would have been without our fish water releases, and the blue line shows with our releases. You can see here that in early September, the river may have gone completely dry without our water releases. However, in spite of the recovery program flow augmentations, we know that flows frequently fall below our target flow. For example, in the Yampa River Basin, one of the most important tributaries in the upper Colorado River Basin, we are learning that we're increasingly not meeting the target flows. So 2021 will be the 5th year in the past 15 years where we fell below the target. And this represents about 33% of the years where we're not meeting the target. And back in 2006, when we predicted what the future might look like, we only predicted that 4% of the years we would not be able to meet the target. So from this information, we know that drought has gotten worse. And at the same time that we are experiencing this devastating drought in Colorado, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change is also telling us some key information through its 6th scientific report. The report says it is unequivocal that human influence has warmed the atmosphere, ocean, and land. Human influence has warmed the climate at a rate that is unprecedented in at least the last 2,000 years. Human-induced climate change is already affecting many weather and climate extremes in every region across the globe. And this evidence of observed changes in extremes such as heat waves, heavy precipitation, droughts, and tropical cyclones, and in particular, their attribution to human influence has strengthened. And in the Colorado River Basin, we are anticipating 3 key changes in flows in the future. 1, we are expecting that runoff will shift earlier into the year. 2, we're expecting and modeling that drought will actually last even longer in the future. And 3, we are also anticipating that crop irrigation water requirements will increase due to hotter temperatures and changes in precipitation. So most importantly, what does this all mean for the fish? In the Colorado River, we projected reduced flows through our Colorado Water Plan, and we projected those in the mid and late summer. And we predict that it will be difficult to meet flow recommendations. For example, August flows under climate impacted scenarios on the Colorado River suggest that flow recommendations for the endangered fish will not be met in August in approximately 1/3 of the years. And in the Yampa River Basin, we are modeling that only 3 to 18% of flows in August will meet the target flows. Let me repeat this because this last point is really important. We have a future for the endangered fish where only 3% of the target flows will be met in August under the driest conditions. So as we're seeing a catastrophic changes in hydrology due to drought, we all need to work together, collaborate to come up with really creative solutions. Okay, it's a little depressing, so back to this cute guy. The razorback sucker, as Tom mentioned, the razorback sucker was recently proposed to be downlisted from endangered to threatened. And I just thought I'd take a minute to tell you how far this little sucker has actually come. So before the 1980s, abundant amount of razorback suckers were captured from its wide range, and that range extended all the way from Mexico to Wyoming of the Colorado River Basin. But by the time the endangered fish studies began and scientists started studying them, the number of razorback suckers captured decreased dramatically. In fact, there were only a few scattered adults around, and we can only capture at that time 12 individual fish, despite intensive collection efforts. By 1989, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service listed the razorback sucker as endangered, stating historical populations were affected by construction of multiple dams that suppressed the flows, and only 25% of its historical range was left from Mexico to Wyoming. So finally, in 1995, the last razorback sucker was captured, and scientists took that in to start breeding. So these fish have really come a long way from, only finding 12 individuals now to being recommended to propose to downlist. So, by the way, of course, I also Googled Colorado River with endangered species to see what that would come up with. And so I combined my first two searches. And the top news article that came up was an article by KUNC written by my good friend Luke Runyon. And I gave him a lot of guilt for leaving before my talk, but I didn't tell him why. But he doesn't know he's being quoted. But he says, the Colorado River is one of the most engineered river systems in the world. Over millions of years, the creatures that call the river home have adapted to the natural variability of its seasonal highs and lows. But for the past century, they have struggled to keep up with rapid changes in the river's flow and ecology. Dams throughout the watershed create barriers and alter flows that make life hard for native fish. Toss in 70 non-native fish species, rapidly growing invasive riparian plants, and a slurry of pollutants, and the problem of endangered fish recovery becomes more complex. Thank you for your time. I encourage all of you to do your own Google search at home to learn more about the endangered fish and the recovery program.
So Alice, do we have a few minutes for a few questions? I know we've run over, but this will only.
It was a little bit by design.
Well, great. So yeah, I guess I welcome questions from folks in the audience and I guess online, potentially through chat. Jennifer.
Thanks. That was a great panel. Definitely worth staying through the end of the day. My question is about both the downlisting proposal and my understanding that the Upper Basin Recovery Implementation Program has a sunset on it. And I find it curious to understand the challenges that we're facing on the river. We know now with much more clarity, although still a lot of uncertainty about the challenges we face, how it makes sense to propose downlisting a species that is facing more challenging conditions that it ever has faced, potentially, and at the same time considering sunsetting the program that is not only allowing these species to hang on, but also giving every water user the compliance they need with federal endangered species law. How does that all add up?
And Jennifer, I can take a first shot at that and see if the other panelists want to jump in too. The decision the Fish and Wildlife Service makes is science-based as it relates to the classification. So it takes a look at the species needs, their current condition, and then the future condition as well. And with razorback sucker, those populations, 30,000 adults out there in the Green River system, San Juan, Lake Powell, populations in the lower basin as well. Particularly in the upper basin, the trajectory of those populations is positive. And what we're seeing in terms of flow management and primarily floodplain management really factored into the Fish and Wildlife Service's decision to go back to that definition. Is this species at risk of extinction now? And we look at the ground that we've covered through this last 30 years that JoJo was just referring to as well, and the trajectory of the population with those razorback sucker. And I think they're trying to be true to the definition and true to the science and say, okay, this is what the science supports. This is the right call. When we took a look at Colorado pike minnow, that's a species that we've never stocked But unfortunately, the trajectory is downward in the Green River system and questionable over on the Colorado River side. So, applying the same standards and then reviewing the same types of science, we couldn't go there. With respect to Razorback and Humpback Chub, the service certainly pulled back from delisting, obviously. And again, that definition of a threatened species is one that's in danger, at risk of becoming endangered in the foreseeable future. Therefore, we were able to protect that species. The Fish and Wildlife Service was able to protect that species even in a threatened status. So again, it comes back to the definitions and the science, and the Fish and Wildlife Service, they get the opposite question from other folks out there that are paying attention to what's going on in the Colorado River. How can you not downlist when you have 50,000 adults out there that are reproducing every year as well? So I think they were consistent as it relates to all those calls with Humpback Chub, Razorback Sucker as well. I'm not going to get into population demographics about Humpback Chub, but populations are trending positively in the Grand Canyon and also in the Upper Basin. As it relates to the future of the programs, we totally agree with you. And the service's decision was based on the strong signal that we're getting from the partners in the Upper Basin that these programs must continue. I guess I feel like we have to find the solution, and it's really coming down to a funding source. But we've done the good work, I think, to describe what these programs need to look like based on the 30 years of experience that we've developed going into the future. And the service says it's just imperative that for a species like Razorback Sucker that is so reliant on management, these programs must continue. So I think that would be a fatal flaw if these programs failed and could not continue. And the service would probably have to back away from those decisions, but I really feel like we're going to come to a solution.
And Bart, can I respond a little bit to the congressional sunsetting in 2023? I think it's a really good question. And one of the things that I've witnessed over the years is one of the questions that I receive quite often is folks are not, Jojo, I wasn't aware that the recovery program was sunsetting. And it's what I've been calling kind of in the years that I've been participating, this failure of silent success. These programs have been operating since 30 years, and we've kind of almost come to take it for granted where those 2,500 water projects will continue to deplete water and will work towards recovery, and the programs will go on forever being funded, and supported. And so it's been a really good thing to remind folks that how powerful and successful and how much of a success these programs are, and a really example for the nation on how two seemingly contradictory things such as water development and water that needs to stay in the stream could come together. So, I don't think we haven't heard anything other than support from all of the program partners that we are going to renew the program. And so we're just trying to figure out the details of funding sources and how the program might look. But I think we're all very committed, including the Colorado Water Conservation Board, in renewing these programs. So.
Yeah, the only thing I'll add to that is, I'm not sure this is on, but when the congressional briefings happen by the non-federal partners every spring, I usually hadn't taken part, but I did on a few this year. And it's amazing to hear congressional staff familiar with the program and a bit of its history understand what a bargain it is. They talk about it as, oh, well, yeah, it's a few $1 million a year, but we are providing endangered species coverage to literally thousands and thousands of water users, big and small, from municipalities to irrigators, and avoiding lawsuits for at least 30 years now. So I think they see it as a pretty much of a bargain. And so I'm very much, I think, as Jojo said, there's a lot of consensus around continuing the program, and even at specific levels that are at or a little bit above what we've been spending.
Thank you. I want to congratulate you all on the fantastic programs you're doing to study and protect the endangered fish in the Colorado River, and the projects that you've described. It's very impressive. and I applaud it, and I support it completely. I think that everybody should be proud of what you're doing. I mean, your scientific expertise, and I can go on and on. But my issue is, how can we continue taking millions of acre feet of water from the western slope to the growing cities on the eastern slope, continuing as the climate change continues to dry up the Colorado River, and you're talking about these catastrophic problems that are only going to get worse. And I don't see how we can continue doing that. But we've been doing it for 100 years, and it's destroying the ecosystem on the western slope. It's changing the ecosystem and increasing the carrying capacity artificially on the eastern slope, and people talking about more growth. I was talking to a Colorado Springs water official maybe 30 years ago, whatever it was, and talking about the fact that using the water for the bluegrass lawns and golf courses, quote, everybody wants growth. That's the ideology of a cancer cell. And you said it is unsustainable with all the people trying to use the Colorado River. So I guess my question is, I can't applaud too much to what you're doing. How do you see this problem? How do you see this problem being resolved with the cities continuing to grow on the eastern slope of Colorado?
I can take it.
Bart wants to take a stab.
I'll take part of it. I'll just to acknowledge that the program, as Jojo laid it out, and I think Tom did too, it has dual purposes, both keeping the fish from going extinct while some amount of additional development happens. But that's been really specific as far as how much additional depletion can occur. So the coverage that exists for water users in several of these subbasins has done the analysis about how much additional depletion could occur and still be able to be consistent with the program and be on that trajectory towards recovery. So in each basin, Colorado River main stem, for example, has an increment of depletion of 60,000 acre feet. So the assumption was made that much additional water depleted from the system could still be consistent with recovery. And the idea is after that amount is depleted, which hasn't happened yet, after that happens, you would check out and see how the fish are doing before you'd have any future. There's a second increment, but that would have to be dependent on doing well with the recovery. So I don't know, Jojo may have a different perspective or way to explain that.
No, I think I agree with you, Bart. And I think that's a really good question. And I don't have all the answers to that. But what I can tell you is, what I've seen over the years, it hasn't really been the, cities versus the ag versus the fish anymore, because we realize we all rely on this water. So I've actually seen, I think Bart and Tom have actually seen all of the water sectors to come together. I mean, this year alone, with being such a dry year, we saw more water donations from municipalities, from water users than we've ever seen in the past. So it's the recognition that humans need water, but also, fish need water too. That doesn't answer your question though, but I think the best way I could probably answer that question is we're doing a lot of planning and we're doing a lot of modeling and we're trying to look into our crystal ball. We're trying to see what the 112 traces of climate change does to our water supply. And I guess I wouldn't be a great CWCB employee if I didn't plug the work that we're doing with the Colorado Water Plan and the basin implementation plans. That's exactly what we're doing. We have scenarios where we're trying to plan for the future of water development in the different basins, and then trying also, as a very important sector, to plan for the environmental needs for water as well. So a lot of planning, a lot of modeling to try to figure out what solutions we might need to be able to serve, one water for all. But it's a really hard question. Anyone else want to take a stab at it?
Yeah, I mean, it's the fundamental question. I mean, it's huge, I think, too, and it's really, the Fish and Wildlife Service that does the evaluation of the program on an annual basis, they have to pass the straight face test. Is this grand bargain that we have, that we can cover the water depletions that have occurred and still recover these fish, still a viable construct? And we look at it every year. The one thing that I go back to is I look at the historical depletions, how much of this trans-basin water development has been in line for so long right now, that it is the most developed river system in the world. But we've seen positive responses into these fish in the face of all that historical development that occurred before 1988 for the program that we were mostly talking about here as well. And what I've seen is that the increment of new depletions that have occurred throughout the life of the program is pretty small. And then it is this reoperation of Flaming Gorge Dam. It's the reoperation of the Aspinall unit of the upper basin reservoirs in the Colorado River that have really squeezed flexibility out of the system to try to provide the flows that we see for the fish. So over the life of the 30 years of our program, water development continues, but we have improved the flow conditions and the habitat conditions for the fish through this collaborative partnership and what Jojo was just talking about as well. So, the damage was done, I think, before we got started. The question is there enough left in the upper basin to, get to self-sustaining populations out there? That's the 100,000. Well, it's a lot more than that, but it's a big question. Yeah, but it's a great question.
It seems to me that an inherent vulnerability of the program is its funding source. Dependent upon hydropower, I'd hate to think that that's got to carry it in the future. And at the same time, the main beneficiaries of the program seem to be the water users. There's a disconnect there. I have in the past represented water users, and I would hate to put it on them to begin to pay for this, but it seems to me they should. How do you suggest, or what sources of long-term funding are you hoping for?
I can jump in first. Yeah, we agree with you. There's a lot of beneficiaries out there from the water development community. But I guess in my mind, I really feel like it comes back to federal responsibility. Reclamation's water projects really were the reason why the states were able to develop the water that they were and allowed for this population growth to occur as well. So the path that we're working on right now is that hydropower revenues are not sustainable for a lot of reasons, but Shane did a really good job of pointing up, just how dire that funding source is going to be. But I think the way we are looking at it right now is that it's probably going to have to go to federal appropriations, and it's going to have to be a Bureau reclamation appropriation that makes the programs whole. The states do contribute. The water users do contribute one-time depletion fee for every project they have. And I think when we look through time too, and what the states did in this analysis, because this has been foremost in our post-2023 planning, is how many other contributions the states and non-federal entities have provided to the program that go above and beyond our hardline funding structure as well. So I think the beneficiaries really have stepped up to the plate more than the accounting shows. And the states did a pretty good job of putting a finer point on that as well. We have to trust that. It's not as reliable as go into the basin fund annually and pulling out that funding store. And an appropriation track is not going to be as reliable in the future as well. We can get an authorization, but can we get the appropriation is always going to be tricky too. Jojo.
Yeah, no, the only thing I would add to that is because so much is relying on these programs, not only the species, but it'd be quite difficult for any water project to continue to operate without this program. Is because of that, we value stability and security on an annual basis. And so when you're thinking about water user fees, they do pay those Section 7 fees, as Tom Chart mentioned, but how do we make sure that that's continually stable each and every year? And so, and also how do you ensure that it's equitable across all the 4 different states in the upper basin? So, I think they do their part when they build a project, they do pay those depletion fees, but I think more importantly for all the partners, we want a stable source of funding. And some of these funding sources that the states provide, state of Colorado, Utah, Wyoming, are very hard to quantify, right? You saw my graph with the flow contributions. How do you put a dollar amount to that? And how do you say this is the water that we're bringing to the table? It costs this much. So a lot of that water is water user water, and that's how they contribute to the program in addition to Section 7 fees. Do you add anything, Shane?
Last question, probably. Yeah.
Maybe an easy question, but a follow-up to the previous gentleman. Brad, you mentioned, or Bart, sorry, you mentioned that the 60,000 for the main stems from available water, and then Jojo mentioned using 113 traces. I'm curious, what hydrology are you using? What do they use when they say how much water is available, and is that being adapted now that we know reclamation is shortening their hydrologic period? Are these being reduced or waiting until we see if this drought is just a drought?
Really great question. I can try to take that. So when I'm referring to the different climate changes, I am referring to the national climate changes that, they mentioned all 100 and some traces are equally probable. We don't know which one is going to happen. So that's exactly what we're using in our modeling for the recovery program. We use the Colorado River Water Availability Study that relied on those climate models, and we just kind of try our best to try to display a range of possibilities of what might happen in the future. So that's what we try to incorporate in our modeling.
Okay, and you said the climate models. Are you saying the CMIP3 models moving forward? Okay.
Exactly. You must be a scientist.
Any other response or?
No, I appreciate you pointing out, the stress test modeling that Bureau of Reclamation is promoting now too, that last 30 years. I think that's really important to be bringing that and be looking at, the futures of the Colorado River system through that kind of a lens too. I think that's a step in the right direction.
I think we want to stop calling it stress test. Start calling it the new normal.
New normal.
Contemporary.
We'll wrap up, but I just wanted to say quickly, I want to thank the panel and the fact that many people in the audience here are familiar with the program, help the program, support the program. And just circling back to the very first panels we had this morning, I feel like though there are a lot of challenges that climate change presents to the endangered fish, there are some opportunities. There are some great chances for the continued funding and progress on the program. And in some ways, it's one of the gifts that we can provide the river. And so I think the work is important to continue.
a.m. I hope you can all return, and virtual audience, we'll see you then. Thanks for hanging in there. And thank you again. That was really, really good. Thanks.